consider this my rebirth. So here is my suggestion, a lesson for you to live by. Never take advice from a life still in test drive. Peace of mind is overpriced, so move right past it. Who'll never find peace till they lay you in that casket. Stand up, salute, cause today I'm feeling brand new. I'm done with all the games, I ain't into playing family feud. Feeling unrestricted, I'ma take it up to new heights. I'ma keep it raw like a pussy on prime.
Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me. Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me.
What's up? What's up?
Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my side show.
I invited a fellow veteran to the show. Well, yeah, appreciate it.
Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Try to prevent these events to such extent.
Let's start the timer and I'll share it on Facebook.
2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction, maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind, lose your mind with
welcome.
me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past.
From Twisted Biscuits, Oklahoma. That's That's
Analyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. Are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggest that you just keep it zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but
what's up, David Brasher? Hello.
You can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse.
Everybody, Doug Billings, the Frogs. I'm hoping they'll come out with some more tour footage today.
I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursuit of truth, life is not a
Hey, thank you, Rory Perkins. I appreciate it.
I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot to multiply. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your service. I appreciate it. I got a lot of people reaching out because that comment I read about that woman that called me out and told me I was gonna have to tell my sons that I was a fucking loser or some shit. A bunch of people were upset by that comment.
Fuck everybody. Why does it feel like my life is on repeat? The pressure on my chest is constant 7 days a week. I'm so exhausted, but I'm afraid to go to sleep. I fear I'd never wake up, the bitter coughing out my sheets. Yeah, I gotta keep my head straight. No time to lose my mind. The past is not exist, there ain't no need to press rewind. And sometimes I wonder if heaven reserved a place for me. And if it does exist, and how much is the answer's fee. And sometimes I see myself at that point with no direction, no turning back. Now I see myself from this perspective, headed down a new path. My life is on the right track. I finally got a tight grasp, and you're all about to feel the
Got
wrath.
a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck, cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me. Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck, cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me.
I used to plan for the worst, and now I hope for the best. Watch me move around the curse like I'm fucking playing chess. I invested in the pressure that I kept in my chest. And I learned how to use it like a bulletproof vest. Yeah, I used to read comic books and mind tripping fantasy. You know the open door, just an exit from reality. Sitting on the sidelines, I opened up my eyes. There was no need for compromise, no need for my disguise. So fuck your advice, I'ma live my life right. I done lit up the dark, used to searching for the flashlight. Training for this life since 1985. So fuck a vacation, I just wanna feel alive.
Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new
That music
flow.
is Jay Reese, one of our community members. He's on sabbatical, but he'll be back.
Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck, cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me.
Yeah, I'm in it till my heart stops. They wanna see me flatline.
My files. What are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the rope. Ram it down his throat. Now things are getting right.
I just now saw that screenshot.
Hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy.
I don't think so. I mean, I've seen her penis, so I don't think so.
All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think it's
Mariah, you're not hiding any lady parts from me, are you?
about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement. And I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really...
Perfect time to start.
But I can tell you this about if this douchebag had...
Welcome everybody. I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. Thank you for joining us. I'll be adjusting my camera because I'm kind of crazy about it, and I broke my light stand, so it's like all zip tied together and glued and shit. So you're gonna see me adjusting the camera quite a bit, and if it falls on the floor, just pretend like that didn't happen. Hey, from Mexico Beach, on vacation. Hope you enjoy yourself, Carolyn. Have a good time. Thank you for joining us tonight. Tonight we're going to talk about Mike Flynn over on Mike Flynn coming from Doug Billings Show. We're going to discuss the Frog News Network. They've had some new guests and some interesting conversations. In other news, apparently Mariah is transgendered. That is the latest news from the High Vibes Up chat. I've never noticed. I've looked, but I haven't noticed any scars or any stitches or old healed wounds. I don't know. Her penis looks just like mine, but we're gonna go over quite a bit tonight. We're gonna stick with me. We'll figure out a show out of all this. We'll figure out something. We'll talk about it all and figure out where it's all coming from. But before we get started, make sure you like and share. Share with your friends, share with your timeline, share with whoever you can. I'm also dropping some links in the chat. It's different ways that you can support the channel, including an Amazon wish list and 2 places to leave tips. The Amazon wish list is stuff for this channel and the other channel, RC stuff, 3D printer stuff, recording, lights, cameras, memory cards, even batteries and shits over there. If you want to go that route. Or if you want to leave a tip, you're more than welcome to. But just like and share. That's all we ask for. Other than that, we have merch. You can check out the merch. I'll drop that link too. We have merch. That's a shirt. Somebody just brought some merch yesterday, I think. I appreciate that. That takes about 5 days to a week sometimes to ship. Sometimes a little bit longer. They had a power outage at the shop where they print them this last week, so they're kind of behind right now, but they'll probably be out within 10 days. If you want some merch, we got some pretty cool merch. We got different things going on, so there's lots of ways to support the show if you want to, but we just ask that you like and share if you don't mind. And other than that, we'll go ahead and get started. So we haven't covered Doug Billings in a while. He went to, I guess, what you could call TV. It's not like network TV. It's like local college town TV. I think he broadcast to about 6 people somewhere in bumfuck Minnesota or some shit. So he doesn't have the biggest audience anymore, but he still does his Facebook. Not so much on YouTube, and he has went from almost a full-blown Q-nut because General Flynn told him to hold the wine to whatever General Flynn says. So General Flynn has a very interesting take on some stuff that has been going on, what we should be doing, what we should be focused on. We'll hop into the episode. Somebody said Kristen W. admits to 107. Yeah, she's done that before, like a year ago. She actually said the wrong name because she's crazy and she never stops talking, even when it's the wrong shit. She just keeps spewing it out. She actually said the wrong name. It's Wayne Willett. But I think she said Wayne Williams or Wayne. She said something else. But still, she's given the right name before, Wayne Willett.
Doug Billings, thanks for...
Whoa, that was loud as fuck. What the hell's going on? Oh, I'm sorry. That was on my end. My bad. Just about blew out my eardrums.
Watching and listening to us from around the planet. We appreciate you very much. Today, General Michael Flynn back.
Oh, yeah, the commander's artist.
Happy that he's chosen this program to be one of his go-to places to talk with you, the American people, and the world.
By the way, General Flynn, I feel weird calling him by his first name. I don't know. General Flynn has upgraded his background. It is no longer a cheesy-ass, very poorly done green screen with him surfing in Hawaii. And it's now just his regular background at his house. It looks much more professional, at least.
Today, we're going to talk about a lot of things, specifically circulating around the conservative movement in America and the myths and conspiracies that are continually being spun out there. Oval offices built in Hollywood sets, actors playing Biden, real Biden not alive anymore. All of these conspiracy theories do us no good, ladies and gentlemen.
Wayne Willett 107 is not on any social media, and it's been that way for a while. I think because he's an insurance investigator, so that's probably a profession that you'd like to keep a little anonymity in. So no, he's not. He's really hard to find except in public records. Everybody can be found through public records.
They do no good whatsoever, and the general and I will talk about them to some degree. Also talk about the Q movement and a little bit about the event coming up in Dallas, Texas this weekend, Memorial Day weekend, a tribute to our military, our veterans of the past and present, and I would dare say future, because we encourage everyone who wants to sign up for the military. And this Memorial Day weekend in Dallas, Texas, the For God and Country Patriot Roundup. Go to thepatriotvoice.us for details about that event where General Michael Flynn.
Oh no, right off the bat. Look at that. The Russian.
Paying for cheap advertising, Figure you deserve it since this is a great channel and I love you all. Have a good show. I'm off and on tonight.
Yeah. Hop in when you can. Hop out when you have to. Thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. That's Rusky in the chat. I appreciate it.
And
what's up, Tony?
And myself will be there with Sidney Powell, Lynn Wood, George Papadopoulos, so many more. Just not enough time to mention everybody. A huge event in Dallas, and I will be there, and I'm looking forward to it. But right now, on the right side with Doug Billings, let's get right to it with General Michael Flynn. Here we go.
What you are experiencing is truth and knowledge.
Oh, by the way, Mariah, if you're still watching, my phone's messed up. I don't know. Dad said he tried to call me and it didn't go through.
Place where liberal intellectual immaturity is exposed and determined patriotism is born. You're on the right side with Doug Billings.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to The Right Side with Doug Billings. Thanks for watching and listening all over the world. We appreciate it. Today, again, with us, General Michael Flynn, one of our favorites. And, General, I dare say you're a friend of mine, I hope. And I'm glad that you're back with me. Thanks. Welcome to the show.
Well, thanks, Doug. And as we were talking prior to the show, but we got a lot of exciting things coming up in the next couple of days and certainly over the next few weeks. And I think relationship that we've developed,
some exciting stuff. I like this background much better. Even if he does have this weird painting of himself, this background is much better than him surfing in a very poorly put together green screen that like flickers in and out and shit. I don't know. It was very strange when he kept doing the weird vacation pics.
In the short time that we've known each other, and having watched you and having heard the kinds of things, your values, your principles, the things that you promote, which is really all about America. And the one thing that I always tell people when I meet somebody
my black lab apparently was bit by a snake Sunday night. Oh no. I was at the ER vet at midnight last night. Thank God. Obviously I was reported since it's all still there, but oh no. I hate that. Hate to hear that. Hope she gets better.
I always try to hear them talk about, I want to hear them talk about America more than talking about themselves. And I think and in fact, I know the first time that we met, you were really talking about the direction of our country. You were talking about how you're inspired by different types of things.
I think he was riding the popularity of the grift. But if we'll watch this interview. He's backpedaling it now.
About our country. And so that's what really attracted me initially. And then when we've gotten to know each other, that's been terrific. So I really appreciate everything that you're doing for this country.
Thank you, General. Well, and likewise, obviously, a true patriot. And, we're talk about having some fun together. We're going to, in just 3 days, we're going to be in Dallas, Texas for this incredible Memorial Day event where we're going to honor our veterans and have a lot of fun together on stage.
That's all true, Kitchen.
Patriots. We have an auction, and you're going to be providing a lot of memorabilia for that event.
Sure, exactly. And there'll be some exciting new things that we will promote through some other people that I know have sent things to be auctioned off. And then we hit
1,900 subscribers while we were off the air yesterday. We're almost at 2,000.
Our military is Military Appreciation Month. And so Memorial Day is a big appreciation weekend. It's not just a celebration to go out and have a cookout and start the summer. This is really a celebration of our veterans and our military.
By the way, he's wrong right there. If you don't know, Memorial Day is not for veterans. It's not proper etiquette. I know people mean well, but it's not proper etiquette to tell veterans Happy Memorial Day. It's for the fallen. Not Veterans Day is for veterans. Memorial Day is for the fallen.
And to make sure that we recognize them. So we'll be
thanks, Josh.
Deploying a lot of those funds raised to help different causes.
Right. And for people that are interested in seeing this thing, it's the For God and Country Patriot Roundup. You can go to www.thepatriotvoice.us. That's thepatriotvoice.us. You can get all the details. Still some tickets available, not many, but you can also live stream the event. Yeah. But General Flynn and I, don't you think
they advertise their little conference like 30 times
to gather together and find a sense of camaraderie and to inspire one another?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in this time where for the past year or two, but certainly for the past year, we've been.
I don't get legs. Mariah said I can't have legs until we hit 100,000 subscribers. So I just keep rolling my ass back over here to do every show every night, I guess.
We've been hibernating because of the COVID situation that we've all been dealing with. And I think that now people are starting to want to break out and be part of the social, gatherings so we can enjoy each other's company, enjoy the patriotism and the sense of camaraderie that we have missed for over a year. So absolutely, these gatherings are important.
Flynn Flynn went as far as to include Q language in his re-swearing for the oath of office. He was really pushing the grift. I mean, he was at that event in Oklahoma. He keeps pushing. He keeps leaving cryptic fucking social media messages. I was very disappointed in him. I've always been a fan of Flynn. I've actually back before when I covered more politics and news, current events, I've done 2 shows on him, and both times were the fact that I thought the FBI was railroading him, and then it seems like that's what came to light, was he was getting pushed around. But he has pushed I really respected him and thought a lot of him until he started pushing. I thought he was doing it for a book deal. I thought he was doing it because he's running for office. But he's peddled a lot of that shit. But thank God he walks it back here.
I would highlight that for those that can't make it to these types of things. I mean, we are live streaming all of these different events. And like I tell people, somebody asked me the other night in a thing that I did for veterans on Friday night down in Broward County for the Soldier Strong Foundation. You know, we raised quite a bit of money, and somebody said, "Hey, sir, do you mind if I basically video you while you're speaking on the stage?" And I said, "Absolutely." I said, "There's nothing that I'm about to say or nothing that I'm going to talk about that I haven't said before." So the live streaming part of it is as important as being able to come there. But like you said, I think that we're down to maybe a couple of hundred tickets left. We've got, I think, over 1,000 people, maybe 1,500 people already in attendance. It is going to be a blast in Dallas. And,
the new rallies are kind of like cheerleading. I don't know.
The bad guys, the evil
pumping
folks,
people up, get them excited.
Labeling it everything that it's not. You know.
All right, this is where they go into the Q stuff. So he's saying the media is labeling everything and it's not. It's not, it's not about QAnon. It's not about this. It's not about that. But, I mean, it was literally put together by a guy named QAnon John. So maybe it's a little QAnon.
A right-wing, radical, militant, Q organized, it's made national headlines. And
I tell you, this is really ridiculous. There's a great article in News with.
I think so, Bridget.
And it's a brand new author, and I don't have her name off the top of my head, but maybe I'll dig it up and send it to you so you can comment on it. But about this whole QAnon conspiracy thing, right? Yeah. I mean, the labeling that has been done to me, and I'll just speak for myself, the labeling that's been done to me about all this nonsense, most people, if they knew me or know me and get to know me, they'll know that if we had sort of a litany of questions and then that defined who you were, I'm about as center of the line as possible, probably more liberal than most people would think in some areas, but I'm definitely right of the line when it comes to national security and national security issues. And just my own background and my own upbringing in the military and as a national.
So he's currently trying to step. If you knew me and knew this, I'm fact based. I don't none of the conspiracies, blah blah blah, all that shit. But he forgets that back in on the 4th of July last year, he did an oath of office with some people, and at the end of the oath of office, they all said, "Where we go one, we go all." Now, everybody knows that's their slogan, right? He also posted it with a bunch of different QAnon hashtags, and then told other people that they need to take the oath. Hashtag digital soldiers. Hashtag all that shit. So I'm glad he's stepping away, but it's not as cut and dry as, oh, I've never been this. They just labeled me this. That's not true.
National security expert and somebody who believes in this country and believes in the founding of our country, looks at history as it unfolds in front of us or unravels in some cases, that we have to know that we're in a difficult place, as we've talked.
Yeah, it's originally from some movie about a sailboat.
About before. So all this nonsense, all this defining of what this is about this weekend, and anything that
the legless army. Well, you're not. You're a street fighter.
You know all this. Hey, you know what? What is QA now? What is
the
amputee
army?
And what I tell people to do is look at the people that are involved. Look at the values that they espouse, and let's move along.
He even takes more of a Trump-esque campaign view, where he says, he might have already said it, or he says in a minute, he's like, if there's people that want to stop, child trafficking and elites, what's wrong with that? Well, it's more than that. It's more than that. They use that as cover to attack literally anybody who disagrees with them.
And let's talk about the real important things that this country is struggling with right now. And there's many of them. And this forgotten country
White Squall, you're right.
Festival that we are going to have is really to promote the ideals of American values, the ideals of American principles, and veterans and our military are at the center of those core values.
Absolutely, sir. All right. So there are people out there that will say, well, Doug, no matter what you ask the general, he can't give you the truth because he's involved in Q. He's involved in this movement.
Yeah.
And so no matter if you ask him if he's involved or not, he's not going to tell you the truth about that because he can't. What's your response to that? Are you a part of this Q movement, General Flynn?
Yeah, no. And so here's what I would tell people is to look at the facts. I'm a facts-based guy. I am a person who is very analytical. I'm very analytical, and sometimes I will go off the cuff, with things that I talk about and believe, and those are my judgments, my opinions. I would tell you that with my background, and my background is, of course, 3.5 decades in the military. It's been in the field of strategy. It's been in the field of tactics. It's been on the battlefield of combat. Almost 5 years of combat operations under my belt.
This is code for Trump is coming back. I'm sure that's what they'll say.
I have been to many ramp ceremonies where we're putting a steel casket on the back of a C-17 to be flown back to Dover from the battlefield. I've been to too many memorial services on the battlefield for our men and women who have died in combat, trying to protect our country and trying to protect people that they frankly many of these young people don't even understand why they're deployed. Sometimes they just know they're following an order. So all this QAnon stuff, everybody needs to step aside and go, what is it that we are facing? And if there is a group on the battlefield for our men and women who have died in combat, trying to protect our country, have been to many ramp ceremonies where we're putting a steel casket on the back of a C-17 to be flown back
C-17
from the battlefield. I've been to too many memorial services on the battlefild for our men and women who have died in combat, that believes that we should stop human trafficking, we should stop child trafficking. Great. I mean, there's some of that's in this movement, but all these other things. What are the facts? What are the facts that we are facing? And the facts that we are facing is we are facing a socialist, Marxist, communist shift in our system of politics. And it's very real. That's a fact. BLM, Black Lives Matter, which has nothing to do with with color. It has everything to do with a ideology, okay, a Marxist ideology. So Antifa is another aspect of that. It's sort of the militant arm of them. And so, right side, left side, if you really study Mike Flynn, and again, I'll speak for myself, you're going to find somebody who's probably in the center and probably more left of center in some regard than people know, or people have, that people would want to admit to. And then certainly more right of center when it comes to our country and our values that we believe in and that we were founded upon, our Judeo-Christian principles and values. So all that said, let's everybody take a chill pill and cool out when it comes to this kind of stuff. Okay?
All right, General. Yes, sir. Well, and you touched on a topic that I want to come and talk to you about on the other side of this break. That is the Marxist trend in the country. And shockingly, I think we're seeing a Marxist trend in the United States military with regards to a recent development about that commander in the Space Force. And we'll come back right after this, ladies and gentlemen, with General Michael Flynn. Stay with us right here on the right side with Doug Billings.
The Right Side with Doug Billings.
Oh, God. Listen to that echo. The Right Side with Doug Billings.
Would you like to remember the names and numbers of your friends without having to look at your phone contact list?
You want to remember shit?
Cocktail party and some commie socialist starts spewing forth data. Would you like to remember all of the counter data and the truth to put that person in their place and to set the record straight? Well, I'm going to introduce you to my friend Greg, who I've known for over 30 years and who I trust. He has a program called the Total Recall System.
I heard a tip. Brick Leslie paid $25 in ties in the cold brick hole. Thank you very much, Brooke Leslie. I appreciate that. Thank you for the tip.
Will help you remember everything that's important to you. Truly, if that's amazing, it is.
So General Flynn has made quite a bit of money in his legal defense crowdfunding, I guess. I don't know exactly what to call it. He's made quite a bit of money from that. He's making paid appearances. He's touring. His popularity, it's rare to have a general become kind of like a superstar, right? So you have like Mattis, he's real big. General Flynn, he's pretty big. But like Kelly, okay, General Kelly. Been at the center of a lot of stuff, heard his name on the news quite a bit, but you don't have like followers like you do for like Flynn and like Mad Dog Mattis. It's just, I think he got his piece of fame. He wasn't willing to give that up.
And it's simple.
All right.
Go to memorypowernow.com. This is all available to you as an instant download. Memorypowernow.com. Take the Total Recall System. And if you enter my name in the promo code, you'll get 50% off. 50% off. You
want to remember shit.
Go to memorypower.
I can't remember the coupon code. Sorry.
Get it. Buy it. Get 50% off if you use my name, memorypowernow.com. Cheers.
The Right Side with Doug Billings.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to The Right Side with Doug Billings, where we meet continually in determined prayer and determined patriotism.
You can ask, well, I would say probably younger Marines. Man, there's some younger Marines where Mattis is a fucking legend, as he should be. He did a lot of good work long before he ever met up with Trump and tried that out. I had a feeling that when Mattis started working for Trump, that their personalities were going to clash, and it seems as if they did. But he has a stellar military record.
And those are the only two ways forward for us, as far as we're concerned here. General Michael Flynn with us again today. And General, right before the break, we were talking about a Marxist socialist trend. And I think you found during the break the author of the article that you mentioned in that first segment.
Yeah, her name is Sherry Zaslawski. Sherry Zaslawski. And the name of the
Sherry's ass lost key.
For QAnon, a requiem.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Zaslawski. Well, I don't know, General Flynn. She looks a little Khazarian to me.
And it's on, you can find it in news.
Look at that mini fro.
Newswithviews.com. I sent you a copy, Doug. I texted you a copy of the link, and maybe you can post it. I actually think it's a great analysis of what that is, and from somebody who's been very thoughtful about it. And she's a terrific writer. And I just discovered her through following newswithviews.com, who I think is a place of a voice that I agree with, and they have some really good writers. So I think if you can draw your audience to that article, then I think that people will gain an understanding better about what this whole thing is.
Right. We'll do that. We'll make sure we post that on the screen when the producers produce the show. You know, General, let's just continue along these lines for a second. QAnon, you and I were both in Tulsa, Oklahoma, going on about a month or so ago for an event down there. You spoke, Lynn Wood spoke, and Lynn Wood, who's a friend of mine, he's been on this show before also, a good guy. When he's invited back anytime. He lit the crowd on fire talking about Q, drew the Q diagram in the air, and was really, everybody was just on fire hearing that speech, so people love to hear about Q. There's no secret.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that this whole thing about the plan, trust the plan. And here's my thoughts on this, is that people seek something that when they don't, or when they're confused, particularly in this country, when they're confused by the institutions of government and there's chaos, it appears emanating from the institutions of government, and there is clearly a loss of trust in the institutions of government, then people begin to seek other means of information. And there's a lot of people out there that aren't as they lack clear,
aka undercover Jesus. Yeah, he's backpedaling like crazy, but I would rather him be
has done such a disservice,
the guy who backpedaled and now fucking tries to stand these people down, than the guy who's still ignoring it, acting like he's not part of it and is part of it at the same time.
That Trump really coined. I mean, when there's so many lies.
That's right. I love Straggler. I like reading conspiracies. My wife and I used to do a show together one night a week on my main channel where we went over a conspiracy each and talked about it and what we found interesting about it, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe a whole lot of them, and even the ones I do believe, you can't let it take over your life. You can't let it bleed into everything else. Like the people who believe like we've never been to the moon. They don't run and attack other people in the street screaming, "You're a liar. You think we've been to the moon. You're a satanic moonophile," or some shit like that. You can't go that far with it. And calm down.
So much disinformation. So people begin to seek places to go, and they begin to hear this and they go, "Oh, whatever this thing is," right? And so it exists on both sides. I frankly don't know what it is. What I do know is that what I recommend to people is find those voices that are authentic. You, Doug Billings, you have an authentic, it's not the voice as much as it is the words that you carry and the actions that you show, that you demonstrate through the kinds of things that you get yourself.
Oh, Doug.
We talked about
Let's not forget Doug has Simon Parks and Charlie Ward on. Finally, he told them they couldn't come back, but he used to have them on pretty regular.
Tulsa event. We have another one of those events coming up in Tampa next month. We're going to have another one of those events coming up in Anaheim in July. So we'll talk more, as we go on here in our relationship, because we have to get the word out to people to understand what reality is. And what I would tell people is all that Q stuff. Read that article from Sherry.
Yeah, he said that he wasn't part of the plan. He said he wasn't hiding this information. It wasn't the fact that he just couldn't say, so he wasn't saying. It wasn't blah, blah, blah. He wasn't part of QAnon. He wasn't part of the Intel group. He wasn't none of that. And he says in this, now this is his words, that what happened in November was it was not legit because there was impropriety, and that we need to vote again in 2024, and we need to see the end of these legal battles to make sure that future voting is as secure as possible. It was basically the rundown of this.
And I think people will begin to understand, because she was I wouldn't say.
Yeah, said the military is not in control. You're right.
And she was trying to understand it. I mean, what I follow is I follow my heart, and I follow my own judgment as to what I'm reading and what I know to be true. And I meet somewhere in the middle, because and I'll finish this diatribe with this. There's three sides to the truth. Okay, there's your side, there's my side, and then there's the truth of what is happening. There's the real truth. And what we have to do as people in this country, we have to try to fight for that truth and listen to those voices that we do trust. And I think the more authentic the voice is, the more truthful and the more honest it is.
Absolutely. And it just reminds me of, General, I think a topic that's very important for us to talk about, that these conspiracy.
Yeah, I like General Flynn. I did some, before the whole Q thing, I even did some streams where I tried to get people to help fundraise for him for his legal defense.
I just talk about what comes to my mind when you and I are talking.
He's being railroaded.
It's more of a personal conversation
of a law that's never had a successful conviction. For something that happens all the time.
I have no doubt that our presidential election was stolen. Believe me, no doubt at all. I referred to Biden as Administrator Biden. Never called the guy president, just because I just can't do it. But there are people out there who say there's a.
I would say the grifters are probably going to go with the same. He can't tell you. Of course, it's a military operation. They'll probably do that shit.
Dead, that actors are playing him. I don't know if that does us any good at all, General.
It doesn't do us any good, and it's all nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. I mean, people need to stop that, and all the people that are listening to your show, and however wide this goes, we need to stop.
Listen, that we need to hear this part.
And it's all
called the guy president just because, and so it's more of a personal conversation. But so many people out there claiming now, in my view, the election was stolen. I have no doubt that our presidential election was stolen. Believe me, no doubt at all. I referred to Biden as Administrator Biden. Never called the guy president, just because I just can't do it. But there are people out there who say there's this elaborate Hollywood set where the White House, the Oval Office, is in Hollywood, that Joe Biden,
Castle Rock,
is the real Joe Biden is dead, that actors are playing him. I don't know if that does us any good at all, General.
It doesn't do us any good, and it's all nonsense. It's absolute nonsense.
It doesn't do us any good. I can honestly applaud the Q movement for waking people up and getting people interested in politics, and having them something to concentrate on, getting people motivated, even if it turns out that a lot of those people didn't seem to vote. But I can applaud them for that. They took it way too far. They went above and beyond. Everybody now is looking for an intel source so they can report on this person. We're going to talk about Kirsten W. and how she literally, her intel is literally a website. I will prove that to you. Her intel is literally a website claiming to be news. That's her intel source. They went way too far, way too far. And then you can't just accuse anybody you disagree with of the most heinous act you can think of. Like, oh, yeah, you don't agree with me? Well, you touch kids. And then you murder them. Probably drink their blood, too. Like, come on.
Nonsense. I mean, people need to stop that. And all the people that are listening to your show, and however wide this goes, we need to stop with the nonsense, and we need to focus on reality. There are legal battles that are continuing to be pursued because of the election that occurred on the 3rd of November of 2020. And that election had clear, factually fraudulent activity. We've already determined much of that. All this business, the courts, the judges didn't find it. The judges, no legitimate a court right now has really, even up to the Supreme Court, has even heard any of the evidence.
Oh,
right.
With the exception of a couple of judges, and those judges, I think it's of 80 something cases, I think, and my numbers aren't exact, but I'm aware of about, I think it's 82 cases that have been developed, legal cases that have been put into the courts. Of those 82 cases, I think it's around 23 that have actually heard the evidence. Of the 23 that have heard the evidence, 16 of those cases have found clear fraudulent activity, and they have reversed the results.
Right.
You know, there's one, and reverse results in Trump's favor. So there's one going.
Children are an easy grift. It's easy to get people very upset when you're talking about a defenseless child. So they inflate the numbers, they make it seem like it's more prevalent than what it is, and then they level that accusation against their political enemy. So, I mean, you can see it with the look at the money Tim Ballard's making in his little movie thing. You have to get money out of people at the level they're getting money out of people. You have to get an emotional rise out of them. Now, it can be joy, it can be happiness, it can be whatever. The one they went with is anger. Anger. Like, they want to get people mad. Now, how do you get people mad? Oh, well, we'll pick a defenseless target. Then we'll say that they're under attack and we must save them. And then anybody who disagrees with us, anybody who believes differently politically, would just, or people who honestly agree with us, they just slip up and say something poorly about who our perceived leader is. Then suddenly we'll come out and just make false accusations against them, and that'll get the crowd against them.
Going on up in New Hampshire right now. We know of the results in a New York case. We know the Antrim County case, even though the case was recently, Antrim County, Michigan.
That's probably true, Bradley.
Dismissed. It's because the judge, he actually found fraudulent activity in that case in Antrim County, and basically it was flipped from Biden back to Trump.
Right.
BLM goes with oh, this is purely racism. This was racially motivated. This was that. This was blah blah blah. It's happening all the time. Here are the numbers. Every day, six innocent black men are killed by cops. Yeah, sure, they did the same thing. They incite anger to get people motivated to come out to entice people to donate, and then they spend that on mansions and whatnot.
This is the Maricopa County audit that's going on right now. This fully forensic audit, and boy, I'm going to tell you, I'm paying attention to what's happening, and you see the lawfare operations to attack these senators who have said, we're going to do this audit in our state. We're going to do it the way it's supposed to be done. It is a unprecedented audit, forensic signature, mail-in ballot. I mean, it's a full-on audit. Georgia is now talking about doing this. Wisconsin is now talking about doing this. So that's what we need to focus on. There are places out there like the America Project. The America Project is one that is helping to fund that. You know, the America's Future, which is what I represent. We're a 501c3, americasfuture.net. We are trying to help fund some of this stuff. I mean, we the people, because these things come at a cost, these legal battles come at a cost. And we know that the other side is pouring money into defending from discovering the truth. So this is a legal battle. That's the reality. That's the battlefield. And let me back up one more, because we are in an information war. We are in an information war. And we have been censored off of Twitter. We've been censored off of, Parler is having a struggle. They're struggling right now. I haven't been censored off of Parler.
I think that's something that definitely needs to be dealt with, is the online censorship. Anybody should be able to put out anything they want online, unless it's illegal in the United States. Like, I don't understand what the conflict is. Not only do they claim that they're doing this to prevent radicalism and people being radicalized or going too far above and beyond, they're making it worse. People are just finding other places to consume this information where there's no dissenting opinion. So, like, these people put their stuff on YouTube. I find it. We give a different opinion. Yeah, more people watch them, but more people are finding me now. Not at the rate that they have viewers, but eventually their grift will bust, and then people will find my videos, and people will find other people's videos talking about how they lied. When you drive them off platform, they go to a place where the people who would show that they're being dishonest are not at, so they only hear one side of the story. There's even an app now called like the Foxhole app or some shit like that. And in the Foxhole app, it's only pro stuff. You can't get on there with a dissenting opinion. You can't get on there. You don't see anybody on there saying this isn't true or that isn't true. That's all they have is the one opinion. So you're creating almost like the radicalization cells of people who never hear the opposite side. Not to mention, there's nothing wrong or illegal about saying whatever your opinion is. There's nothing wrong or illegal about me saying your opinion fucking sucks and you're a liar and it's not true. The only thing that should be censored is a call to violence, threats, anything that would be illegal already. The fact that it's being censored and the fact that it's being censored unfairly, that it's being treated unequally, that it's been one-sided, overwhelmingly one-sided towards a certain political party is not going to work. Somebody needs to fix that shit.
But it comes and goes. It ebbs and flows because of the way.
Liberal women are worse backstabbers than other women and got 30 days in Facebook jail.
I'm a big fan of CloudHub. I'm an ambassador.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I just recently joined Telegram at Real Jen Flynn. That's what my thing on Telegram.
At Real Jen Flynn.
Out as much information as I can.
Look out.
But just like in World War II, and I'll use this metaphor or this analogy, Eisenhower and Marshall and our government at the time of World War II knew to defeat Nazis.
I would much rather have. Okay, let's talk about the worst fucking people. I would much rather have Nazis, like legit neo-Nazi skinheads on YouTube where I can make fun of them and dispute their claims than I would have them hidden on NaziWeb.com and I can't go over there and give my opinion, and the people who may have questions or may want to ask or may want to make a video asking, or in between, the people who haven't made up their mind yet get booted as well. And at Nazi Web or NaziTube, they say, oh, come on over here. We won't censor you like that. You don't have to believe like we believe, but we won't censor you like that. And the next thing you know, they're watching more and more videos and becoming radicalized and picking up that belief. It happens all the time. There are pop lines to certain beliefs. And you have people that, especially imagine just, we use the Nazi thing because I can't use the election thing because I get banned. Imagine that you're on Facebook and you're not a Nazi, but you heard someone say that Jewish people run the world behind the scenes, they own the banks, they do Hollywood, blah, blah, blah. And you've never heard that before, or you've heard it, but you haven't given it much thought before. And then you make a post and say, I just heard, do Jewish people run everything? Is that something that's going on? Or are Jewish people running Hollywood and the banks and you know, controlling everything behind the scenes? Boom, banned. Instantly banned. So now you can think three things, I guess. You can think, oh, this must be true, and that's why they're banning this. Or, which is what the Nazis would have you believe. Or you can think, oh, that speech is dangerous, and that's why they banned it, which you're probably not going to think. Or you can think that you just fucked up. More than likely, you're going to think that Facebook mistreated you, that you were just asking a question. You were honestly asking a question. You don't believe, you're not a Nazi, you're not blah, blah, blah. But NaziTube says, hey, look, you don't have to be a Nazi to join NaziTube. You can just come over here and share your opinions. You can ask questions like that on NaziTube. You can hang out with us. You can post whatever you want. You don't have to be a Nazi. Just we're not going to censor your voice. The next thing you know, you're over on NaziTube asking the same questions, but getting a whole different set of answers. Not to mention the videos that pop up, the videos that are suggested, the stuff that you're watching now is all themed towards that. It's going to radicalize you. You're going to see it enough that you believe it, and when you believe it, you're going to join, and now you're away from anybody who can say, hey, look, they're manipulating this statistic, or they're showing this, or they're doing that. They're actually blowing this out of proportion. They're not being truthful about that. Here's what's actually happening. Yeah, this seems a little weird, but also you got to take into account this. And yes, the ADL was founded for a very strange reason, but also this, and this. You can't ban people away for seeking the truth and then expect them to find anything other than the shit you don't want them to find.
And we had to establish a beachhead. In Europe. MacArthur knew that over in the Pacific, we need to establish a beachhead on the islands of Japan. So it wasn't just we were going to defeat them by bombing campaigns and all this. We need to establish a physical beachhead.
I don't think Trump was as big a part of it as he was Trump's part in it. So he definitely played a part in it. Trump's part in it was he didn't want to lose votes, so he wouldn't come out and say, I'm not part of it, it doesn't exist. He's been asked straightforward several times, well, what's wrong with that? Oh, you're talking about people who are against child trafficking? What's wrong with that? That's when he should have said, look, I'm not a part of a movement. I don't know what this is. None of my administration are giving out, secret info. But yeah, of course we should stop human trafficking. So, in the face of, should I address this because it could get out of hand or dangerous, or should I sidestep the question to retain all my votes? He picked the votes. I don't think that he's on the boards posting. I don't think that he's leaking out information and telling someone to post it. I don't think that. He needs to distance himself, for sure.
Beachhead on the western plains of Europe, and Cherbourg was one of them, and there was other Omaha Beach, of the famous Omaha.
Oh yeah, Trump's not. I mean, if someone said I don't believe Trump coming back, that is not true. I mean, we have Biden and possibly more than likely Kamala before the 4 years are finished. We need to address with that and deal with that problem if that's not the belief system that you share. If what they plan on doing is not something you believe in, that's what you need to be working on. Not sitting on your couch, popping popcorn. It's popcorn day, watching the movie, pretending that he's a clone and that they're filming this in Castle Rock. That's a distraction, and it only helps their side. I think Trump will probably come out in 2024, and instead of running, I think he'll tease the idea of running, and then at the last minute, instead of running, he'll say, hey, I'm not going to run, but this guy right here, I've handpicked this guy. I've got this guy. A vote for him is a vote for me, and we'll see how that turns out.
Those were physical beachheads that we needed to establish in order to defeat Nazism in the 75, 80 years ago, right? So now we're in an information war, and we have an external enemy. China is clearly in the throes of our.
I don't think they address any more of
this informational beachhead organization country.
With Doug Billings, I want to tell you about 21st Century IEP and its founder, Dr. Kelly Holloway.
21st Century IEP.
Patent attorney. She's a technology analyst. He is led.
Yeah, he'll give an above and beyond endorsement. Like, it won't just be like, I endorse this guy, I give my endorsement. It'll be, vote for him. It's just like voting for me. Like, he'll be at all the rallies and blah, blah, blah. I think he'll push someone. I hope DeSantis runs. I kind of like the way DeSantis is doing stuff down in Florida. I hope he runs. He's been making a lot of waves, gaining a lot of popularity. I don't know if he will or not. And I think there might be some animosity between Trump and DeSantis. I'm not sure, but I personally think that.
Led and managed by partner-level attorneys working with technical experts, scientists, and engineers around the planet. Dr. Hollowell provides the full spectrum of IP-centered solutions. www.21st.
The right side.
Flynn. General Mike, capitalism. Before the break, I mentioned it.
Ted Krasinski.
In jest, of course, because liberals.
Reality, and you do it through prayer. You do it through those country. And
I'm thinking. I've thought about this a lot. I've batted the idea back and forth of running for office just to document the whole thing, to live stream it. I don't plan on winning, on holding office, but wouldn't it be cool to document the whole thing, like everything from the fundraising to the crowds to the live stream, every bit of it. I think that would be cool.
And they will always be that way because there's small businesses in terms of like landscapers as we move into the summer months, right? The landscapers of the world start to rise up again, and everybody needs somebody to come and do their landscaping, right?
That's true, Becky. I've thought that a lot too. There's got to be at least some of them. Some of them have to legitimately be left-leaning politically, and they're out here making the right look worse.
Right, and landscapers are a great example. Restaurants, small business restaurants, restaurant owners, truck drivers who have a small business who drive our mercury. Yeah, no, I 100% agree, 100%. And also, I do believe that God has been and is systematically being removed from every aspect of our growth as a nation. And the growth as a nation starts with understanding our own values and our own history. And then we do that with our children inside of our school systems. And so when we begin to see this removal,
it should be better now, I guess.
God principally from the essence of the dialogue and the discussion, the national discussion that we have. And one of the other aspects of what has happened is Congress, and people see this now, particularly in this Congress has become far too powerful. And so we the people need to stop complaining about the politicians, because we the people are the ones that put them into power. And so we need to, and this.
I don't think they address anymore.
Because essentially what is willing to participate in these endless, think very highly of him. I think he's a terrific guy.
Jerome Milley. Oh no, Kelly.
My website, Doug. The Oval Office, and the lights going out at 7:00 at the real.
Look at the Doug Billings painting he has. Look at this. That's him on a white horse. A bald eagle is landing upon his shoulders while he carries the Stars and Stripes, the Betsy Ross.
White House.
And apparently there's a meteor shower going on behind him, and that has set the ground ablaze.
Or that actors are playing Joe Biden because the real Joe Biden is dead. This is all nonsense, ladies and gentlemen. We have got to stop talking in these terms and in those ways. It's not the truth, and it's not godly to engage in non-truths. So stop it. Stop it. Stop it. The general was also very clear about one thing, and one thing above all: involvement. Involvement of we the people.
Hey, Beer Man, General Craving the Truth bought you 2 6-packs. Thank you very much for the tip. I appreciate it.
In this debacle, we've got to get involved at the local level, state, county legislatures, state and county Senate and Congress positions, the mayorships, the alderman positions, school boards. We've got to muster the strength to get involved and do this. The conservative movement of America has a lack of true leadership, and the true conservative movement in this country is not about ego. It's not about any person's show. It's not.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. This guy, his opinion is whatever falls out of Flynn's mouth. Okay? He was the one who his community was making the memes that said, hold the wine instead of hold the line. because General Flynn said don't give up your wine yet because he lost a bet. His community was the one doing that shit.
Not about any other person's personality. It's about the truth, and it's about the conservative message, which I'm convinced you all want to hear, and that we strive to provide you. So when you're over at DougBillings.us, I would appreciate you sponsoring the website, becoming a member, supporting us financially, and supporting the message that we bring you, the guests that we bring on. And when we are fortunate enough to meet each other at these events, whether it's in Dallas this coming weekend or in Branson, Missouri over the 4th of July holiday weekend, or if it's in Tampa or Anaheim, wherever these other conferences are taking place, I want to shake your hand and give you a hug and say thank you. And I mean that. And it's an honor and a blessing to be able to speak with you every day and to read your messages, to respond to as many of them as I can. You are a blessing to my family. You're a blessing to my friends. And we will see you in some form or fashion, whether it's here or in person. God willing, we will meet again on the right side with Doug Billings, ladies and gentlemen. So until that
God
time,
willing.
May God hold you. May God bless you. May God protect you.
Let's hop into the Frog News Network. So they had on Kirsten W. Is this it? No, that's from 19 minutes ago. Where did their video go? Did I not refresh this? Yeah, it's not refreshed. Never mind. Here's their big show with Gene Decode and Kirsten W. Okay? Now, as we're going and Kirsten does some of her intel drops, we're gonna cover some of those.
Got it. Okay. All right.
That blunt force trauma to the back of the throat.
Gene.
All right, it's Doug with the Frog News Network. We have Mike Penny on the show today.
Hey.
We have Kirsten W. on the show, and Gene Decode. Little technical difficulties, but he is on the telephone with us right now. Hi, Gene. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Can you hear him?
Yes, I can. First of all, Kirsten, I'd just like to thank you very much for all you do for us on our show. You're fantastic, and I just want to give you your dues. You really have been super to us. Gene, could you give us a little bit of your background and tell us what you do, where your bio a little bit, sir?
Absolutely. So, did about a little over 20 years in the U.S. Navy submarine force. Additionally,
nobody's in the house today. They skipped it.
Hey. All my life, I've never been a trust authority as truth. For me, truth is authority, and so through that, I really had my epiphany of things were really dark and evil on this planet in August of 1990. And then in 1992, I had a half-hour.
Yeah, the Kirsten and Gene and Scott McKay worship is a little strange. It's like having a celebrity on for them. You're exactly right. It's strange, like how far they go just because they got someone on that has more viewers than them. I don't know. It's weird.
So that really changed my life completely from that point on. That was a result of my martial arts. I put a sword in my knee, and so from that half hour of talking to God, it completely changed how I do everything. So now I'm here to try to help wake up the world to what's going on, and for them to take responsibility and step up and get rid of the deep state.
Can you hear him good, right?
Oh yeah, it's loud, clear.
Everything's great.
5x5.
Okay. Gene, you have a show for me tomorrow, okay?
He loves to stick that 5x5 in there any chance they get. Oh, it makes it sound cool and tactical.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll communicate with that separately, Kristen.
Okay, all right, got it. Okay.
So he tried to join the stream. He always has a picture of like I think it's a husky as his profile picture. He tried to join the stream, but apparently he was having technical difficulties.
All right, so I turned up the volume for you guys. Do you want my information?
I don't know if her shirt's getting lower and lower. If that's a good premise to get. I mean, she's appeared nude in 2 movies, so I think she's wore it out. That's all the grifter credit she's gonna get.
First, or do you want?
You can go first, Kirsten.
Oh, okay. Hold on just a second, guys. We had an interruption. We'll be right back to this. Let me do something right quick. Sorry, hold on. I wasn't prepared.
That be my Sonic the Hedgehog.
You bringing your Sonic the Hedgehog? Let me play your music. Ready?
I need to get on.
Oh, it seems that we have breaking news. Ollie, are you there? Can you hear us? Ollie.
Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night.
Sonic with the night news.
No, Sonic Hedgehog.
Sonic Hedgehog with the night news.
Yeah.
Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news.
Okay, talk to him. That's your turn to talk. Who'd you bring with you today?
Sonic Hedgehog.
Can you show him to him? Is that your favorite Sonic?
Yeah, Sonic Hedgehog. I told Sonic Hedgehog I gotta get on arrow. Don't tell how head. No, mommy can't.
She'll come. She can open a door. Close the door. She can open a door. All right, go ahead. Super Hedgehog, then what? What's your favorite hedgehog?
Shadow Hedgehog.
Shadow?
Shadow Hedgehog got back or a tongue. Got back or tongue down by it.
Oh.
Down by Shadow Hedgehog back like cool.
Okay.
Ah!
What else?
I thought she. Oh! Yeah. Little Shadow. Shadow. My favorite K-O-O.
Oh, yeah? That's your favorite character?
Yeah, Shadow. Shadow. It's her. Shadow. Shadow.
His favorite character?
Shadow?
Oh, Shadow.
Oh, I don't know that.
Shadow Hedgehog got back girl.
Oh, and got back together, Shadow and Shining?
No, Hedgehog.
Wait, Shadow. Oh, and Sonic got together? Sonic.
Shadow.
Sonic and Shadow got together.
Okay.
Yeah, and told Hedgehog called Shadow Shadow.
Oh.
I told Hedgehog with Shadow Hedgehog and Shadow got back girl. I told Hedgehog.
Okay.
It called Shadow Hedgehog.
That makes sense.
Shadow Hedgehog. And you told Dabba with Shadow Hedgehog back me. Shadow.
Oh.
Dabba.
Oh.
Shadow
So they got
Dabba.
together. Shadow and Sonic got together?
Yeah, I told Dabba. It called Dabba Shadow.
Okay.
Dabba Shadow.
I got you.
Yeah, a power real name.
Okay.
A real name.
Where did you go today? Where'd you go today?
Getting.
Grammys. And what'd you do?
I know.
You went swimming.
Yeah, I mean, went.
How would that go? Did you take your water balloons?
No, can you not give it?
I gave them to Mommy. What'd she do with them? Oh, she didn't take them? I thought she was taking them down to Grammys. Shiloh.
Yeah. No, Shadow. Shadow.
I think he's saying Shadow.
Shadow.
Shattuck.
Shadow.
Shattuck, okay.
Shadow. Don't buy.
Okay.
Shattuck. Shadow don't buy.
Okay.
Shadow don't. Shadow don't buy.
Okay.
Don't.
We understand.
Don't buy. No.
So no water balloons. And then, but you went swimming, right?
Yeah.
Can you swim good?
Yeah, about walking.
How good can you swim? How do you swim? You use your arms or your legs?
My way.
You use your legs? What do you do with your arms? You just hold them up?
No.
Oh, you paddle?
Yeah.
Flap them like a bird?
No, I did.
Oh, like
A water
in the water?
and my feet.
Oh.
Slide on it.
A slide?
The water slide.
You got a water slide?
No. Getting.
Grammy's got a water slide?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
I don't want wow. I got too scary for me.
It's too scary for you.
What hot? How what hot eye?
Yeah, we got 100 viewers on YouTube.
Don't want hot eye. What hot eye?
Okay, 100 eye.
Yeah. Why do you say what hot eye mean?
That's
what
100 people watching. That I means people watching.
What hot people?
You didn't tell them what your name was.
And I mean I knew.
Oh, okay.
Hat with. Let me tell you. What hot eye know me say? Oh.
Oh, okay. Alright. Well, tell everybody that you love them.
Will you buy?
Say Ollie with
Shall I cut my feet hole so I got hole?
Oh, sorry you gotta go. Your feet hurt.
That 100 got by got me too hard. Oh.
Okay, say love you, bye.
Will you buy?
What's your name?
I mean I knew.
Bye, buddy.
What?
Have a good night.
Why you have
Numbers.
Yeah.
That's the keyboard. It's got everything on there, buddy.
All right. Now, hold on just a second. We're going to do the other one.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome to Game Train. Oh. So, this is the 4th episode of Nostalgia Week. But I have a surprise for you. I actually lied to you. There was not 4 episodes. There's a secret 5th episode for the secret 5th game. Now, I will not tell you the game. I will give subtle hints at the end to what it is. Okay, so, and you might find what it's related to in this video and what we're talking about. But what we are talking about is old viral video games that became popular off YouTubers and all that stuff. It might come back from one YouTuber like Minecraft, or it might come back from Medi, or it might just blow up on release. Okay. So, the first one, we're going to talk about Five Nights at Freddy's. Now, Five Nights at Freddy's 1, I have no idea why this blew up like too much. I feel like the first game, it didn't deserve its glory. The first game was kind of boring. Yeah, it did have good elements, but it was kind of boring. Now, the later games were good, like FNAF 4, I understand it. It was, like, really cool. Like, the Nightmare animatronics and hearing the animatronics breathe. So YouTubers had to turn up all their volume. This mostly blew up to PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye, and Markiplier, probably. And that's most of the people. But the newest game they are dropping is Security Breach, which Security Breach looks really good. I think they're probably releasing it June 10th on the Summer Game Fest. Wait, when's June 10th? I think E3's maybe 2 days after Summer Game Fest. Summer Game Fest is basically mini E3 in June 10th, so I think it's 2 days before E3. But yeah, I think this game, I'll give this game series, let's see, I'll give it a 6 out of 10. It's not too good, but it's pretty fun. Next one. Now for one of the bigger ones, Bendy and the Ink Machine. Bendy and the Ink Machine was a game where you fight an ink demon who is named Bendy. After you, who wrote the cartoon, and then you left the Joey Drew Studios. Then Joey Drew invited you back to the studio. But then you find the ink demon there and the ink machine, which creates a bunch of different ink monsters, like an ink monster with the projector on its head. And all of these are themed after the cartoon characters you see, and they have the same voice actors as the characters. Well, except one. There's the one character Boris, who has the voice for Boris, but then there's a second one that was just a random dude, I think, and there was also a second Alice Angel. The first one was good, or no, the first one was bad. She had like a mutated face. That was the other voice actor who got canceled. So she turned into a bad monster, and then the monster you meet in chapter 4, the original Alice, is the good Alice, and that's at the end of chapter 4. So this is a little confusing. You only figure this out for 5 chapters. I think the 5th chapter is probably the coolest. You meet the ink demon, who I think in the cutscene was originally supposed to be, what's his name? Wait, yeah. Joey Drew was originally supposed to be Bendy, as like proven through the files and stuff. But it's like, what was it? Yeah. They cut it out. So it was probably what it was intended supposed to be. But you meet him, and then he turns into a giant Bendy instead this time. So now he's huge. And did you eat my gushers? That ain't my gushers. But the giant Bendy Bink Demon teleports through walls, but you can hide in these corners, and you need to get a record which you put to a giant machine, and then you plays the music that's called The End, which was when the show was canceled. So then you play it, and then the ink demon dies, and then at the end you go to Joey Drew's house. We don't know how we got here, but then we go up to him. He tells us he has something cool for us to see, and then we walk through a door, and guess what it shows us? It shows us the start of the game again. Bro, that's so cool. And then you get a projector. No, not a projector. It's like a little screen thing that you look through, and it shows like secret words, and you have the choice to look around in the previous chapters in the and like all the previous stuff to find secret messages and stuff, which show that you're stuck in a loop and other stuff. They are also making a new game called Bendy and the Dark Revival, which looks really good. I'll give this game a 9 out of 10. The only reason I took some points off is because Chapter 3 was really long and a big side quest mission where you just got a bunch of stuff. Now for this game, Happy Wheels. Happy Wheels is boring. I have nothing to say on this game. It's just a game where people make the same 5 levels and make 2,000 of them. The end. This game gets a 2 out of 10. I don't like it. That's the end of Happy Wheels. But now for Fortnite. I don't like this game that much. Well, like the gusher, someone said, yeah, I just opened up before I went here, and then I sat up on the couch, and then I saw Dad eating them. But for Fortnite, I was I was playing this a long time ago. I think I played in season 5, and now we're on chapter 2 of season 6. So we went through 10 chapters in the first. Wait, no, that we went through 10 seasons in one chapter, and now we're on the 6th season of the second chapter with a new map and all the updated stuff. I'll quickly go through all the stories. Nothing happened in season 1. Season 2, medieval theme, but nothing happened. Season 3, yeah. I think, no, this wasn't the one where the first event happened, but this had a space hero theme, and the story for this one was that superheroes were like being filmed, and they tried to think, oh, it was real, but it was just being filmed. This only happened in backgrounds. By the way, that's the entire story for this season. Bye-bye now for season 4. I forgot the theming of this season. But in the end, this was the first event. A rocket shot off and left a hole in the sky, supposedly trying to break the loop for the first time, the loop of the Battle Royale. We haven't broke it, and it's been 3 years. making small steps. Good job, everybody. But season 5... I don't remember anything happening. I even forgot the event. All I know was there was a fox skin and I got it, and that was on the Xbox One, and now our Xbox One broke down, so big sad. That's when I started playing. Actually, I started playing in season 4, and that was fun. Liam, did you check out Wipeout XL? No. There was some person who texted us, and he was asking about a game, and I didn't hear it. It was a motorcycle game where you raced around, and I was looking around for it, and I looked for it, and at first it brought up F-Zero, which I knew wasn't it because I played F-Zero, and I've never heard the song that was apparently in it. So I kept on looking, and there was a game called Wipeout XL, and I thought, yeah, that's probably it. So then we told them about it, but I never played it. I have played F-Zero though. F-Zero is fun. But okay, so we were on season 6. Season 6, Big Cube came to Island. I really enjoy your show. Quite the
talented family.
Quite the talented family.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for that tip. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
5 6-packs.
Yeah, thanks for the tip. Thanks. I hope you enjoy the show for even longer. But what was it? Okay, yeah. But season 6, Big Cube came to Island, then made Big Island. Last season, he fell into a lake, and then now he's a rising. And that's all. Season 7, the cube broke down, and now Big Frosty. The event was a guy called the Snow King, called the Blizzard on.
Somebody said you're supposed to check the app.
Oh, why?
I don't know. Apparently it does something. Go ahead. How many seasons are there?
There is 16 seasons, I think.
Are you going through all of them?
Yeah, I'm doing it really fast though. Season 7, Big Snow, Big Snow, Big Snow, Ice King go Big Snow. Season 8, Big Volcano, Prisoner Arise, and then he came back to the island. Okay, now there's a bunch of clans fighting, and that's all for this season. Season 9. Season 10, Big Mechs. Big Mechs bad, so they removed mechs, and now everything is turning into different series like Borderlands and Batman. Now for Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Season 1. Nothing happened here. It was just a basic season. Season 2. Alter and Ego, which is the funniest joke ever, were fighting, and I think Ego won, and they took all the Alter signs down. I think Alter was the bad team, and Ego was the the good team, and they won. Season 3, Aquaman came here, big lakes and stuff with big, like, Deadpool yachts and a Oreo rig. Yay. Season 4, I forgot what happened. No, Season 4 was Marvel season. Galactus trying to eat you, but then you stop Galactus with a bus that explodes in his mouth. Season 5, Sand and Bounty Hunters. But then the 0 Point explodes, and the Foundation who is like this big dude who I didn't explain who the 7 are, but 7 are bad people. They're big magical people. They're the people who launched the rocket, and in season 10 they launched a rocket which created a black hole, which brought us to chapter 2. But he's trying to stabilize the 0 Point, but then everything goes primal and sicko mode, and then now we're in season 6, which dinosaurs. Yes, dino go boo, and there's also animals, and you can also craft now. So they turned it into Minecraft, which Minecraft is our next game, fun game. Minecraft, it blew up in like 2010 or so, and people created videos from like 2010 to 2019. But then 2019, PewDiePie brought it back, which had this huge surge in people playing it and modding it, and it was a lot of fun, and I have a lot of fun. I give this game the first 10 out of 10 in the viral video games list, and that is all. I think I might make a sequel if I find others, and I'll also really quickly compose games that I think should have more of a spotlight. Number 1, Lethal League Blaze. I've played this for 5 hours already, and I bought it 2 days ago. This is such a fun baseball game, and one of the characters is literally a man with a candy as a head. His name is Candyman, and he uses a cane to hit the ball, and for a special he turns the ball into his head and teleports the ball through walls. And that's just a really fun game. Going Under. This is a really fun roguelike where you fight like Bill Gates at the end, and anything can be thrown, and you find a bunch of apps and stuff which make you have a giant rainbow car that helps you drive around, and just throw pots and cactuses. Really fun game. And that's the 2 games for what I think should be more like popular. There's much more, but that's the 2 I know right now. But next time we are covering one of the rarest games I own, and you'll have to see when it is next time. It's a type of game that was actually not an expansion, but a separate game to Minecraft. So you'll have to see that, guys, next time. Bye.
Wow. There's 157 seasons. I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you for hanging out with Liam. I'm back at the helm now. Let me turn back on the noise gates. So many seasons. Anyways. Thank you guys for hanging out with Liam. I appreciate it. Let me get the noise gates back on, and we'll be right back. We're back with the Froggets. Let's see, right now.
Then we'll get Gene to come in with some intel and then ask him some questions. That's okay.
Okay, so apparently it seems allegedly that Dr. Fauci is missing. Dr. Fauci has been missing since the end of February. His wife.
Okay, Dr. Fauci. Her first story is Dr. Fauci is missing, and his wife has bought a bunch of property. So, here we go. Let's see if we can find that story anywhere. If I pull it up over here, Liam says he's not played Breakout XL because it's on the original PlayStation.
And Black Desert.
He checked out Black Desert Online, but he hasn't been on the PC to play it yet. If you do little shorter segments instead of covering 5 video games, bud, you could talk to the chat for a while, okay? Just do 1 video game, then talk to the chat. Her story is Fauci is missing. Remember, I don't send him back here to answer questions or nothing. He just had a 30-minute segment. I think he's good. All right, Dr. Fauci's missing. So if we go over here to this website, I'm going to show you in a minute. Let's see what we got. Dr. Fauci preparing to flee the country. As reported previously, Fauci, certainly no pauper, has netted at least $9 million from COVID-19 V sales, and a substantial part of the illicitly earned income went towards the purchase of overseas properties. All 3 were purchased in his wife's name, Christine Grady, via Sotheby's International Realty Agency, which brokers transcontinental deals for the rich and powerful. Curiously, all 3 parcels were bought in the first quarter of 2021 after the news of his indictment began circulating among alternative news outlets. Sources involved, blah, blah, blah. Where are the appearing? He has stopped appearing places and has been missing since earlier in the year. He is no longer in his Northwest DC townhouse. Instead, he's been dark since February, according to our military sources. I wanted to see. It lists this article is really long, but it does list where he bought the things. Successfully absconds to a foreign country. Blah blah blah. The military will retrieve him. I don't see it right quick, but I'm not going to go through this whole article. Anyways, basically, the intel she's saying it comes directly from this website. And that's number 1. That is number 1.
Apparently, it seems allegedly that Dr. Fauci is missing. Dr. Fauci has been missing since the end of February. His wife has purchased homes in the UK, Panama, and Argentina.
There they are.
So they can't track him from the end of February. So when he does his interviews, he does it from a little room, but his apartment in DC is empty. So where is Dr. Fauci? Number 1, he knows he's going to have.
I told you my phone's not working. I don't know. Dad tried to call me earlier and send me a text message. I don't know what's wrong with it. I told you that earlier on the show. My phone's not working.
A warrant for his arrest. So I don't know what's going on there. And then we have information that's coming on Hillary Clinton. They say that Hillary Clinton has been going to a tribunal. Gene and I believe that she died 8 months ago. Correct, Gene?
Yes. For me, that would mean they're saying that so that at this time, when they release the footage of the tribunal, they could say it's during this time. So that's why they're putting the information on now.
Yeah, I think they're bringing something from the past forward. That's all they're doing. I know she.
So that's the same rumor that's always around. Hillary Clinton has probably been on trial, I don't know, 400 times in the last 4 years, at least. We have
Huma Abedin and John Podesta were arrested on Easter last year. We have Hillary, who died 8 months ago, and they said she was linked to the murder of Judge Antonin Scalia, suffocated at the Chibolo Creek Ranch in Shafter, Texas. And we have Robbie Mook, her assistant, that confirmed that I think we can make him go away. That would be, I think that would be, he's talking about Seth Rich. Okay, so she has an email with Huma Abedin, and she said that our dinner for
the proof is in my phone's not working. I don't know what you want me to do about it. I can't fix it while I'm on the show.
RS is Seth Rich flipped backwards. RS. So Seth Rich flipped backwards, and dinner means assassination. Okay. Wow. All right. So let's move on.
That's the same bullshit story.
John Brennan, as you know, if you know my intel, I did this huge show with.
Listen. Okay, she's gonna give her John Brennan intel. I'm going to read you an article right quick, okay? She's going to give you her John Brennan intel. I'm going to read you an article before she gives it, and you tell me if any of this sounds the least bit familiar when she gives her intel, okay? That's the way we're going to play this game. Military tribunal convicts John Brennan of murder and treason. After a brief yet terse tribunal that lasted only 3 hours and saw a bitter, resentful, and combative John Brennan battling Rear Admiral Darce E. Crandall, who presented the military's case on behalf of the U.S. Navy Judge Advocate General Corps. A 3-officer panel formed of 1 male and 2 females convicted the former CIA director of murder and treason and sentenced him to be hanged. At 10:30 a.m., military police escorted a handcuffed Brennan into Gitmo's South courtroom and seated him at the counsel table where his legal advocate, David H. Anderson of Howry LLP, awaited his arrival. From the moment Brennan entered the courtroom, he scowled menacingly at both Rear Admiral Crandall and 3 officers charged with weighing the merits of the case against him. His scrunched face and sour puss regarded them with what can be described only as hateful contempt. Rear Admiral Crandall wasted few words tying Brennan to multiple murders he had orchestrated while serving as Obama's CIA director between 2009 and 2013. The epic arguments began with Crandall producing a 2012 agency document that authorized the assassination of conservative publishing mogul Andrew Breitbart, who on March 1st, 2012, inexplicably dropped dead while walking home from a restaurant in Brentwood, California. The Los Angeles County Coroner's Office claimed that Breitbart died of a heart attack even though he had been in good health and had no family history of coronary artery disease. The document showed to the panel had Brennan's signature at the bottom of the page. Rear Admiral Crandall read from it aloud. Andrew Breitbart, publisher of Breitbart.com, has proved to be a domestic terrorist and a threat to national security per Section 215 of the Patriot Act. By order of BHO, Breitbart is to be considered a target of opportunity provided discretionary measures are used in carrying out agency transactions. At the request of Barack Hussein Obama, apparently you ordered Breitbart's murder. Rear Admiral Crandall, addressing Brennan directly. Brennan sprang to his feet and with unapologetic fury said, "I served my country as ordered. I admit nothing. I deny nothing. The only thing I see here is a bunch of pussies hiding behind Donald Trump. You're all cowards." His legal advocate, David H. Anderson, tried to silence him, but Brennan continued to rampage. "Any action I've ever taken was in the interest of national security and protecting this once great nation of ours from subversive threats. You're all too obtuse to understand that." This son of a bitch right here is written like a thriller novel or some shit. Following a brief recess, Rear Admiral Crandall, I don't know how to say the guy's name. I keep saying it different every time, introduced a witness for the prosecution, a former CIA spook named James Gaffer, who said he had murdered 5 law-abiding Americans, including Andrew Breitbart, while under Brennan's control. He told the panel he used a heart attack gun to kill Breitbart and other persons on Obama's infamous enemy list. I really hate they're dragging Breitbart through this because he did more for the conservative movement than a lot of people. So he used the heart attack gun on him. He described 2 types of weapons. One that fired an ice-encased poison bullet. The other, a more contemporary weapon, fired an ionized burst of highly concentrated microwave energy into a victim's body, causing in most cases immediate myocardial infarction. Gaffer testified he had used such a weapon on Breitbart. "And you were told by John Brennan to do this?" Rear Admiral Crandall asked him. "I was told. I was. He told me straight off the bat that he told me straight off that Breitbart was criminally culpable for exposing Anthony Weiner's sexting messages with an underage girl, for questioning Obama's nationality, for helping to expose that Michelle Obama is really a man. I was told to remove him with extreme prejudice," Gaffer said. "Did you kill other people at Brennan's request?" Rear Admiral Crandall asked. Gaffer admitted he had, naming specifically a journalist for Rolling Stone magazine, Michael Hastings, who in 2013 perished in a fatal car crash after revealing that he was working on a profile of Brennan for the magazine. His article highlighted Brennan's war on journalists who questioned the Obama's regime's drone strikes against American citizens both at home and abroad. Okay, that's about half the article I just read. That's about half the article that I just read. I'm not going to read it all because, I don't know, I'm tired of reading. And I know it's kind of boring. Just listen to me read. Now listen to her intel. Listen to her intel and tell me it's not word for fucking word this article. And this article, by the way, was published 2 days ago.
All right, so let's move on to John Brennan. John Brennan, as you know, if you know my intel, I did this huge show with Scott McKay this morning. He stole $700 million. He had his own company called TAC, and the reason how he got his job as the head of CIA was that he basically blackmailed Obama with his birth certificate, which my top intel guy came onto my show this morning, besides Gene, of course, of course.
Her top intel guy. And by the way, she means a WordPress website that claims to be the news.
George Nassif came on. He hacks the DNC server legally for the Department of Justice. And basically, he showed Obama's real birth certificate on my show this morning. And with Scott McKay, we had almost as many views as your show live. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so we have, okay, so I'm going to start reading and then you guys can comment, okay?
Okay.
All right. So I'm telling you, your channel is going to be huge. I can tell. And ever since I came on, 4,900 subscribers. Now, how many do you have? It's huge.
There's like 27,000 on each channel.
Huge. I've never seen a channel grow like this.
It's from God. It's not us. It's God doing this.
It's all good. The unmasking of the CIA's Brennan prior to deep state spying on Trump. Okay, so we have this. This is from May the 24th, 2021. And for the people that are really slow, that are giving me a hard time and saying I'm fake news, excuse me, but when you're arrested on April 6th last year, you sit in jail, that's not me saying it's fake news. When I say you're going to trial, which is a tribunal, that means you're just slow. So when you call me fake news, I'm saying you're really slow on the uptake. So
listen, this. She just reads the article I just read.
Since April last year, okay? Sometimes it gets longer to get to your case, okay? So we have a brief yet terse tribunal that lasted 3 hours saw a bitter, resentful, and combative John Brennan battling
word for word,
Crandall, who presented the military's case on behalf of U.S. Judge Advocate General Corps. A 3-panel formed of 1 male and 2 females convicted the former CIA director of murder and treason and sentenced him to be hanged. At 10:30 a.m., military police escorted handcuffed Brennan to Gitmo South courtroom and seated him with the counsel table with his legal advocate, David H. Anderson of Howry LLP, awaited his arrival. From the moment Brennan entered the courtroom, he scowled menacingly at both the Rear Admiral Crandall and his 3 officers charged weighing the merits of his case. Rear Admiral Crandall wasted no words tying Brennan to multiple murders he had orchestrated, besides the drone murders, of course, of the children. While serving as Obama CIA director between 2009 and 2013, the epic arguments began when Crandall produced a 2012 agency document that authorized assassination of conservative publishing mogul Andrew Breitbart, who on March the 1st, 2012, inexplicably dropped dead while walking home from a restaurant in Brentwood. The Los Angeles coroner's office claimed Breitbart died of a heart attack, even though he has been in good health and had no family history of coronary heart disease. The document shown to panel had Brennan's signature on the bottom of the page. Rear Admiral Crandall read, Breitbart, publisher of Breitbart.com, has proved to be a domestic terrorist and a threat to national security, and you know he's not. By the Patriot Act, okay, so here we go. This is the murderer. He committed 5 murders for John Brennan. I'm sure there's way more. Following the brief recess, Rear Admiral Crandall introduced witness for prosecution, a former CIA spook named James Gaeffer, Gaeffer, who said he had murdered 5 law-abiding citizens, including Andrew Breitbart, while under Brennan's control. He had told the panel he had used a heart attack gun to kill Breitbart and other persons on Obama's infamous enemies list. He described 2 types of weapons: the old ice case poison bullet, that one that you shoot to your brain and to your heart, that gives you a brain hemorrhage or heart attack, now the new one fired an ionized burst of highly concentrated microwave energy into the victim's body, causing, in most cases, an immediate myocardial infarction, heart attack. Gaeffer testified he had used such a weapon on Breitbart. And you were told to do this by John Brennan. Rear Admiral asked him. I was. He told me straight off that Breitbart was criminally culpable for exposing Anthony Weiner's sexting text with an underage girl, for questioning Obama's nationality, for helping to expose Michelle Obama as really a man, Michael von Robinson, and I was told to remove him with extreme prejudice. Did you kill other people at Brennan's request? Admiral Crandall asked. Gayfer admitted he had named specifically a journalist for Rolling Stone magazine, Michael Hastings, who had perished in 2013 in a fatal car crash. After revealing that he was working on a profile of Brennan for the magazine, his article highlighted Brennan's war on journalists who questions Obama's regime drone strikes against American citizens, both at home and abroad. All the circumstances surrounding his death were initially considered suspicious.
Wow.
Like the murder of and there was an explosion, so it wasn't really a car crash.
Her intel.
So basically, this is like that.
Her intel
the boyfriend of
is just a website she found, and it's WordPress.
Exploded in Georgia. That's the same thing.
It's not. It's not even like a legit site. It still has the WordPress logo in the top. Look.
Rear Admiral Crandall asked
That's the stock logo for a WordPress site.
When he'd be. It was all quite simple. Gayfer said, I killed others at his bidding. I know other agency personnel who killed good people because Brennan wanted them dead. This guy's most probably MK Ultra. I regret what I've done, but what good it's worth. Yes, I am too. I'm guilty. Brennan leapt to his feet and shaking his handcuffed hand in the air. I say again, my actions were taken for the betterment of the country against people trying to destroy and weaken it. You want to convict me of the following unlawful orders that help to protect this nation, then do it. Everything I did. I'll do it again. You're all a group of cowards. I spit on you. Brennan said, spat on the floor. The only true leaders of this country in the 30 years were William Clinton.
He spat on the floor.
And Barack Obama, the HIV positive for over 20 years, as we know. Everything else was a farce. What sentence to sentence me to death? Do it. Do it now. I'm not afraid to die. I'm proud I've served this country the way I have. Brennan said. What a freak. Okay.
Wow.
So, yeah, there we go.
Some good intel. That's some good intel, Kirsten. I'm glad your intel guy called you and told you this. Gave you the scoop. The exclusive, huh? And gave you the exclusive so you could push through this and bring it on the Froggett Show. Who the fuck says I spit on you and then spits on the ground? The fuck? That's unrealistic enough to make me doubt the whole story.
That's some great bombs you're dropping right there, Kirsten.
Yeah. So let's hear from Gene.
So yeah, the information I have, you probably already know, but two generals, the general for the Army and the general for the National Guard, when they were going to move forward in the Pentagon, talking about exactly what the plan was to move forward to the Republic and our duly elected President Trump. Those two generals stated they stand by the Constitution and the duly elected President Joe Biden. So,
one is General Milley,
yeah.
Milley, and General is it Hastings? Hastings.
Yeah, something like a Hastings.
Yeah. And add that to corrupt General McChrystal, corrupt General Jim Jones, corrupt General. I mean, there's so many. It's unreal.
So then what happened was General, I think it's Admiral Richardson, stated that we knew you were going to do that, and they had opened the door, and U.S. Marines came in, put them in cuffs, read them their rights, that they're going to be sent to Gitmo for trial for sedition and treason against the Republic of the United States. And now they're moving forward with that restoration. Since those two, the people below them have moved up and are now the generals in charge of those branches of the military. So
that's what happened. Sure.
And then additionally, of course, everybody knows the situation with the jab.
What website did you get yours from, Gene?
And that's ongoing. Continuing, America's frontline doctors have come out with a suit to stop the jab being given to children. There's a lot of information coming out on protocols that will deal with the situation. I have a lot of those that are tucked away on Rick's site, Blessed to Teach, on his backstage, that helps with that if people are interested in regarding that. And then additionally, there was a group.
That's we literally just busted her live on air. If you don't know what that website is, we've read from it before, and someone, I haven't been there in a while, somebody reminded me of it in my Discord. It was Jay High Ashbury. Yeah, it's we read it before, probably a few months ago. It's got all the tribunal trials and news and updates and arrests and lists, and it listed. It's the site that listed like out of the representatives, I think it said like 93 out of the 100 representatives were all being charged with treason and being arrested or whatever. It's called Real Raw News. Real Raw News is the name of the website.
That had helped. All the U.S. dumps had been taken by the alliance, except they had a group that helped them, which was called Ashtar Command. And
I'm gonna put this on the Grift Busters.
U.S. from the underground.
Oh, by the way, a week from yesterday is the new Grift Busters. A week from yesterday, and I think it's like 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I might have to check that, but I think it's like 3 p.m. I can't remember. It's early as fuck for me.
Mexico and off continent through the Maglev and the Atlantic and the Pacific. That group, which had locked down 22% of the U.S. dumps, turned on the alliance, locked them down.
He's claiming that a group that had been working with the alliance has now turned on the alliance and took dumps back over. So now they're going to have to go re-clear these dumps. Listen.
Which was called Ashtar Command. And had helped. All the U.S. dumps had been taken by the alliance, except
all the U.S. dumps have been taken by the alliance, except
they had a group that helped them, which was called Ashtar Command.
Except Ashtar Command helped them take the dumps over. But Ashtar Command has since turned to the cabal. They couldn't resist, and here they are. Is Real Raw News legit? Absolutely not. It's a fucking WordPress site. It's someone's blog. It's as legit as if I posted secret intel on cultclub.com. We probably have the same hosting company.
And once they had isolated the U.S. from the underground tunnels coming in from Canada and Mexico and off continent through the Maglevs and the Atlantic and the Pacific, that group, which had locked down 22% of the U.S. dumps, turned on the alliance, locked them down, and started human trafficking again through them. So now
the group that they hired to help them clear the dumps, because our military is nowhere near big enough, we had to hire a private contractor to help us clear the dumps. They turned on us. They controlled 22% of all U.S. dumps. And from those dumps, they opened them back up and said, meat's back on the market, boys. We're a-trafficking.
You'll be likely seeing, and I've already seen some in Nevada and also in Oklahoma, where they're in the Ridgecrest system again, where the alliance is having to retake those dumps. So kind of stopping the rest of the world on hold, with the exception of dumps in Italy and Turkey that the alliance is working on right now.
What idiots.
They're taking those, but the one in near Mina, Nevada, you can actually see on Facebook.
You can tell by the way this is written that this is not true. Listen, this is a story she's going to bring up in a minute. Navy SEALs storm Gates, Wyoming ranch. Less than 2 weeks after Bill and Melinda Gates call it quits, U.S. Navy SEALs stormed a Gates-owned property in northwest Wyoming and clashed with security forces Gates had hired to protect the 492-acre ranch. The U.S. military approved the raid after Gates' estranged wife, Melinda, contacted Donald J. Trump with news that Bill, whom she called a psychopathic evil genius, had visited Epstein Island 24 times between 1997 and 2017. So now his wife of 40 years has turned state's witness for Trump. On Epstein's advice, had spent $36 million to excavate his own subterranean child dungeon beneath Irma Lake Lodge. A confidential source involved in Trump's deep state war told Real Raw News that Gates' friendship with the convicted pedo guy was the catalyst for Bill and Melinda's divorce. Melinda had long been aware of Bill's philandering with both adult and underage women and had remained silent to protect her financial interest in the marriage. She reportedly told Trump that Bill and Epi made frequent weekend getaways to Irma Lake Lodge. Although she admitted she had not personally seen the subterranean complex, she had paperwork and receipts proving its existence. He told me to pretend I was an underage frightened schoolgirl and to pretend he was a maniacal genius who liked to play with young girls, Melinda said. For him, it was role play, but it really wasn't, because he is exactly what he pretended to be. Like, they can't know all sides of the story. And these confidential fucking speaking between Trump and Melinda, how would they oh God. On May 14th, Trump spoke to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and asked the U.S. military to confirm the existence of an alleged underground complex. To carry out this task, the military employed two techniques. First, a synthetic aperture radar satellite scanned Irma Lake Lodge. Second, a UAV fitted with ground-penetrating radar made several high-altitude passes over the property. While neither technique was able to concretely gauge the size and depth of the underground dungeon, both proved massive excavation had taken place where Melinda Gates said it did. It was enough for the military to act on. They didn't want to just bomb the place because they didn't know if kids were still down there, so they opted to send a SEAL team, the same ones who raided Biden's compound and got those kids off the boat, our source said. So they're burning this one SEAL team up. In the pre-dawn hours of May 17th, Navy SEALs launched. By the way, it's not the way that works. So SEAL teams are for an area. Like they have an area of coverage. Unless we're in an active war and we need multiple teams, they got a coverage area. They're the same ones that operate in the Suez Canal would not operate on CONUS, like U.S. soil or Canada or South America. In the pre-dawn hours of May 17th, Navy SEALs launched a tactical assault on Irma Lake Lodge, meeting resistance shortly after they breached the property and crept toward the underground lair. Gates security personnel dressed in paramilitary gear and armed with automatic weapons detected the intrusion and opened fire on the SEALs. The SEALs returned fire in what turned out to be a 15-minute firefight in which one SEAL and 8 enemy combatants, Bill Gates' special forces of his own, 8 of them died, and one of our SEALs died, apparently. Now they're dragging fallen soldiers back into it. Having suppressed Gates' security, the SEALs found a trap door hidden beneath piles of hay in the horse stable. See how crazy this is? There's no way a news outlet would have these details. The door concealed a steel platform and an elevator of sorts that descended 300 feet below the ground and opened into a hewn chamber of 150 feet in diameter and with tunnels branching off in several directions. The SEALs, one source said, spent hours scouring the tunnels for signs of life, but no children were found. However, the operation was not in vain, as they did uncover a that's a typo, of a young girl's bedroom with a pink platform bed or pink frame platform bed, stuffed animals, and racks of child-sized clothing. Moreover, 3 DSLRs on tripods had been aimed to video whoever had lain on the bed. At least one camera, one SD card. So you need to remember Special Forces, Bill Gates in Wyoming, 1 SEAL down, 8 of Bill Gates' security down, and the little girl stuff, and 1 SD card. The SEALs, one source added, seized the cameras before exfiltrating the compound. In closing, our source said he believes but cannot confirm the military has infiltrated other properties owned by Gates. Okay, that's the Bill Gates story. Now listen for that one to come up.
Facebook, somebody posted a video with the
that's not news. That's not how you spit. That's not how you do news.
Where they're bombarding and they're shooting back, and ships were trying to get out. You can see in Mena, Nevada, if you go to the USGS site, negative value earthquakes, which means what I call airquakes, like one's 1.94 kilometers up. In other words, a ship trying to get out in stealth mode that they blew up. You can see it in that video on Facebook where it's trying to get. You can see a huge explosion up in the air of light through the plasma weapon. Finally got through its shields of the Alliance.
Oh, I've got that story too. Just wait, Kathy. She's on house arrest. I've got it.
Additionally,
the same story she uses.
That ship is still sitting in a freshwater lake, and they're continuing to go through every single container. Wow. It's currently scheduled to be released and hit port in Rotterdam on May 31st. But while that was jackknifed in the Suez Canal, they searched 29 other ships and got off the same kind of things they got off the Ever Given, weapons of mass destruction, nuclear weapons that were bound for Turkey to be used in Turkey, Israel, and Saudi Arabia to start World War III as per...
Isn't it weird that they claim that all these people have already been killed and we're dealing with their clones, but also their clones perform the same devious sexual acts as the original people, but we control the clones? Like, is that not strange? Okay, let's say this mythical human, we'll call him Bob. And Bob's a horrible, horrible, horrible Democrat. So, I'm going to take him down to Gitmo. I'm going to have him taken care of. And then I'm going to make a clone of him. but I don't want people to catch on that it's a clone. So I'm also going to make his clone a pedo and then just turn him loose so I can convict him later to show everybody what he did. Makes sense. Doesn't that kind of make you the guy that's doing the pedo stuff because you're forcing a clone to do it? Like, it is...
Albert Pike's plan to get the world into the New World Order would be in World War III that started in the Middle East and spread across the world as
Good, Kathy. I need some legal defense. They're trying to sue me.
actually Armageddon. And then now, after searching those other 29 ships, which they also got oxygenic weapons that were meant to eradicate all mammalian and bird life on the Earth so they could go in their dumbs and wait it out and then reseed everything with the seed banks, the gates that set up in Norway and Alaska and other various locations. Now the U.S. Special Forces is searching every single Evergreen and Maersk shipping line, which are the big two. All of them do some stuff, and I have people that work at Port Authority as well as longshoremen that have known about this human trafficking and stuff, but they can't say anything. They've seen it, especially even down, not just in the containers, but down in what they call deck 6 and down in the big container vessels. They've seen children and people down there too in the lower decks, but they can't say anything because they threaten their families and them.
Is there anywhere they haven't sent a SEAL team? Yeah, probably to the zoo to see actual SEALs. It's some type of inception. If you send a SEAL team to meet a trained team of SEALs, they freak out and nothing gets done. It's very strange.
Have been unable to say anything, but they're telling the Alliance what's going on now. And so all of the Maersk and Evergreen ships are being searched before they leave port and when they return to port. Additionally, there's now random searches at sea in which they're continuing to get the same kind of things they got off the Evergreen off of them. For the Evergreen,
I'll be right back. I'm going to look at some of these other articles while he talks.
Netherlands coordinator put together an amazing bunch of information about the Amsterdam and Rotterdam situation. When those big ships, the only port they can pull into in most of North America, Northern Europe is.
Oh, there's the one she just read earlier. Hold on. The one that she was reading about, where she said a lot of people say that Hillary Clinton's on trial right now, and Uma Abedin, all that shit's right here. Hillary Clinton peddled them herself. She had blah, blah, blah. Guilty verdict. Clinton stayed silent. Uma Abedin. RS, which backwards is Seth Rich. I mean, stupid shit.
Is Rotterdam because they're so big and the draft is so deep because they're carrying over 20,000 containers. Is Rotterdam. And that's
why do they think we're so dumb we can't search it? Like, this shit even pops up on Google if you're lucky.
Automatically with no human assistance at all. And for Evergreen, they're shipped directly to their destination with no intermediary point, which means that they don't go and get checked at all. Like all the other companies that have to go through intermediary points where the containers are checked. For Evergreen, they haven't been being checked. And
Liz Cheney,
has fences, 2 fences.
Podesta.
One fence, the fence points out, the barbed wire on top. The other one, the fence points in. Fully automated port, why do you need fences pointing in? It's kind of obvious that you're concerned about product getting out of the containers and getting away from you, because to go.
The only reason we don't have the video of the finishing of Hillary Clinton by rope, if you know what I mean, is because Giuliani had it and he was supposed to distribute it to us. And when they raided his house, apparently they seized the video, is what the latest bit of intel here says.
Go into that facility that's fully automated. There's only a 2-lane road, 1 lane in, 1 lane out, in other words, and they check everything. They check you have to wait while they check your ID, your plates, everything, and there's only the security personnel that are in there. There's nobody else in there, so why would you have to have that fencing like that? So that's pretty much my major updates right now.
Oh, wow. So let me fill in some blanks on what Gene said.
Here we go.
Lines are the Dutch ships, I think he's talking about. Maglev trains are the magnetic trains. We have John Brennan is supposed to be hanged till he's
wilding out.
And a week before that, we have John Podesta, who was arrested on Easter, supposed to be facing a firing squad. I just dropped.
Now she's knocking shit over.
Basically, and yes, so it's a lot going on.
Christian, I wanted to ask you about Juan Saban.
By the family, the House of Orange, which currently now is the top of the cabal, because the original cabal top surrendered. So the family Orange now is what they call Lord Matria, the top.
I think, Kathy, it was just like an empty threat. they told me that they were going to sue me for calling them out. They both identify as public figures, and then they said that me talking about them and calling them liars and shit was slander, I guess.
Person in that fills that position, which is the direct go-to for Lucifer on Earth, for a human-like.
Mariah, try to call my phone now and see if it's working. I tried to restart it.
Like is about the operative term here, representative to rule the Earth. So it's currently now out of Netherlands and their royal family, which is the House of Orange.
Okay.
So there's plans to take all of that down. Is that correct?
Yeah, Netherlands essentially the whole thing. A majority of it is.
Yeah. I don't think I was kind of making a joke. I don't think either one of them would do it. But one of them is a millionaire. So like even though it'd be frivolous and stupid, he does have money to burn. So I don't know. I think he's got other things to concentrate on. I honestly don't think a lawyer in his right mind would pick it up, or her right mind would pick it up, because literally they're public figures. And the thing he's most upset about, I raised the question. I said, "Did you take a PPP loan? Why don't you call me and we can talk about that?" That I literally asked a question, and he's claiming it's slander.
Reclaimed from the sea, and the entire thing. It's hard to do the dump deeper there because the whole country is a dump, essentially, just tunnels and dumps and stuff everywhere. And so they're just planning on taking it all down. But there's like colleges and hotels and museums and all kinds of stuff that are just entrances down into the underground areas. So they have cleaned out the majority of the worst of the Netherlands, which is the Hague.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy.
Right. Okay, cool.
I wanted to ask Kirsten about Juan.
I told him the same thing in an email.
Tell us about
good luck proving it.
Well, one of my friends in Texas wanted him to do my show a long time ago.
Okay.
And I know that his real name is Wayne Wilcott. He lives on his ship.
She says Wayne Wilcox. His name is actually Wayne Willett. Wayne Willett. And he does live on a ship in the Puget Sound or whatever. Why does my mic keep going down? What is going? Why is it doing that itself? Anyways, he lives on a ship in the Puget Sound. Wayne Willett.
Wealthy. He lives on his boat on the Puget Sound. He used to go by Mr. W, and he led many to believe that he was JFK Jr. Never denied it, but he's kind of shorter and a little.
I don't know. It's turning itself.
And,
oh no, it's on this control. Okay.
That live in Washington State say
I didn't even know this was working.
To inject himself into the Trump thing, but he's not part of that group.
Thank you. I just want to get that straightened out.
Look at Mike's face. Look at that face.
I thought he was.
Look at Mike's face. Look at Mike's face. Mike likes 107.
Live in Washington State say that he always tries to inject himself into the Trump thing, but he's not part of that group.
Thank you. I just want to get that straightened out.
Mike's asleep. He hasn't been breathing deeply this show.
Look at that face.
By the way, the last episode they did before this, someone in the chat said, "Can we get more?" I forget how they phrased it, but it said, "Can we get more heavy breathing into the microphone?" And they're like, "Yeah, you can. What we don't tell you is we've been doing this for 6 months straight, 6 days a week, and we're tired. And you can support us by making a donation. The links are in the description."
I thought he was all this information anyway.
Okay.
Well, I think that the last two.
Oh, I didn't know that, Kathy. Thank you.
Heard him on. It led me more and more to believe. Where I picked him up was with Phil McConnell in the beginning.
Yeah, it's not ringing over here though. I don't know. I'll fix it later.
Back in 2017, when Field was doing his radio show.
Yeah.
And that's where I picked one up, and the one that we hear now is far from the one that we were hearing then. You know what I'm saying? And so there's something is definitely there. What it is, I can't put my finger on. And we'll soon find out, I'm sure.
Well, that's the information I have. So
that's good information, I think.
He's trying to call me one time, and I'm like, I don't know, I don't know. Do you have time to get off your ship, your boat on the Puget Sound in Washington State to do the interview? But I don't know. So that's all I have. Yeah. Basically, he says a lot. He doesn't really give you very much. He says stuff that's mostly general knowledge. We that study the Bible, I'm second generation Seventh-day Adventist, so I'm a Bible, studier. So
She's a Bible studier.
He doesn't really give you any intel, really.
Quite the Bible studier.
Than he does. Real direct intel.
I would agree. Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I have a question for Gene, Kirsten.
Yeah.
Gene, do you believe we have a dual presidency now? And there's actually
we're sitting in the exact same situation that we did in the beginning of the Civil War. The only difference is that now the duly elected and true head of the U.S. Republic for these United States.
Oh, what's Gene's secret identity? I don't think I've ever looked up Gene.
Of America is in the South, at Florida, and the
Let's Google it.
The artificial one for the corporation is in Little Gitmo, I call it, known as District of Criminals, DC.
I'm going to answer a question. Yes, Bill Gates's ranch in Wyoming got raided.
There's the story.
That they couldn't find any children, but they found a pink platform bed with children's clothes on it. There was a child dungeon underneath.
Yeah, and there was a room where they had a bed with video cameras, or 3 video cameras. Yeah. One of the video cameras, the SEALs that charged that compound, there was a battle in which one SEAL lost his life, and their security for that compound lost theirs.
There were 8.
You're in stream. Oh, you want to come on the show?
8 that were eight of Gates's people were taken down.
Right. No. Exactly. And then
see, we didn't even compare our intel, and we're agreeing. There we go.
When you get it agreeing, you're right over target.
But one of the cameras in there did have its SIM card still in place, and they're going to.
Oh, one of ours died, 8 of theirs, and one of the cameras still had a SIM card in it. Strange, how all of your intel from your secret sources is being published on a website.
Be going through that, so I'm sure that has some disgusting details in there about what William was, Billy was doing.
And I have to say that Mr. Fauci, or Dr. Fauci, that created diseases for the last 40 years, if you read my book, which has now disappeared into thin air. My book, Intel Drops.
Hey, thank you, Kathy. I appreciate it.
6 days at number 1. It was number.
I don't know. I knew enough to know that I hadn't done anything wrong, so I just kind of bluffed with them. But it's not even a bluff. I just told him, like, you'll never win a case of slander for me asking a question. Not to mention, from what I think I know about slander, is if you're a public figure, it's a different level to prove slander, or else, like, no one could ever write negative articles about famous people or blah 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 because it hurts their business. One, this isn't their business or their income or whatever. But 2, once they self-identify as public figures, like, doesn't that put them at a higher level to do this shit? So I pushed that motive or that narrative, and then no one ever came back to me. They just said they'd be watching me.
Number 1 on 3 different whatever
grab StreamYard.
Not platforms, but 3 different subject matters. It's completely disappeared into thin air. It's gone. 150 pages of intel gone, because I had the sources and the exact emails from the sources. My Chinese intel person gone. I mean, does Amazon make your books just suddenly disappear? They're creating a Streisand effect. Everyone's going to be looking for that book, and I'm going to have to upload it again on probably Barnes.
They took down her book. Someone reported her book, and they took it down. Gene has a few warrants. If you find him, they will pay a reward. I would love to know who Gene actually is. I might start trying to reach out to him.
Barnes and Noble. What is that? Barnes and Noble. Yeah,
Barnes and Noble.
They took down the number 1 selling book, and it's gone. And I revised it a couple times and added stuff to it, and that's when they took it down. I don't know what's going on. Maybe my writer, what do you call that?
Can get shit to work now.
When the writer, whatever. The editor. My editor took it down, but I haven't been able to contact him either. Yeah.
Wow, so, that's crazy.
It's probably just Intel. Look for Intel Drops. I'm gonna drop it sometime soon.
Yeah, it's the same place my Facebook page.
I want to respond to Amy. What's her name? You know me.
So this is where I don't know what the fuck. I'm trying to load up StreamYard if it freezes, but anyways, this is where they start calling out the actual audience. So they start calling out people in the audience that don't agree with them or that say something like a snide comment or whatever, she starts personally calling people out. I want to address such and such. I want to address Tim. He said I'm Chinese. I'm actually from Hong Kong, Taiwan, whatever.
I'm straight to the point.
Go ahead.
Okay. 107 never says he was Intel, but 107 never corrected you when everyone was calling him JFK Jr. Yeah, the thing is, you need to learn something, people. You go for the Intel. Do not fall in love with a voice like Satan surfing. And who attacked Gene and I for a long time, okay? Gene is here, he can tell you that, and I protected Gene, okay? Don't go for the voice if they have a nice voice, or don't go for the personality. Go for the intel, okay? So don't fall in love and get all emotional. I really like that person. You've never met that person, you've never seen that person, okay? So don't attack if that person never appears on camera, and you can attack me because you see me all the time, but really, I'm just telling you the truth, okay? So that's just the bottom line. Yeah, it's people fall in love with the.
So she says that in her book, it was a #1 selling book. The way they get these #1 selling books, I figured it out. Once, Gene is Timothy Charles Homeseth. I've done a bunch of shows on Timothy Charles Homeseth. I didn't know that. I haven't looked into it, but that's the first time I've heard that. But did he rebrand himself, I guess, after everybody stopped trusting Timothy Charles Homeseth? I always say his full name because I think it's funny. He always says it. But yeah, I've been over his website. We've showed him. We've showed how he has a warrant out for his arrest. Oh, that's funny. Thank you for telling me that. I'll check into that and try to find some research. I've reached out to Timothy Charles Homeseth a few times, and I just had to do a show on the one time he responded. But yeah, I remember everybody called him out all at once, and now he come back as Gene Decode. He claimed that he worked for the Pentagon as the official press liaison for the Pentagon Pedo Task Force. And while he was working this government job as the only press liaison for the PPT, he also had to moonlight as a pizza delivery driver. The government jobs are really paying these days, I guess.
The personality, and they really don't like mine because I'm abrupt and to the point, because I have attention deficit and dyslexia. So that's all I have to say.
He also lost custody of his son.
I'm more in line. Yeah, I definitely wanted to know, obviously there's still a lot of work to do with the cabal, but how much of it is going to wait until after we return our rightful, lawful president to his position, the 19th president of the republic? And do you think about how long do you think it's going to take, Gene?
Oh, by the way, I'm not from China. Let me correct one person because
she's calling out the chat again. She's calling out the chat again. I just got to correct one person because they're wrong. This is wrong intel. Wrong intel. Bad intel.
I'm not a shy com. I'm not from China, okay? I'm from Singapore. It's a British colony. I'm watching your comments. So let me correct you. I am from Singapore. It's a British colony. Alan Krabs, you need to be taken out because you are disinformation. I am from Singapore. I'm a Singaporean, okay? That's a British colony. Get a clue, okay? I'm tired of the disinformation. I am not a shy com. I'm Chinese, but I'm from Singapore. Get it right, Alan Krabs. I suggest you take him out.
I'm trying to find him.
Yeah, he's right on top. Alan Krabs.
So my main information currently states that we're looking for the timeline we're currently on for late September, early October for the return of the Republic. And then in regards to continuing to do things, the alliance is continuing, with the redoing the dumbs in the U.S. and dumbs outside the U.S. as well as removing lots of the cabal, the uppers, a lot of names that people don't know that are actually above the pay shores is mostly gone. They're continuing with some of that up there. Most of the pay shores are gone now already. A lot of bishops and cardinals that are in this all over the world in this human trafficking and all of this is also being done through the natural court system. If you follow that system, you can see they're continuing with court cases and arresting people in regards to that, like they did Cardinal Pell and all that. That's also ongoing. So there's a lot of things going on still. And then what I'm being told is, possibly seeing Trump come back in on the Independence Day, but we'll have to wait and see on that.
What's the date of Independence Day? What's the date
July
of Independence
4th.
Wow.
I don't know if you caught this patriot just now, but Gene Decode said it's going to happen on Independence Day. And then she said, what's that date? What's the date of Independence Day? Patriots.
On the Independence Day, but we'll have to wait and see on that.
What's the date of Independence Day? What's the date of
July
Independence
4th.
Day? Wow.
We were here in August 15th.
You said July 2nd.
Yeah. That's actually, they changed it to that because that's a satanic holiday, so that we celebrate one of their satanic holidays. It was actually the day that occurred was actually historically July 2nd.
Hey, Gene, do you believe that? Go ahead, Mike.
No, go ahead.
Gene, do you believe that they will get rid of the buildings in D.C. like the Capitol, the White House, the Supreme Court? Do you think they'll be torn down?
I'd like them to see them, empty what things of value out of there and turn it back into the swamp it was originally for a bird sanctuary. It's a good deal.
I love it. Yeah.
That's what
Gene
we were thinking
Decodes
too.
is number one. Okay, I have to say, Gene and I have been working together for 2 years. Thank you to my friend Rick, blessed to teach, who introduced me to Gene. It's been a great experience, and yes, we've been together for 2 years and going strong, right, Gene?
Right.
2 years. That's about. So it's probably been 3 years since 2.5, 3 years since everybody come down on Homeseth. And a bunch of people made all their exposed videos and talked about how he had lied and faked a bunch of evidence. And him and Phil McConnell raised a bunch of money for a charity called Save the Kids or Save Our Kids or something like that. And it was a fraudulent charity. They had never registered. They never donated any of the money. All the donations apparently went into their pockets.
Big part of why now I am on interviews all over the world in many different countries, Australia and Europe and Canada, but it was Kirsten and Rick that first got me out there and put me out there. And I love Kirsten because I can go on there and I don't have to pull my punches. Like Rick, I understand he has an audience. He's trying to go to the newly red pill people that want a place to go to, a Christian place to go to get information. But on Kirsten, I don't have to pull my punches so much. So I really love going on her show and just opening it up and letting it roar. Kind of like, you have that real powerful engine. You like to open it up and let it roar.
Okay, I need to respond to Sharon Sharp. Kirsten, your behavior is embarrassing.
There's another person, Sharon Sharp. She said, Kirsten, your behavior is embarrassing. All the accusations and drama, you're making these two guys look bad, as if you could make these people look bad any more than they already do.
You have that real powerful engine. You like to open it up and let it roar.
Okay, I need to respond to Sharon Sharp.
I wanted to see I know she's going to read it, but I wanted to see the actual comment and see if she reads it all. Hold on to see if I can find it. They probably banned her because Kirsten didn't like her, or Kirsten didn't like her. I don't see a Sharon Sharp. Could have been on Facebook too, I guess.
Embarrassing. Another puritanical. Embarrassing the guys with your petty attacks and drama. Chill out. You know what, Sharon? You don't have to watch me. If you don't like my personality, I'm sorry, but I'm telling you the truth, and I don't really need this. So many puritanicals, they really hate me. If I do this, they start to freak out because they're like, "You're distracting me." I said, "What are you going to do when they impale you in the face and burn down your house if you get?"
Wait. Somebody just said. Gene Decode is Jared Rand. No such thing as med beds. Rescue the children. Oh, that's Jen O'Craven the Truth. It's one of our fans. Bye-bye, Sharon. Everybody in chat saying bye, Sharon. Bye-bye, Sharon. Bye, Sharon. No ice cream for you. Go back to mommy's basement, Sharon.
Distracted by this. Let me do this for you, you puritanicals. Give me a break. I'm tired. 5 years of this crap. Bull crap. It's a whole generation besides the millennials that really
now they're going to give Kirsten some advice.
Attacking, okay? And I'm fighting in the trenches for you, and you're critiquing me, attacking me. Give me a break. I can't wait for Kirsten to say more stupid shit. So she's so cool. Alan Emerson, another puritanical. Oh my gosh!
Because she's been hanging out with Scott.
Easier, but there's a lot. There's a lot.
Chris,
I wouldn't let the,
don't let the. First off, you don't have to apologize for being.
Yeah, Phil McConnell's still in jail. No, he's out of jail. He's got a new show.
Being yourself. Always, anybody and everybody is.
I'm pretty sure someone was showing a clip of him the other day.
The puritanical, they always find their way out.
Yep.
I wouldn't worry about too much what people think in the chat. We have a lot of people that 99%.
Hey, that's a good point, Stacey. I brought that up in my email. The fact that they come out and say that I'm slandering them, and they're literally running around claiming people have been executed and they're spies, and the reason they've been charged is because they're pedo guys and blah blah blah. And this person doesn't agree with me. Obviously, they touch kids. They're showing the film Fall of the Cabal. You know all the accusations that are in the Fall of the Cabal stuff. Like, it's crazy.
None of them love us all. You can't live in the chat. I realize that. Here's what I've realized over time doing this as we've grown. The bigger you get, the more haters you're going to get. Haters bring 4 more people every time because the good people will defend you and tell more people about your show. That's how we got.
Let me try StreamYard on Chrome.
With a grain of salt, Kirsten. I'm just telling you now. If I worried about everybody in the chat,
I'm just telling you now. You better take this with a grain of salt, Kristen. I know that you're Chinese. Open your eyes wide and listen up, okay? If I worried about every person in my chat, Lord, I'd be worried all the time because we've got so many. You just need to sit back. I had my belly button removed.
They got me upset and went after him. I do like Scott. Go to mommy's basement. No ice cream for you tonight. And then they're gone.
I'm just like Scott.
You know what I mean? I'm serious.
Go back to mama now. I agree with you. I don't even pay attention anymore. I've had so many emails.
Oh my God. And I have to protect Gene when they attack him because Gene's really nice. I have to tell him, listen, if he said something, it made a little mistake. No one's perfect, and that's just the bottom line. Someone's got to do the correcting, and they really make up stuff as they go along. It's really crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
But all right, all right. So let's get back
anymore. And with over 2,000 emails a day coming in, I get so many. It's like get this and that, and all this stuff. You're a liar, or whatever. I'm like, yeah, but thanks for letting me know that you're deep state. I'm on target because in the military we know that when you're getting shot directly at you, it means you're right over the target.
That's what it is. When you're right over target, people come after you.
Okay, so
all right,
so you, I think the blackout is coming, and when they say there's no blackout in the drops, did you ever hear of 10 Days of Darkness? That equals the blackout. So if you guys really are concerned, we need to get on a Russian site. It's called Telegram. You can see my KirstenW.net. Go there and you can find my Telegram. I have a lot of people on there right now because they know that when they take the deep state cabal Mockingbird Media down, they can still find me on Telegram. And I'm sure the boys have a Telegram account, right, Doug? Right, Mike?
Yes, we do. The Frog News Network, we got about, 5,000-6,000 people in there.
Okay, so that's how you get follow them. Okay.
So let's talk a little bit about the governors. I wanted to ask the both of you where you thought that all these evil and corrupt governors are when stuff's going to start happening there.
Gene?
Yeah, we're looking at, pretty much every blue state. Colorado included is nasty, and of course Michigan and many of these other states where you're going to have people. The people in Gitmo, they're or little Gitmo is a good place, and then they can turn that into a swamp and they can learn to swim. So
I'm with that,
and to deal with alligators.
I'm good. I'm good. I'll be glad to help. I'm great at making cement shoes.
Yeah, the way he says. Okay, listen. He just said, in the military, when everybody's shooting at you, that's how you know you're right over the target. But he said that his military experience was 20 years as a submariner. How many times do you see people diving down in the ocean with a weapon to shoot at a submarine? The submariners I've met are a different breed of people. I don't think that this guy was in the military at all, but a lot of submariners are kind of strange people.
We've heard that when everything comes back in, that our government will be a third of the size it was, and
a tenth.
And we've also
that would be under the target. That's right.
And the rest would have to rejoin the union at that point, and then they're
I can't remember the last time we had an incident where someone fired anything at a U.S. submarine. Anything at all. Can you?
Governors and people would be invalid.
It's an act of war. We would have been at war. But
I've heard that from several people.
That's absolutely correct. Very few states, like Texas is the one that did it completely perfectly, but there's not a lot of states other than the original 13 that joined the Union, the Republic, in other words, through a treaty. That's why it's these United States.
yes, they also think that Trump's in charge of multiple countries around the world. He's some type of God emperor currently.
Especially after the Organic Act through Ulysses S. Grant. So every state after that, and that's just after the Civil War. So I think that's a lot of states. Every state after.
It was last Red October. The Hunt for Red October is a really good movie. Yeah, maybe it was in October.
Would have to redo that. There's only a very few amount of states that are actually by treaty joined the Union. So yes, you're correct. And then the same thing goes when they do Canada, is they're looking, that's nothing but part of the Crown Corporation. So all of those provinces will be given the ability to choose whether they want to be part of a constitutional republic in the Canadian Constitutional Republic, or do they want to be part of this country, or what do they want to do, be independent? So that there'll be a lot of changes on the American continent as things go and this comes to light. Like they say, is everything hidden will come to light and become known. And when that happens, there's a lot of people all over the world are.
Aha! StreamYard loaded. Let's see. Tony wanted to come on. Let's see if I can make it. Let me in now. Mic check. Okay, mic's working. Mic's working. Camera's working. See what else is working here. Uh-oh. Hold on. I might have StreamYard working. Boom, boom, boom. Hold on, it's muted right now. But I can do this. I want to share that screen. No. I want to share that screen. Share. And then I want to put this over here. I do that. Okay, it's unmuted. I'm trying to get your camera on.
All right.
What's up, man?
Good evening. Good evening, chat.
Shit.
Everybody.
What is that?
Yeah. Work your body. Hey, I'm part of the Ashanti Alliance, and I just want to come here and make a statement.
Your camera's above mine. Hold on. We keep switching spots.
Has everybody signed up for the Ashanti Alliance? Is it the Ashanti Alliance? Akasha? What the hell?
Of course. I don't know. It changes all the time.
I'm a captain now.
I'm a Khazarian, so I'm not allowed, I don't think.
That's not true. That's not true. Let me talk.
That's what I've been told. I'm not allowed as a Khazarian.
Let me just talk to my CO, and we'll see if we can get you in there. Just change up some of your paperwork, man. That's all I gotta do.
Did you see where they're just reading off Real Raw News, and that's their intel?
Listen to this.
That's crazy.
The Froggies, they're in a strange land right now. They're kind of getting. She's kind of steamrolling and having him throw everybody out of the chat. I love it.
Somebody said, "What's that in their chat about making a sandwich?" Hold on. I don't see anything. Oh. In the words of the late, great Dr. Martin Luther King, go make me a sandwich, woman. I'm starving.
Very hungry.
That was from Joel. Joel's in the chat.
Big sandwich.
All right, here we go.
You're going to need those of us who are wide awake because.
Oh, hold on. I know I didn't share audio.
Hey, chat. How's everybody doing tonight? Good to see you. Evening. Go with the Matrix background.
There you go. Okay, now you got audio.
I'm shocked they won't even be able to move. It's like when I first woke up, felt like I got hit by a bucket of ice water and standing frozen. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So it's going to be the same for so many people, and there's going to be many referendums and new government situations that will have to be done by the original Constitution, which isn't even the one most people know, the Constitution of the United States. The original Constitution. The Crown Corporation of the Cabal, when they looted D.C. in the War of 1812 and burned it to the ground, thought they got the original, but the founding fathers were smart enough to make two original. So they had secreted away another original, and that's Trump has.
I don't think you can make two originals. You could make an exact copy of the original, but how do you make two originals? Wouldn't that just be one original and one copy?
Is he talking about the Trump clones now yet?
Not yet.
He talked about those before. He said that the Trumps were clones. Charlie Ward was on with him, and they were talking about how good the Trump clones were, and Charlie agreed. With Gene Decode.
Yeah, Doug believes that there's about 13 to 20 Trump clones, and one of them is his brother who supposedly died, He claims that he can tell the difference between them because they don't look the same. And one of them always wears a hat because his hair doesn't match.
Why did, when Trump's brother died, none of the people that think that he's coming back really, they didn't say very much about his brother dying and it being like a big thing, like they whacked his brother or anything like that? Because I kind of thought that, I was like, well,
yeah, he's a clone.
Okay.
He didn't really die. He just became a Trump clone.
Is that and down in Florida, and that's sequestered in a very private, secret place, so that that can't happen again. And that's the Constitution for these United States for America. And under that, states have to come in by treaty. So there'll be a lot of redoing that. Additionally, like you were saying, I agree with Carson. We're looking more towards 90% of the government that we know will be gone, because most of the congressmen, senators, local representatives, governors, etc., have joined the cabal willingly, not just through threats and through intimidation and blackmail. And then there's ones that got in there that way originally, but got after many years in the loving the millions of dollars and all that, and turned dark too. So it's closing in more. I would say about 87%. We're going to be seeing. Going to have somewhere else because of Gitmo, and little Gitmo aren't going to be big enough. They can send them up to Greenland up under the ice on that huge base they have up there. From
the huge Greenland base under the ice.
Massive change over as we go into this.
A lot of people are
these the dumbs that they have to do all over again? Is that what was being said earlier? I was doing some.
Yeah, 22%. So they hired a company to help them because our military is not big enough to take over all the dumbs in the U.S. So we hired a company.
They hired a company,
a contractor to do 22%. And they opened the market back up on sex trafficking rather than shutting down the dumbs. They opened it back up and just started doing business again. They picked a bad company, I think. I would leave a very strongly worded review on Yelp for that company if I was the U.S. government.
They're nervous that Trump's going to get arrested. I really don't think so. I think this is the last. They have nothing to arrest him for. They're just trying to. That's the Southern District of New York, the most corrupt district in the United States. That's trying to push all this crap. As you can tell, they're trying to go.
That's right. They hired a dumb contractor.
Have you watched my show this morning with
I mean, yeah, that's again the same thing. Russia.
Yeah.
Impeach. It's the same old.
Yeah, I mean, if they had anything to arrest Trump for, he'd already been arrested.
Correct.
Well, the dumb contractors, because a lot of energy workers are looking for other stuff to do.
Hey, Gene, can I ask you a question? Do you know much about NASA?
They probably all worked on the Keystone Pipeline.
Right. They're like, well, we drill stuff. We can get there.
That's me.
Okay, well, have we ever been to the moon on a rocket?
20-foot steel door? No problem.
I don't know about that portion of NASA. I don't know. I'm not going to say something.
So he said, Gene, do you know anything about NASA? And Kirsten jumped up and said, that would be me. That I'm the NASA person. I'm NASA. And he says, have we ever been to the moon on a rocket? And she says, I don't know about that part of NASA. What I know is that NASA is the CIA.
Okay.
Losing connection here.
I don't know about that portion of NASA.
2 letters away from the SAR.
I don't know. I'm not going to say something that I know anything about.
I
But
think.
I know that NASA is much more corrupt than the CIA.
Pretty
It was
sure of
created
that.
at the same time as the CIA. It has documents from 2013 or before that said that they want to exterminate most of us humans because we're too fat and we move too slowly. We're too big, and they're the ones that have been doing weather warfare on us. NASA with the Department of Defense and with the CIA on us. All those storms that go through the same area every year. Mississippi. What was the 3 storms last year?
Yeah, I hadn't heard that either, but I did see that picture of him looking kind of puffy. I don't know if it's from something else. Maybe he's been sick or something, or maybe he did start drinking. But I had always heard that he didn't drink because of his brother. And but I did see that picture of him. His face did look kind of puffed up, or I don't know. He just looked tired, like he didn't get a good night's sleep.
Your Marco, Laura, and what is the other one? They all went to that same area. They're trying to get that chemical plant in Texas. So if you think our weather is natural, that would be nasty.
Our own government can clear underground military bases with special forces, but they have to use weather warfare to cause a disruption in a chemical plant in Texas.
That's all I know about. I don't know about the other stuff. I never make comments on anything that I don't know about. And believe me, I'm not God from a long shot. So God knows everything. I just know a little bit. So
Oh, you're not God.
ask me
Okay.
big questions that I don't know about. I will tell you. I
Got
don't
it.
know. Okay, there you go.
I'm pretty sure they took all their money and built domes instead of going to the moon.
66 million a pop.
Dumbs.
66 million a pop. They built
So there is a theory going around that for every dumb they build, they pay $66.6 million for it because, evil. I've worked with NASA in aerospace capacity. NASA is doing some stuff with climate change. Yeah, they are. I don't know that it's as far as causing a snowstorm in Texas, but almost all sectors are working within climate change. There's also the old documents about cloud seeding, and if they put enough aluminum oxide into a cloud, they can cause a rainstorm and shit. And there's a video of the guy from that car show. Anyways, it doesn't matter. A British guy that does he's literally at a machine that makes a cloud and causes it to rain. It's a big jet engine, basically.
Right, the big one that just makes the clouds, spits the clouds out.
Yeah, and it picks up moisture over the Gulf, and when it touches back at landfall, it causes it to rain in Alabama or Mississippi, I think, somewhere.
you a year. And how many dumps are there, Gene? Like 160 something thousand or 200, Gene?
Gene, are you there?
What?
He's having problems.
How many
Gene?
dumps?
Hold on.
Yeah.
How many dumps are there in the United States?
Oh my goodness, you're in and out, person. I'm having trouble with the connection.
Oh God, you're in and out.
Question.
Are there in
Gene,
the U.S.? Gene?
I'd like to know.
Wait till they start talking about the train.
He's having problems. Okay. I'm gonna have to call him back. How's that?
That's fine.
I'll call him back. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me.
So while we're calling him back, I'm going to play this little video I got, and it's some good news. If you
Oh,
guys
she
haven't
freaks
seen it.
out right here.
I'm gonna share this
She
video.
freaks
It's
out.
about 45 seconds long, so here we go.
On May 28th, which is this coming Friday, something quite exciting is going to happen, and you're going to be. I will no longer be hearing any noise about, oh, you've kept this stringing along. Something good is going to come May 28th. There's even going to be a role for you to get involved if you want. Of course, everything is always going to be peaceful on our side, and so things are going to start happening, start cracking this coming Friday. Thanks for your faith. I know that we've tested people saying just trust. We're working, we're paddling like crazy beneath the waterline, but you're going to be seeing it in just 5 more days. Thank you.
What? Patrick, what are you saying?
There we go.
Something's happening. End of the week.
Why
We
did you
got
flirt
5
with the
days
Chinese
until
for like
what?
20 minutes and hardly give me any hints?
Yeah, that could be. I mean, your grandpa could have worked on weather control. It was massively studied, and attempted and tried, and as well as experiments. A lot of theoretical science went into it. I've read a bunch of the documents, but as being used as a weapon, it seemed to prove that it was unstable at best. Uncontrollable. You got to think, like, if we're trying to make let's say we're trying to make it rain somewhere, to prevent troop movement, and then we make a super hurricane that destroys a bunch of, and we can't stop it. Once we make it, I mean, there's very little you can do to stop horrific weather. That was one of the things. It was just uncontrollable. Even from the secret experiments, most of them ruled that it was just too unpredictable, too uncontrollable. It couldn't be done in a quick enough time to be used in a capacity for war, and it doesn't help that all the videos of them like in Texas burning snow and shit, all those videos were faked. Like, oh, the snow is flammable. Like, all those videos are faked.
Tell me you're going to take me to the Academy Awards when I don't really want to go there. Number one. Number two, why did you brag about working for the corrupt Warren Buffett, who gives all his money to Mr. Bill Gates? Okay, I don't understand, and so I want to know.
I'm wondering if it's not your phone. I'm still cut out again.
Oh,
you want me to call you back?
Yeah, you can call me back. Okay. Anyway, that's all I have to say about Patrick Byrne. There you go. One time.
I just wanted to share that because he hadn't said anything about 3.
So Patrick Burns tried to fuck Kirsten in Chinese. I'm pretty sure, I'm not positive, but there have been reports. He asked her if her lady parts were sideways. He has always heard that rumor. Then she showed him her penis, and the conversation ended.
3 months just to get it out there. Whether it's good or false, we'll just find out Friday, won't we? Good Friday, all our
it could be good or it could be false.
It's going to be one of the two.
That's right. We'll find out.
Never be both. Those don't
stop in the state of Virginia. It's just like it was before.
Perpendicular, parallel.
On Friday. It's also JFK Jr.'s birthday on Friday.
Now I can't even answer his call. Hold on.
It's the Russians.
Hello? Hello there. Okay, great. Anyway, yeah.
Hello there. Okay, great.
You got to put him on speaker?
Yeah, he couldn't log onto the StreamYard.
How is it that Gene decode?
We have the same computer, apparently.
How is it I just have a quick question. How is it that Gene decode, the decode guy, cannot get himself to sound like anything less than he's talking through a fucking bullhorn?
Because he's on Kirsten's shitty phone. It's her fault.
Why is he not able to, you know what I mean? Like, do these, I just noticed after all this time, how long have these guys been doing this? This is 2, we're pushing, are we on like 4? How many
because
these people been doing this? My God.
He got started with Kirsten, and Kirsten's good friends with Scott, and he used Scott's audio guy. Scott's like, I got a guy, make you sound like $1 million.
That's right. Well, he's gonna make you sound like $35 at least.
Yeah, that's all I have to say. Since Patrick Byrne speaks perfect Mandarin, is 再见. I'll see you later, Patrick Byrne. Okay. Yeah, he speaks a lot of Mandarin. Right, that's all I have to say. Okay. Can you hear us, Gene?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, hallelujah. All right. Any more questions for Gene?
Hallelujah.
Any more questions for Gene?
No, I don't. Not at this time. No, the two of the big things. I mean, I have a question for Christian, and a lot of people in the comments are also asking the same question. How many Hollywood people are left?
I have been gone from Hollywood for like I don't know, like 15 years at least, or 20. So I have no idea, but it looks like Ellen DeGeneres is gone. It looks like many people are gone. So I mean,
So I don't know her full portfolio. I know she's been in some commercials. The 2 movies that I could find her in, she was like a topless extra. They just wanted her tits. One is in the back of a car while she is being railed out by some guys in a band, and then the other one is this kind of goofy, sexy murder mystery thing. Like it's basically like softcore porn, I guess. It's a lot of tits. It's about these girls who work in Hollywood, but none of them have got their big break to be actresses yet. So they get hired to work in a warehouse for a lingerie company, counting the pieces of lingerie. Now, the lingerie company's warehouse is in the bottom of a hotel building, and they get to go to the basement and pick up the lingerie, and then they take it to a penthouse to count it. And there's multiple changes.
Count things for inventory is in the penthouse.
There's multiple costume changes. And then Kirsten is the girlfriend of big time Hollywood agent that calls one of the main characters, and she's in the background with her tits out going, "Come on, are we going to get mimosas or what?" And that's her whole line. And oh no, she says, "I'm going to be waiting in the hot tub." That's what she says.
Okay.
The Hollywood is controlled by the Council of Foreign Relations, that controls the CIA, that controls the Atlantic Council, that controls the European Union, that controls the what is that other thing they control, Gene? The Council of Foreign Relations, the politicians, the CIA, they control everything pretty much. So yeah, you need to take the Council of Foreign Relations down. The two people that
Party
work
with
at
all
the
those
Council of
dudes.
Foreign Relations that were fat cats were that horrible Kissinger and Madeleine Albright that stepped down. So that's what I know. But I haven't been. I mean, the last big movie I did in Hollywood was The Doors for Oliver Stone.
The Doors. That's the one where she's in the car. They're driving the main singer for The Doors. The actor that plays him is like really fucked up. He just broke up with his girlfriend and tried to set her on fire. And he hops in his car all fucked up. And he's driving around with his buddy, and they got two Asian women in the back with their tits out. And they're like, well, not even in the back. One of them's on his lap. And his buddy says, "What about that cop?" And he says, "What cop?" And then they crash into the cop car. And that's her big break. Her in that car wreck, her tits go everywhere, like up, down, left, right. At one point, they're in her armpit. It's a pretty rough car wreck.
And
in the armpit.
yeah.
In the armpit.
Oh yeah.
I want to ask Gene a question about the Doms.
Okay, wait. One thing I gotta say, Mike, ask Kirsten about Mel K and her adult films. I know nothing about Mel K's adult films, and I haven't done any myself, except I was in a couple of regular movies like The Doors. So I will own that myself. Never done any porn, which means no penetration on film.
Oh, she must have loved it when I dropped
Anyways,
No penetration on film. That's her standard she lives by.
Hey man, we both did some things on that, right? With Mel K stuff. She must have loved us doing that.
Yeah, I did guess the grifter.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right.
Gene, can you tell us more about the Doms? Is there really trains that travel?
Here we go. The trains.
Is he there?
Gene, he's asking you about the megalith trains, the magnetic trains. What about him? Are you there?
How fast do they travel?
Gene lives in the CIA state.
I don't think she understands how you shorten a word, because she keeps saying meg lift, and she literally says magnetic train, and she says that's the power of magnets, but then she keeps saying meg. Like, why would we make it meg if it's short for magnetic?
Meg,
Denver,
like Midwest,
Colorado.
like is she Midwest or something?
Like Meg from Family Guy. No, she says magnetic, right?
Which part of Colorado, but Denver Airport is a CIA,
Absolutely.
CIA West, so they do probably jam a lot of his stuff. But the maglev trains can go around the world probably within, how fast are the maglev trains, Gene? How fast can they go around the world?
Well, what I've been
12
told
seconds.
is when those lines were still up underneath the Pacific, they could go from
There you go.
Denver to Tokyo in half an hour.
Denver to Tokyo in half an hour. Okay, hold on.
That again.
Hold on.
Please just one more time around.
Denver.
Come on, Uncle Will. One more
Hold
time
on.
around, please. Here we go.
Tokyo. Denver to Tokyo
In
is
30 minutes, like dominoes.
Denver to Tokyo distance. So he's claiming that the trains are going 26,000. Hold on.
It does not go to 5 figures.
No, I'm sorry. It's 2,000. It's 2,000. 690 some miles an hour.
That is doable.
Something like that.
Okay.
2,700 miles an hour.
But you don't have to do it for very long, apparently.
Yeah, half an hour. No. That's still wrong. Hold on. If they do it in half an hour, then he's claiming they go 10,000. I'm sorry. They go 10,000, 11,400. Something like that. 11,600.
Is this why you're crashing the planes, bro?
That's right. Because it's 30 minutes, so I double it. It's 11,500, something like that. 11,000 miles an hour.
Wow. That is just ridiculous, man. I mean, come on.
I'll get the exact 5792 tone. It would be an average speed of 11,584 miles an hour.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, of course it does.
I mean, and it just goes to that instantly because it's magnetic.
All right.
And it's not that you would literally lose your freaking eyeballs into the back of your head.
No, chat. It's 5,700, almost 5,800 miles. So if you do that in half an hour, you double it.
Hey, I don't know.
No, I was.
This is not my wheelhouse is to figure this out. You guys are better at the math than me, probably.
There you go.
Tokyo in half an hour. Okay.
That's
half an hour.
That's magnets for you. Maglev trains, magnets. They're magnets.
Yes,
absolutely. Magnets. Go and look at the patents. I have a lot of the patents in the dummy codes I've done in the first 3.
Right.
And you can just look up those patents. But what they do is they're levitated by magnets. That's why they call them maglev, magnetic levitation. Then they desiccate, or excuse me, not desiccate. They vacuum.
They defecate on the what?
Maglev. See, I thought it was because there is inside each car there is a magazine and a lever, and you know what to do. They hand you a magazine, a lever, and a child.
That opens a trap door.
And you've only got 30 minutes before you're in Tokyo, and you know what to do.
You need to violate that child and throw them through the floor.
Hey, Clay, send this to Tokyo in less than half an hour. Yeah, I mean,
Send this to Tokyo in 30 minutes on the Magla train.
Traveling at 10,000 miles an hour, just the friction off of it would be.
I'm sure there's a Starbucks car for everybody to have an Illuminati. Illuminati.
Oh.
They're with a double pump of hazelnut.
Yeah, I mean, the even in a vacuum, the speed of sound is like 767.2 or 3 miles an hour. So even in a vacuum, they're traveling at over 10 times that. What is that? 14 times the speed of sound.
That's more like Hadron Collider speed, not like
You would lose. You would literally travel in time. If Einstein's theory of relativity is right, you would travel in time. You would get there quicker. You would get there quicker than you left.
Tube, so there's no air resistance. So they literally get going thousands of miles an hour.
Wow, that's amazing. So did they actually use these same trains to traffic children as well?
Mostly those are just used by the elites. The trafficking children, they don't use them for that because they want what they call the product to be ripened, which means they need an amount of spoilage, which traumatizes the children and the people in the containers.
I thought they wanted the fresh.
Because then when they get to where they need to get the
No, you gotta have spoilage, bud. You gotta have spoilage.
That is a direct conflict of what he said.
chemicals they get from the blood. The person's already heavily traumatized. It doesn't take much more to get a.
See, you let some of the people die so they're traumatized by the time they arrive, and then once they get there, we just harvest. That's it. It's harvest time.
Refined, high quality sauce, as they call it.
Yeah,
adrenochrome.
Yeah, I didn't know how much censorship you have to deal with.
We're trying to.
Listen, these people control the entire fucking world, according to you, and they literally put their most precious and most incriminating cargo on a slow boat from China. Much like the saying, it's on a slow boat from China. They couldn't airlift them sons of bitches over here. They couldn't get tiny little cages for a train. They put it on a barge from China.
Like little barbecues.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, adrenochrome's actually the first and lowest of what they get. There's another one that's really powerful. If you watch Clockwork Orange, they go into it at the bar scene. It's called chromochrome, and that is even more powerful.
Oh, really?
Now we're getting somewhere.
Okay.
Adrenochrome has really lost its sting, okay? Linwood wore it out when he was drawing all them cues in the air and screaming, "Send this to the House of Windsor."
Clay.
So now we couldn't be imaginative enough to come up with something new. So instead we got chromochrome.
Clay, send them the chromochrome at the Vatican.
Oh, chromochrome. They hand you a vial of chromochrome.
The adrenochrome's gotten from the pineal
That's what
gland.
rappers call
Chromochrome's
it.
gotten from the pituitary gland.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, we're just all ready for something to happen, all our listeners and Frogonites, and God moves in His time, not our time. So we'll know.
Absolutely. They have like
And,
189,000.
Things might get worse before they get better here.
Guys,
And,
on the lives?
Their number? No, their numbers are not beating them. I think it's kind of like ribbon when they're saying that.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe that the other side's going to roll over and play dead. We're in for a fight. We're going to win the fight, but there's still a battle to be fought, I feel like.
Yeah, they never, their history, if you follow how they are back from the days when they got the terms, when they would use the pirate ships, which were actually just part of the Crown Corporation, that were mercenaries being paid by the Crown Corporation to fly a flag from a different country. So it would be actually a British ship would fly a Portuguese flag, pull up to a Portuguese man of war that was bringing back goods back from the New World and say, let's trade. And then they would board the ship and try to take it over. But if they were unsuccessful, they would not only burn that ship down, but they would burn their own ship down because they had incendiaries on the hull.
Wow.
And so that's their modus operandi, is they go down with the ship, as the term came out from that time. And that's the same thing we see
Did they
now.
have the
They're not
thermometer
gonna go
tonight?
down without a fight. It's like for me, when
They
you're
painted the ship in it.
a kid that's playing with you in the sandbox and
Dyslexa,
his
order
toys and your
free for
toys.
Mennonite.
So that if I can't play with the toys, nobody plays with toys here. So they look at us as their toys, and they're going to break it all if they can't have it. So we're in for, we are in essentially a world war that's going to become visible, not too far off, but it is massive, and it's the bringing down of a cabal that's thousands of years old. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take time. It's going to take, again, as we see previously with Moses, etc. It's going to take God to step in to do some of the work. And
Yes.
that's already being done, and it'll be known to people more as things go out that it's the will of God that this cabal comes down. And so it is a given that we will win, but it will take time and it will take acts of God.
Okay, Gene, what are the 13 states? I think he can he knows all this information. I don't know.
Yeah, the original.
So now listen. This confuses everybody here. Gene says that most of the states will have to rejoin the union because they didn't do it right. The only states that did it right were the first 13 and Texas. Okay? Now we go back and forth 4 times trying to figure out what the first 13 states were. Check this out.
As things go out, that it's the will of God that this cabal comes down. And so it is a given that we will win, but it will take time and it will take acts of God.
Okay, Gene, what are the 13 states? I think he can he knows all this information. I don't know.
Yeah, the original states, of course, the first 13, and then Texas.
That's not what she asked.
But what are the 13 states he's asking?
The same as the original 13 colonies.
But what are can you name them? Yeah, it's just the original 13.
Just go.
Yeah, no big. It's just the original. The ones that were original. The 13 that everybody always talks about that were original. That's
Star ones.
Let's go with that.
North Carolina, South
The
Carolina.
strap ones.
I think
Maryland.
a total of 21. I'd have to go through my list. Texas is one of them that actually joined it correctly. I can tell ones that are absolutely not, which is, for example, Hawaii was taken over by a force of arms in which they forced Kamehameha to surrender. And they took it. It never was, obviously, by a treaty. It was through a force of arms. So it is actually.
Let's see. What did he name? He got North Carolina and South Carolina. Mike got North Carolina, South Carolina. Virginia's one. New York, New Jersey, New Hampshire. All those. Maryland. Pennsylvania. Yeah, Pennsylvania's one. Delaware probably, and Connecticut. How many have we named? Massachusetts. I said Maryland, but Massachusetts. And there's Georgia is the only southern state, I think. That's got to be all of them.
Arizona
declared and gotten independence.
Maricopa County audit.
That's right.
Too. So it hasn't really.
Yeah, Georgia's the only southern state that was part of the original 13.
For example, Israel. That's why they always say the state of
I'm
Israel.
pretty sure.
Israel has been a
Lincoln
state
had
since
issues in
the
Arizona.
US corporation since it was founded through the Balfour Agreement in World War I. At the end of World War I, between World War I and World War II, in which Hitler met with the top of the Khazarians and founded the state of Israel. And that was founded underneath the U.S.
Oh no, the Khazarians founded the state of Israel. If you don't know, other countries call their countries states. So that's why they call it the state of Israel. Anywhere outside the United States, states are countries. But he's using that in the literal term that the United States founded the state of Israel, and that's our 51st state with the Khazarian mob.
Right. I mean, everybody loves a Khazarian deli.
Who doesn't?
You know.
Corporation, which is a
Matzo ball.
Crown Corporation, which is what they call the Virginia Company, which is what when Trump went to Westminster Abbey and signed the ledger, he was signing the ledger of the Virginia corporations as the CEO, which means he's now in charge of it and owns it outright. And so then he was able to buy that to be the president of both the Crown Corporation, the Virginia Company, the U.S.
Somebody got them. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. I might not have said Delaware. I think I said the rest of them. Or together we said the rest of them.
You said Delaware.
Corporation.
Okay.
Which is now completely bankrupt and defunct.
There you
And
go.
So, Smokey Joe, like he's duly elected president, for the CCP. That's the only thing he won an election for, because that's where all the votes came from. You can go to China and run that place. He's not in charge of the Republic of the United States. So, there's a few.
This guy's hilarious.
States that are appropriate states, but it's the minority rather than the majority by far.
Wow. Boy, well, I can't wait till we try to get you back on the show again, and we can go into you telling us about clones, aliens. You know all about that stuff too, don't you?
Does he charge them?
Actually, when I first woke up,
I think he only charges with happy endings. Oh, that's Kirsten. I'm sorry.
talk to people, all these high.
He's like, well, I came on because I got your PayPal, so thank you for that.
There's nothing but stacks of books in this place and computers.
Thank you for the payment.
Into NASA Live. I'm like, what the heck? I was like, this is what I think I'm seeing. And he gave me the Mark Ultra documents, how they design, and the phone book for all the Mark Ultras.
In case you're wondering what he just said, when he first got woke up, he went to hang out with the dude he worked with, and the guy hacked NASA Live and handed him all the documents that had been on the internet for years.
And I'm like, this is like one person a block. And he goes, yeah, that way for the entire Earth, every city on Earth. I'm like, what? And so, I also had a person, I was looking at that time into, what do I do when I retire? I was trying to look at multi-level marketing, which I found out is just a Ponzi scheme.
That's the face Mike made when I told him to show me those sexy hands. He held them up in front of the camera. That's the exact face he made.
That's right. You're right. And he had his elbow up like that.
Look at his face. That's right.
But in that, the lady that was my upline for the whole islands there, she actually was a high-level Mark Ultra. And so when I first met her, later on, I went up and called her by name. She goes, she's not here right now. I'm the one in charge. And she told me, all about being in Bethesda and watching the clones being created and the Robotoids and the different types of clones, Robotoids being one of them, of the 4 major types of clones that they do, besides the real clones like
4 major types of clones that they do besides the real clones.
Smokey Joe was. And so, all of that weird, bizarre, crazy stuff. It was like my life has become literally like living every sci-fi movie and fantasy movie I've ever seen. It's like all of this stuff is true.
I don't even think they're network marketing failures. They're getting their new network marketing going. He makes an announcement here in the middle of, or at the end of the show here. They're selling a new patch called the X38 or some shit that transfers fetal stem cells transdermally into your body to repair it. And the only way to buy it is to become an affiliate or to know an affiliate and pay double the price. Yes, LifeWave. You're right.
So now I watched the new Godzilla movie. Thanks for the intro drop. And a lot of the ships, like in Black Panther and the stuff, that people think they're watching.
Looked into multi. Oh, I didn't hear that. Looked into multi-level marketing. Let me back up.
And watching the clones being created and the Robocon, I went up and called islands there, every city on Earth. I'm like, what? And so, I also had a person, I was looking at that time and said, what do I do when I retire? I was trying to look at multi-level marketing, which I found out is just a Ponzi scheme. But in that, the late.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. Because that's what they do is multi-level marketing.
Yeah.
And he just called it a Ponzi scheme. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't hear it.
That was my upline for the whole islands there. She actually was a high-level Mark Ultra. And so when I first met her, later on, I went up and called her by name. She goes, she's not here right now. I'm the one in charge. And she told me, all about being in Bethesda and watching the clones being created and the Robotoids and the different types of clones, Robotoids being one of them. The 4 major types of clones that they do, besides the real clones like Smokey Joe was. And so, all of that weird, bizarre, crazy stuff.
Oh, I don't think there's anything wrong with being a mechanic. I'm a mechanic.
It's like my life has become literally like living every sci-fi movie and fantasy movie I've
There
ever
is.
seen. Like, all of this stuff is true.
Jet engine mechanic.
The new Godzilla movie.
It's a roller derby team. It sounds like.
A lot of the ships, like in Black Panther and stuff.
Believe it or not, Mike is actually manages some of the shops that he works for.
Why would you spend the money? We can just whip a ship out of a hangar and fly it around and then put it in the movie. That's what they do. And there's
So he just said on Black Panther and some of these other movies where you see these ships, they are actually they're actually real ships that they bring out of Area 51 hangar and let Hollywood borrow, and then try to convince you that they're CGI. Right. Why would you do that? It's too expensive to do CGI. Instead, use the real ship with parts that if you break, there's no way we can manufacture because they literally came from an alien planet. So that's obviously cheaper.
Not formulated by human hands.
You can see the DR3B through 3E. The patents are out or under Salvatore Pais. Those are out. Those were developed in 1947. I mean, wow, we're thinking all these stealth bombers, fighters are cutting edge. Yeah,
well,
cutting edge in 1940.
Nice I mean, that's really just taking it pretty
flying
far.
Flying around in aluminum cans while they're living in an Oculus.
An MLM failure.
Era. A million years ahead of where we are.
Have you ever met a reptilian clone?
Yes.
Wow.
I've also almost got killed by what is called the Borgia, which is a beetle scarab kind of thing, creature.
Have you ever met an alien? And he says, yes, I almost got killed by a scarab beetle type thing.
Non-terrestrial type, demonic, nasty thing that without help from a
That's
friend.
right. Wakanda had med beds.
Candy that melts in your mouth and not your hands, the letters like that are like WW upside down with an S at the end. That saved my life from that. But I had my blood work and my...
Why the hell does he refuse to say...
Been in a fucking med bed? Is this...
He won't say M&M. He won't say M&M. He says the candy that melts in your mouth, that is not in your hand, that is like two W's upside down with an S at the end. Listen to this.
Your mouth and not your hands, the letters like that are like WW upside down with an S at the end. That saved my life from that. But I had my blood work and all my lab work sent all over the world, and I had over 890 parasites and diseases that had never been seen on Earth. Wow. And so, I've been
had 800 and over 890 parasites and diseases that had never been seen on Earth.
What the fuck is he saying about M&Ms, bro? Was there a problem here?
I have no idea. He won't say the word M&Ms. I don't know.
That without help from a friend that told me about the candy that melts in your mouth and not your hands, the letters like that are like WW upside down with an S at the end. That saved my life from that. But I had my blood work.
M&M's saved his life from that, but he's afraid to say it.
And all my lab work sent all over the world, and I had over 890 parasites and diseases that had never been seen on Earth. Wow. And so, I've been unfortunate enough.
If they've never been seen on Earth, how could they be identified on Earth?
Even not just hybrid.
They just looked at him and said, "I've never seen anything like this on Earth."
This must be some sort of alien thing, because you've been in the dumbs, haven't you?
Have you been in contact with a scarab beetle-like creature?
Thick density prime of that type, reptilian types, but met them in person too.
He's like, how many
just
dubs
totally
are there?
amazing.
He's like,
I think that's why they're
283,000.
starting to release the UFO stuff.
I mean, like,
is
there's
because
not buildings above the ground that need support. Whole cities, just dumbs everywhere.
There's hollow.
all this will be exposed.
The Earth is hollow. The lower levels we've given over to the alien beings, but just beneath the crust, that's where we have baby farms.
Well, I mean, that's what the Nazis were doing, and Antarctica, flying under.
I would think
under the ice caps.
We come to the new government and over to the new Constitution and over to the new Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, and I used to go, and sit outside DIA, go out there at 1 o'clock in the morning and sit out there on Tower Boulevard. And if you do that, especially back during Obama, you could actually see the Frontier runways would drop down like a air elevator on a carrier, and you'd come up and it would have one of those craft on it. And then you have to watch real careful because it'll start to glow either pink, yellow, or blue. And then it'll stand on in and you can watch the stars stretch towards it and it just disappears in a blink of an eye.
You know what? If I am an elite cannibal, and there is a train that is available to get me my what I want on the menu faster, then why do I want to put? I'm elite. I'm an elite, and I want
slow boat from China.
I don't want the China boat. I want that. I want it on a train. I want it right now.
He just described an alien craft, and he said that it will appear on a deck. It'll either turn yellow, pink, or blue, and then as you're watching it, you can watch the stars stretch down to it, and then in the blink of an eye, it disappears.
I used to live in Manhattan. All right, I lived in New York City for a time in my life. And I lived up the street from a place called Mimi's Pizza. Delicious New York pizza place. Unbelievable. Probably some of the best pizza I've ever had. Anyway, you go in there and there's this thing hanging on the wall, right? And you see a bunch of different, like it's a big old place where a bunch of New York celebrities come. And there's this guy there, and I walk in and there's boxes and boxes and boxes of pizza, and they're loading them into a van. And I was like, big order. They're like, yeah, Paul McCartney ordered these pizzas from England, and he's flying them over for Linda, when Linda was alive, right? For Linda McCartney's birthday, these vegetarian pizzas. It's called Mimi's Pizza. You guys can look this up. It's a story that, big story that they have about it. And they're going to fly the pizzas to Paul McCartney. So
they didn't put them on a barge and send them to him?
No. They put him on a jet. They went on a jet real quick. He doesn't,
Did they torture any of the pizzas before they put them on the...
I believe at least they put them down a little bit. They probably traumatized them because they wanted...
I heard them taunting a pepperoni. I've heard that.
Stupid fucking pizzas. That's how the pizza becomes delicious. Is you insult it.
Oh.
But that is a true story. So then why would you want your he gets pizza from New York to a birthday party across the fucking ocean. Why do I want the snack to come on the slow boat?
That's right.
That's my point. And I wanted to tell the Paul McCartney story.
I could tell.
And then it'll stand on in, and you can watch the stars stretch towards it, and it just disappears in a blink of an eye. So, actually seeing the craft, I mean, like I say, seeing is believing. You can just sit there and watch them come and go. And there's also now another space facility out east towards, I think it's Birmingham, out and east of DIA.
Wow. Totally amazing stuff. Mike, you got any questions for Gene?
No, sir. I'm trying to keep up with the chat and catch some from there.
Get all our haters out of there. I really haven't been guarding the chat this afternoon.
Last night on Blessed Teach, it was like Troll City. I was just like, remove. I was like, watch out. I don't give a second chance. You reveal your colors to me, you're gone immediately. I don't care.
Can I say something for people that were asking? Basically, if you've taken what I call the inoculation or the jab, if you want to get rid of it, we talked about certain things on Scott's show, and I mentioned the nanosoma, which is a spray.
You can't say words?
I'm doing a show with the guy
I don't know.
His name is Martin, Life Enthusiast. Nanosoma. It's a spray you put in your mouth to get rid of the jab situation. Nanosoma.
That's the latest grift. Is they're selling devices. If you accidentally took the first part, then they're selling devices and elixirs to remove it from your body. Brad said that he heard that you could eat borax, and that would fix it. So
he is trying to win it. He really doesn't want that weight coming in on his website, does he? He just wants to get
trying to kill him off.
He's gonna kill him off. He's gonna filter out his. He's like, I'm gonna get to these people gonna be able to get on my side. I almost got a good impression of him. I'll have to see.
It's going to be at I think
do
it's
it on
at
this
5
channel, get
o'clock
sued.
on CW Connect. That's my backup YouTube channel, CW Connect on YouTube, and I think it's 5 p.m. today, and that's where I will be, and that's where you can hear more about the
God, what the
nanosoma.
fuck is
I'll
Gene
have
doing?
lots of requests about that. Every Wednesday, Martin comes on, and he's got 600 different natural products, and he's really amazing. And
Wow.
yes, it's at 5 p.m. today. Correct, it's at 5 p.m.
600 different natural products. That's not confusing.
He was referring to the M&M's chlorine dioxide. Maybe, but why didn't he just say M&M's? Like, I don't think the M&M's part is the part that'll get him in trouble. From that statement.
Yeah, M&M's are delicious. If they saved your life,
he shows
tell
his friends
somebody.
and everything, and this is true.
But maybe he doesn't want to say it
If you've had the
around
jab, you're being
Doug.
tracked
Maybe.
by the dark web. You're being tracked by 5G. And so it
Tempt him.
downloads your vital and so his friends' vitals, where they were, that they were sleeping or awake by the brain waves.
So he claims it's been proven that you're being if you get that they're trying to get rid of, that you are being tracked by 5G cell phone towers.
Yes.
It records your vitals, your location, all that.
Everything's super personal about you.
Mm.
What you eat, where you went, what you spent.
Literally the last time you shit.
Everything about you. Your temperature.
It tracks everything, and it has all of their data and everything in there.
Your
And so,
rectum.
and you can, if you take an EMF meter up for somebody who's had the jab, it
Rectum
takes
damn
the
near
meter,
killed
goes
them.
way through the ceiling. And then you can also, of course, see the hundreds of now of videos of people showing where magnets stick to somebody's arm.
Yeah,
one
man.
way, flip it over, it pops away and now the doctors aren't allowing people.
By the way, that's a trend on TikTok. People are just making those videos up, like get a magnet to their arm. Like they're making the videos up to become viral. Like there's kids that are doing it, and then the grifters are picking up those videos and sharing them everywhere.
Yo, there's a real funny one that I saw, and it's a guy, he's showing his arm. He's like, I just went and got my shots. He's like, there was, I know there, he named off the companies that were making them or whatever. And then he goes, I actually went to a homeless guy, and I got one called crystal meth. And he's like, I'll let you know about the side effects in a little while. It's pretty funny.
To get an MRI within 4 weeks of the jab because it's blowing up MRI machines from all that nanodust that's been put into people. So,
oh yeah,
you can't donate blood anymore either if you've had the jab.
You want to be tracked.
If they can invent nanodust that reacts with 5G cell phone and towers to report your location, your vitals, information, who you are, your blood type, the last meal you ate, but they can't make it non-magnetic. They can't use one of the thousands of metals, alloys they've made. Basically anything with stainless in it that is non-magnetic, that would be impossible.
Trackable. Can't be trackable, man. Can't be made by human hands.
What the fuck is it made by?
Dude. So are you not listening about the dumbs, bro? I mean,
The baby farmers make it.
The aliens underneath the dumbs are making all the stuff.
Huh.
The
Maybe.
aliens are making it. They're the ones that are making all the metals and everything because they made the deal.
Makes sense.
That's why it's called nanosoma, to extract that crap. Okay.
For the technology.
All righty.
deal for
Thank
the
you very
technology.
much. I really appreciate it.
Well, look, I
Thank you
know
for having me on. Sorry, it has to be through a phone.
It's okay. It's the same. You never show your face, so it's fine.
Who says the Nazis lost the war? Is all I'm
I
saying.
told him everyone.
I don't know why the cabal doesn't like me.
I told him everyone loves his voice, so sometimes he doesn't have too much intel. I go count from 1 to 100, and they'll be happy. They just want to hear your voice because it's very soothing. There you go. 1,
it's
2.
real
They hate my
soothing.
voice, but they love his voice. Okay. All right.
Well, look, let's wrap things up, guys. Because I know Dean's real busy.
I want to go to Dallas. And they told me, no way, you could be in public. I go, I could wear a ninja outfit. They go, no, even your laugh or your voice, anybody on earth would know it's you. I was like, okay.
Did you see Nino with 107?
He's getting out of hand. My chat told me that he called him and called him Tim.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay.
We appreciate you
Gene
coming on.
Rico,
Look
the
forward
one
to
and
seeing you
only.
again.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure someone will be lifting this video and taking it as theirs to get monetized.
No, they're doing it with our videos right now.
I'm used to that, too.
The Second World War never ended. It just went underground. There you go.
It's been a pleasure, as usual.
Dirty Khazarians.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
According to Jason Q, Hitler was trying to get rid of the Khazarians.
Oh, Jason
and
was recently on Nick Venumin. There's a recent one.
misunderstood.
So recent.
Yeah, but that was still a week ago.
Missing for a while.
No, that's still a week ago.
It is? Oh, okay. I thought it was more.
It's.
recent.
I think the last time he appeared on anything was the 20th. I'll look, but hold on.
I know that Nino had also 107 on today, and they were talking about like Trump arrested and this.
Yeah, that Trump would get arrested. A bunch of people in chat were asking that, and they denied that it was going to happen.
Now
I think he appeared on Charlie and Nick's show. Jason Q did on the 20th. The 19th. That was 8 days ago. Well, no, the clock just turned. That was 7 days ago. It just went past midnight here. But he was on Charlie Ward too. I don't know.
He's like Carmen Sandiego. Where in the world is he?
He should have been back on today. He does a weekly show.
Oh,
he wasn't.
HBUs. They were on.
Yeah, but I don't think he was on it. Somebody sent it to my inbox, but I don't think he was on it.
Oh, well, they were like live in the beginning.
Well, actually, their title was something about Jason Q. I'll check right now.
Really?
Hold on. When was the last time he was on? If what they sent me was new, yes.
Well, they were live when are they usually live? They're live on Wednesdays, right? When your show starts, usually.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually watch. Sometimes I watch part of their show before I start mine.
Jason Q was on HVU tonight. Carol says.
Oh, well, let's go check it out.
Oh, we have a surfacing.
We were wondering when he would graduate his 21-step program.
Exactly. You got to get out of the detox, and then they put you in that inpatient. He probably just has to drive because it's real expensive in rehabs. I've been to some nice ones though.
Did you get your plane, Tony?
What's that?
Did you get your plane?
Oh, here's what happened with the plane. The front, I got to send it back and get it. I'm going to just get a different one. I'm
Okay.
gonna get a front propeller or side propeller. I don't want the rear. I tried to put the front wheel on for the landing gear,
Mm-hmm.
and it wouldn't stay in.
Okay.
So
Did you use some glue?
What?
Did you use some glue?
It's just supposed to snap in, right?
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I mean, the ones in the back just snapped in. So
No.
should the one in the front just snap in, or should I try and glue it in? Or it just seems.
Well, a lot of those are like those models. The reason they're so cheap is because they're like Chinese knockoffs. So a lot of times you got to do a little bit of work to get them going, like maybe glue a piece on or.
I think I got to return this and spend a couple
stuff
more
around.
bucks.
Sure.
You know what I
You'll
mean?
get a higher quality something.
Yeah. I really need, and I want something that's a little more ready out of the box. This one, you just got to do a little too much to get it going, and it's fucking with the airolians and everything. Ailerons, Christ.
Ailerons, yeah.
Ailerons, Ronnie, and Lonnie.
Well, you have ailerons, elevons are actually different, but ailerons and elevons.
Yeah.
And flapperons. You have flapperons too.
And I just didn't like the way there were like these metal bars connecting them to the main,
Yeah, I got you.
Weird. It wasn't all concealed.
No, Amy Coney Barrett is not on house arrest. That's actually one of the stories. Hold on, I meant to read it a second ago. That's actually one of the stories that she stole from Real Raw News. Let's see if it's still here. I still have it pulled up. So, military puts Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett on house arrest. On May 15th, U.S. Navy JAG and Army CID investigators visited Barrett's D.C. home where she lives with her children and her husband, Jesse, most of whom were present when investigators told Barrett that the Insurrection Act of 1807, which Donald J. Trump invoked before leaving office, empowered them to detain or arrest citizens who stand accused of treason or present a threat to national security. All that's a lie. That's just the first paragraph of that article. It's all a lie. Almost anything you can find on Real Raw News is a lie.
Jag. I'm gonna jag that ass. You know, Amy.
Jag wouldn't show up either to an investigation or a house visit. They're there to defend military members and prosecute military members.
Yeah, that comes up on mine too for some reason. I don't know why either.
No, now it lets you know if you're being reported. It's one of the new things.
What Brad's friend Tim was in trouble for the feds for. That might be why. It might be why they were really at Brad's. Maybe. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I think it's over the DC stuff. I would have to assume, but I'm not positive either. I saw you guys. I saw some people talking about it in chat, and then I went over to Brad's Telegram to see what I could find out, and I didn't find out any more.
Discord. I mean Doom.
All right, so we are live, guys. So welcome.
Oh, this is the guy here who clearly suffers from some type of lifelong illness that they promised first round med bed to. Charlie Ward said he was going to call some people. He was going to call some people to get him into a med bed as soon as they open. How fucking sad is that?
It's like, you know. There's one, I don't know, I don't even know if this is positive, but I am hearing this guy laugh. You know what I mean? I think I just heard him laugh. So, I mean, like, it's
yeah,
so
but they could have the community without promising to heal him. Like, he likes the community aspect. He likes the feeling like he fits in, but you don't have to promise to heal him. The reason they don't like ACB anymore is because they don't like any of the justices anymore because they didn't rule favorably for Trump during the election stuff.
Right.
Everyone, my name is Kid, the Snow Star. We got Jason, Matthew, Maria, and Earl, and we are the High Vibes Up team. So welcome back.
Oh, he's organized his totes.
Yes.
Wow, 58 watching already, 75.
Are we still banned on YouTube? Or?
Wait a minute.
Yep.
Wait, no.
Still
This is gone back and forth with
I'm
the
glad we're
totes.
doing something right. That's great.
Shut that off.
Because before his disappearance, there was the whiteboard behind him.
Yeah, he's got shelves. Here's the whiteboard still. He's got shelves with all his totes on it. He's in someone's basement.
We are over the target, most definitely. All right, so
Most
Jason, what do you have for
definitely.
us today?
Slay Queen.
Good question.
Maria and I posted some very, very neat things.
God, the audio's so low.
Yeah, if you want, go ahead because we have a nice hot
It's
mess
better
over
than
here.
Gene decodes.
Well, I'll take 2 hash browns, 2 fries, shake.
Would you like a chocolate or vanilla, small, medium, or large?
I'd like a Happy Meal, please.
And then they come in and they're
No,
If I were you, I'd order everything kosher.
Sorry.
My mom was wondering what are you talking?
We're going after the Jews today, Earl.
Yeah. Well, Jason, you'll be happy to hear. Oh, there's the letter that just went up. I was just gonna mention that.
He did not.
What did he just say?
He did.
He said we're going after the Jews today, Earl.
That is what he said.
Are you shitting me?
Hey, Clay, send that to the Vatican.
Jeez, send that to the Palestinians. Jesus Christ. Earl, shut up. We're going after the Jews today.
Clay, send that to Hamas.
I want to hear this again.
Unreal.
We're going after the Jews today, Earl.
Yeah. Well, Jason, you'll be happy to hear. Oh, there's the letter that just went up. I was just going to make
A famous quote by the man Hitler himself. Earl, shut up. We're going after the Jews today. Wow. Well, at least we're no longer hiding it behind Khazarian.
Clay said that to the Khazarian mafia.
Jesus Christ. We've upgraded to a new level of neo-nationalism.
I mean, how is this even still on here if that's going on? No offense, but you know what I'm saying? That's like just
that was
up.
one. I know YouTube doesn't watch full, like unless they report it. I don't. Their bot does, but they hardly ever assign someone to watch a full long video. But this was in the first 2 minutes.
Love mine. Thank you.
And that one, they sent us an email here in New York, basically letting us know that there's been a little bit of discrimination against the Jews and that we will be reprimanded. So this is essentially the email we got. And down the bottom, it gives us, some training and basic support that we should be.
To be honest, I don't think anything's ever happened negatively or come around and been like a horrific or anything at the end of literally going after and attacking Jewish people, trying to get your audience pumped up to hate Jewish people and making all kinds of wild accusations about how they control the world. I can't remember a single thing since basically 1945 that has happened negatively around this type of rhetoric.
Have you ever heard a Public Enemy record?
The Jews. So obviously people are waking up here in New York. I just thought I'd let you know, Jason, because people are starting to get vocal about what's been going on, and this has come out as a result of it because they've gone crying to the commissioner.
Wow.
Yeah, it should be the other way around, really, what they've been doing to
Commissioner of
us
the Cabal.
for years. This should have gone, but I thought it was interesting, Jason, just to let you know that they're now sending us emails telling us that we need to pipe it down and that we need to be treating them, respectfully and not confronting them with any information, basically.
That sounds horrible. We need to pipe it down and treat this group of people respectfully. Yeah, I would be mad as hell. They told me that I couldn't go out and yell racial slurs or violently attack them in the streets.
You know what sucks about that? Is in the land of upside down. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
You're kind of screwed today.
What?
The thing is that.
Hey, Tony, you know what sucks about that? In the land of upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit.
In the land of upside down? Yeah. Hey,
in the land of these strippers have the biggest titties in Louisville or wherever the hell he was at.
That the proof we have, the evidence we have. Yeah, it's gonna be. This is gonna be one of those shows that we'll probably bounce around between four subjects, but we're gonna tie some loose ends.
Yeah.
Some real big loose ends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
I was gonna say this with this commissioner.
It's one of those gonna be
1,200 kids rescued, 1,350 children found. That's spoolage. Don't worry about that. 30 years of climate change weapons seized worth $40 billion. 6 stories of weapons of mass destruction, guns, bombs, and missiles found. 2 million vials of fake deadly cure for the disease. The nuclear warhead headed to Romania seized, and the ship was rigged with therminonite.
Right. Well, that I understand now about the spoilage. What they do is now the kids that have seen the other kids die are traumatized, and they're really, everything's just perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's, I guess, 2 kinds of things. You can get the fast kind, but I'll tell you something. If you want to, take one of those fast trains, just tie one of those kids to the top of one of those motherfuckers. By the time they get to Tokyo in 30 minutes, they'll be scared shitless. Never mind.
There you go. That's the way they play it.
You know what I'm saying? If you're an elite, you have to work with what you have. And if you have a train that goes 11,000 miles per hour, you don't put that to waste.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Fact
Man,
check that.
This has opened up a forum now to where we can send her, like you said, a mountain of evidence, and she's going to look like a fool.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And they're trying to make it out that we need to get psychiatric help.
Yes.
Like, hello.
Yes, please.
That's an old.
Can I sign a petition or something?
Yeah, well, if they could put, they're going to have to take some of that money from
and they
that
try
tour.
to make you crazy. They try to make it look crazy. That's an old trick.
Yeah. It's all there in black and white on
There's
email.
no new tour
Why does it
appearances
be black and white? What do you,
either.
oh, it must be the Masons.
Exactly. Yeah. So do you see how they're showing themselves and on email
So
sent
much
to
going
everybody
on.
in
Yeah.
New York State? Anyway, I thought that was really interesting. And I said, don't get started, Maria, because I'll storm in there with all the books and all the evidence and just throw it in their face. And I'll say, you need psychiatric treatment, not me.
I've checked twice since I started the show and no new tour appearances yet.
Oh yeah. The last one
I'll
was
bring a few
with the big
totes.
hat sheriff.
We're gonna have a nice little sit down.
I'll end up in Turtle Bay down the road.
Handlebar mustache.
No, we
That's
own the place
okay.
too. That
That's
place
okay.
is
There
closed
too.
down
We can, if we're on a roll, we'll just do like Trump did. We'll just walk in and slam all that evidence on the table and let everybody capitulate.
Exactly.
Capitulate.
Anyway.
By capitulate, we mean shit.
They just learned that word.
You can show us something,
One-eyed.
and then we
Chroma
just totally
chrome.
went off the track because I saw that pop up. So I do apologize.
Yeah.
It's twice as many chromes. I know that much.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to waste their time with the
This is,
other stuff anymore. Just go right for the
All this stuff
chromachrome.
was shared by Lee Stymie. And so this gives a name as to what they found on the Evergreen.
Okay.
Oh, well, good deal. I'm glad somebody pointed that out.
Average on dead and alive, not at all. Need a white patent, what 42%?
That's spoolage, Jason Q.
Nuclear warhead. Oh.
Yeah, why were they right?
That's just crazy.
Heading to Romania. What do I do?
Idiot. You don't even know about spoolage.
1 million vials of fake deadly.
It's a flexible tour. I heard him doing something about the tour on his show today. I don't know what he said.
Yeah, I had 2 armored Range
So this
Rovers
one
on
is,
that fucking boat. I
Donald
better
J.
get them
Trump,
back.
Thank you to the Washington Examiner newspaper for covering the forensic audits for the 2020 presidential election, the most corrupt election in the history of our country. Read and study it carefully. Read and carefully were underlined. And then there's another one about 610. Find it.
Number 610.
I think this is it.
They're not letting Jason do this, are they?
No, maybe this is not it. I don't know where it is.
What are you looking for exactly?
Okay.
There's another one with 610 on it.
I didn't see any of them with 610.
Where is the stream for the video?
You mean on YouTube?
Yeah. It's not coming up on YouTube for me.
Yeah, we're still.
You're on YouTube, bro.
610, and it's titled "Read Carefully." So it's part of that bundle
that's
of
what I'm looking
photos, and it looks like
610, right?
oh, that's it. Fabulous. I think that's what it's
Read slowly and carefully. Will become critically important in coming weeks. Continue to track those who are resigning across all platforms. Like
Yes.
the CEO of Amazon just is stepping down July 5th or June 5th or something like that. And then somebody else is taking his place, something Reese. Where there once darkness, there will now be light.
Yes.
The DC DOJ is gonna do an antitrust lawsuit against Amazon. Plus, there's talk now that Amazon's gonna buy MGM Studios.
Yes. Yeah. That was announced. It's a good way to make them fall by them buying MGM Studios. So some of these are in the past, but these are the resignations in this week. We've had Morgan.
Okay, so first of all, a lot of these are not truthful. They know people won't check all these CEOs, but the big secret to a bunch of CEOs stepping down during the middle of a pandemic is most of these companies have blown the fuck up. Now, CEOs are typically paid in a salary share and also in stocks, like company share. And typically, especially with any company that was based online, their sales went through the fucking roof. And the CEOs left during that time, traded in their money, and made fucking bank. The rich did not get any poorer during the pandemic. They got much, much, much wealthier. So anytime that there is like during the housing market crisis, we had the same thing happen. Thousands of CEOs cashed out and left. Because they were doing so well at the time.
Stanley Global
The
head
golden
of private
parachute.
brokerage stepped
That's
down.
right.
We've had Charlotte Croswell, CEO of Innovative Finance. We've had ByteDance founder Zhang Yiming. We've had in Australia, the
I'm going
Australian
to drop
Stock
a link
Exchange
to my
Deputy
new
CEO
YouTube in
stepped
the
down
chat
this
real
week.
quick here.
UniCredit
Yeah, I don't
CEO
care. Go
stepped
ahead.
down as well, John Pierre. And the governor of Israel's bank
Some subs over
died.
there,
So we've
guys.
had all these banking people. That's just a few examples. All these bank people, which ties back to your 610 post, Ostara. All this has happened in the last few days. You know, the post you just had up. I think that ties in. There's just been so many in the banking industry step down, and of course, like Earl just said, Jeff Bezos is in July stepping down, and it was also announced
They don't leave empty-handed. That's right.
MGM Studios, which is interesting because if Amazon falls, MGM falls. You know what I mean? It's like they're consolidating the assets so that the big four can happen like domino effects. What do you think, Jason? It's like they're almost
I think
consolidating to
now
make the four
Amazon can
easier and
produce
quicker.
their own content even
that's an opinion.
more so. They
Sounds
bought
scary
Whole
because,
Foods.
it's just
They're not broke.
if they all consolidate, then
and
it's
it's
much
quite
easier just to grab it
interesting.
all.
Up here by me, there's
Take all
one of
one big
those
swoop.
Amazon Fresh markets, and they took over a Whole Foods market, but it's now an Amazon Fresh market. It was the Whole Foods market. Yeah, it was empty for a while. I wonder if that was just part of the plan is to convert a bunch of those Whole Foods into these Amazon markets and phase out the Whole Foods brand altogether, replace it with Amazon.
Yeah, they're growing like crazy. Plus, they own the only viable option that could even half-ass compete with YouTube in Twitch if they would fix it to where it was better for like easier discoverability, search, and putting the replay videos or the older videos up better. They could honestly take a shot at YouTube. It turns out there's a bunch of idiots running it, but
likes, you know what I mean? Like they don't do any of that shit.
Yeah, they're running into the ground, but they could. They have enough market share where they at least make a dent. I'm not saying they're going to take them over. YouTube still controls the majority of it, but Facebook's not going to make a dent. You know what I mean? And Mixer clearly didn't make a dent.
Well, also they have the ability to market something to everybody to give away, give them something free, do that kind of shit to make sure that they get all that market share.
Agreed.
Right? To try and at least put a bigger dent in it.
A merger to
Earl times a three construct.
Talk about my fork.
And then there's
Earl.
You know what I mean?
Earl, I told you we're going after the Jews.
I know.
But yeah, it takes,
I get you once a week, Earl.
No motorcycles
time
though.
for like a merger to go through because they have to go through all regulation and that. So, but I think things like that go down way before the merger even happens.
Who's the guy with all of that?
Just saying.
All bikers support Scott. Have you seen his biker boots? They're the tallest in all the land.
Well, I thank God that they canceled the
about
bike
the
thing,
tunnels
man.
underneath their house.
Thank God. I just saw someone getting really hurt or
It's
killed.
funny.
It is funny.
Hello,
But she,
FBI. We have.
Well, they're still doing it unofficially.
We don't know who made them, but
Boy, I didn't think this movie would be this absurd, but it is.
it is. That's why I'm laughing because it's like
Oh
you
my
can't make
God.
this stuff up. Yeah.
Yeah, this week they had 25 Wells Fargo presidents were ordered to be
Who's this old guy?
at 7 a.m. to be ready
Who's
for
the, who's the one on the lower left and who's big old bitties up here to the right?
He's like a very poorly done clone of General Flynn. Same nose. That's all they got right.
So I know there's the Alliance is doing some special operations arrests in Israel.
Now you're lying, my old ass kitchen. I know you do.
Pardon?
Say that again, Matthew.
It was confirmed this week that there was 25 Wells Fargo presidents that were ordered to be at work on Monday at 7 a.m. to be ready for some special rollout. Now, whether that's the pre-RV or post, clothing RV, but that's something that was big.
Weren't the bank heads supposed to be at the Capitol for some kind of hearing or something? With one of the committees or whatever. Okay.
Are we doing the Jews or not?
Talked about.
I know.
They are exploiting that, man. Yeah.
We haven't said one thing about the Jews.
Except we're going after
I
them.
haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything in that sense or anything. But what I do know is I'm seeing a large pattern of, just like you were saying, they're now starting to scrape the assets as we say. So
Yeah.
yeah, and then the Israel and Hamas guys, they just falling back because they're who broke the ceasefire between Israel, and those rats are being provided cover by the, I guess, Operation Law and Order. And what they're doing is they're now involving thousands of local officers that are arresting that they just launched in Israel too. So there's a lot happening in Israel too. So
Also, that
Now we hear about it. Here we go.
something to do with
Scott rides a Vespa.
tonight. It marks the end, and I'm quoting,
oh,
it marks
hey, what are you
the
doing?
last of their
I got a
days on
Vespa.
Earth. So this is referring to the shadow banks, governments, and all the parasitic corporations. And this is according to that global chief federal postal court.
No. Scott's still part of the tour. Did you hear something different, Peter? It says that didn't still have to cut Scott loose from his tour. No, I don't think so. Scott's still part of it, but he's not joining it till it comes to Texas, and then he's getting on it. So I don't know. He couldn't be there for the first 25 stops. He's just making the last part of it.
He did a quick video. He said, this is the day where the whole banking will change from the hands of a few private men and women into the hands of the public, making every one of us equal to any government or centralized government bank. So that happens tomorrow. So I wonder whether all this is happening with the banking people is to clean shop, to start implementing the new.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Think that will be a process, or it just
You
is
figured
going
it
to, like,
out.
glow overnight?
Nasara.
I'm not quite sure, because also he says that the
Gasara.
Rescission Act
Trump Sara.
is basically going to be no more. So something is happening with the banking world. So I understand why all this rush is happening with what you said as well, Matthew. It just seems all to be making sense that something significant is going to happen tomorrow.
Okay, that guy's name's Matthew.
that's, you know what, you just prompted something else too, because I said with this crash we're supposed to see, like three gorges and all that. There's supposed to be 24 reactors that are supposed to be whipped out for Jassara to be activated. But if you look back and follow the breadcrumbs, look back to Q drop 364.
Got to follow the crumbs, boys.
That what was it, ISO 20022, I think, regulation, and it says that's the metal backing. So that's lining up very nicely with what you just said.
Yes.
Yeah. So
It does when you make it mean everything in the world. It definitely does.
That's what's happening tomorrow.
When you fish around and change the meaning 1,000 times, you know how many times I've been told to watch the goddamn water so many times. I'm afraid to take a shower. Like, that's all you fucking hear about is how they whip it around and change it to something else. And, oh, we got it wrong. It meant this, and it meant that too, but it meant this at a different time. And it also meant General or AG Bar, and it meant this, and it meant watch over here, and it meant the canal, and it meant the cup of water, and it meant the watermarks, and it meant Trump drinking from a bottle of water. Like, when you make it fit everything, of course it sounds like everything.
My grandmother used to say that, but it was just because she was making spaghetti.
Watch the water?
Just watch the water.
Canada. Romana.
I'm serious.
You know?
It was actually more like
Romana
with the lasagna.
I mean, new prime
because
minister?
the lasagna was a little more delicate.
Commander-in-Chief, yeah, apparently.
Right.
They're prime ministers, not commander-in-chiefs.
Well, we're feeling very blessed to be with each other today, because we didn't know if everything was going to be shut down and we were going to have Blackie Wednesday today. So starting tomorrow might be old Mother's Hubbard.
Right. So I would also like to say thank you, everyone, for being here. There's 774 people watching. If you guys could like, subscribe.
Uh-oh, 774.
You can't get 3 more people there?
Boom.
That'd be great. So
Big booms.
come on, you guys. Share as much as you can. Share the love.
I tried that. She left me.
Oh, good. Someone
What?
shared in mine, so that's good.
He said, I tried that.
He said share the love. He said I tried that. She left me.
Yeah, he is.
He's a cuck, I guess. I don't know. I think that's what he just said.
Oh, God.
Certain exciting times, guys. There's so much happening. I don't know how people can say there's nothing happening. I mean, just in a span of a few days. And something very
There's absolutely nothing happening.
which shocked me a little bit. I mean, we always had rats, but
My
they're now
Schwinn beachcomber.
on the east side, which includes New South Wales, of biblical proportions.
That's those white walls
and it's
on there?
affecting the farmers and the crop.
Uh-oh.
Rats.
Oh,
Plague of
do
rats.
you know someone
that-
sent me
Oh, I can't do his laugh, I don't think.
that said that
Look at the last comment. The last comment of what?
Man's best friend is, and it was a whole article about how they were already saying man's best friend is going to
Something like
start
that.
infecting the children. So that will be probably part of it.
I think I almost passed
Because
out.
the rats are going to what? Bite the man's best friends?
Yeah.
It's
Right?
fleas.
The fleas. There you go.
The fleas are the
Yeah,
rats.
the black plague all over again.
Yep.
It's got
Oh,
its
The pneumatic plague. That's a PP.
If you guys don't know your history, if you have not seen the wheelbarrows of people, dead corpses, then you need
I'm the disabled guy. I'm on the bottom left.
you
Yes.
can actually know what a plague is, and then look around. Do you see any wheelbarrows of dead corpses in your city?
What?
Nope.
It probably is.
It's just a matter of seeing truth behind the lies.
Yeah.
Remember the movie? Was it with the Tin Man?
Roadhouse.
Dorothy.
Oh, Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll always say Roadhouse.
I'll
always say Roadhouse.
Oh, I love that.
Is this like the thing with the M&Ms that
The Wizard of
Why
Oz.
don't they just
Remember
say it?
the guy behind the
I
curtain?
have no idea.
He was doing all this magic, and he was just a man.
He's a
So
midget. He's a
the
man. He's a midget. He's a midget.
Right.
Midgets aren't men. He's a midget.
Wow.
He just clowns midgets. He's a
Midgets aren't men.
Wow. Okay.
Midgets and
You can,
Jews and
you can
what
do a whole
the fuck
decode
is
on that
going
movie
on
because
with
what the
Wow.
dog's name was Toto.
He's going in deep.
And
Well,
Toto
shallow, I guess, if they're
altogether.
that short.
And who was the one who actually ended up
What was his
exposing
hand
the
signals
deep
in
state?
this thing?
In other words, the
He
man
was just
pulling levers was
organizing
total.
papers.
All of us in total, all together.
Oh,
Yeah, he's the one that ran under the curtain. And
Yeah, but because the dog was barking, in other words, if we bark loud enough, people will wake up and hear. So Toto actually represents we the people. So
Yep. Yeah. So
you know, the
true.
deep state thought we were insignificant, but now when we're when we're together, we're a strength. Bada boom.
It's a bit like that movie Soylent Green, where they were telling us what they were doing
What?
with people's bodies and the whole food thing. I won't say
It's
anymore.
people. It's
that's what that movie was all
people.
about.
Charlton
But
Heston,
people were not.
Soylent Green. That
We're
was
thinking
great.
that's the movie Make Believe, where they were actually showing us in real life what they were
You ever
doing.
see that, Will?
In that very old movie.
Right.
Which one was it?
Yeah.
Soylent Green
Yeah, you look.
Yeah, I've seen it.
with Charlton Heston. That's a good one. Everybody should see that.
Yeah.
It's people. Soylent Green is
At the wrong
people.
back, it says the Wizard of Ounces. Oz is what is symbol for ounces. What's measured in ounces? Gold. What's the yellow brick road?
Okay.
Why do they keep saying?
I saw the stuff in Telegram about Mariah, but I can't. I don't know where it is in their chat at the same time. I mean, they have 3 hours of chat.
Follow the yellow brick road because it leads to the Emerald City, which was the so-called Federal Reserve.
Oh,
And who did they
hold
meet
on.
along the way?
Oh dear, hold on.
Oh,
hang on.
but wait a second. There were a couple emerald cities. One of the big emerald cities was King Khalid Military City. That was a massive emerald city. That's what all the military would call that quote unquote cloning center for the Muzzies. And
The Muzzies.
everything's based around,
Wow, that's 3.
if you look at Saudi Arabia, I mean,
He's attacking everybody.
What did he
You know,
say?
we call them
Jews
Islam,
and what
Islam.
else before?
Easy. Easy now. Somebody in chat said that dude's just staring at the ceiling. What the fuck is up there? That is the disabled guy. That's the disabled guy. I think that's the only view he's got.
they were Jews, the Wahhabi Jews. So it's like, see,
Easy.
and they could actually just dig in, and they could just spin everything right back around and have not even a soul know. But the funny thing is that we caught him doing it, and we caught him in a big way, and we found the big, well, it's not even a secret society. I mean, I guess you could say it's a secret society that everybody knows about.
Patriot Dave in the house.
Don't know about.
Who's
And what it does is
Patriot
it ties in,
Dave?
President Trump's songs and his
I love how y'all took the in the house to other people's chats.
it ties in a lot, and even ties in circle back. Because why wouldn't it, right? Why
Right.
wouldn't it?
Oh yeah,
But-
his laugh is.
Well,
I have
comes-
to circle back
I
on that.
can't do that.
Nothing wrong with
I could try.
Oh,
Maybe
It's a
figure it out,
cackle.
but
I just
It
really
really
love that.
is.
I'm speaking in context to the movie because the characters are all representative of that too. It's amazing
I
when
was
you look
going
at
to say something. I don't think I can
the
say it here.
straw man who represents the fictitious and all stuff.
Oh, almost there. One of the last comments. Oh, good God. I don't even know who topped it. Hold on. Hell, I'll just show the screenshot of it. So in the screenshot from their chat, I think this is it, right?
His laugh.
In the screenshot from the chat, they decided to bring up my wife, and it says it's from my pops, and it says, "Is Mariah a transgender?" And there you go. Oh, you said it. I gotcha. There you go. Is Mariah transgender? We need to know. Everybody needs to get to the bottom of this.
For legal fiction, and it's amazing. People think it's a child story or something. It's like, really?
Yes. It's one of those. It's very, very, very old story. But the thing is that they keep on remaking it. Like, look, Michael Jackson, them when they remade it to The Wiz.
What, did anybody ever answer you about it?
And then you had Michael Jackson come out, and that's where this all started. When somebody dropped, I forgot what it was. So they dropped it on their feed when Michael Jackson was in concert, and he mentioned a name. But then once he mentioned a name, he said he's the devil. And then he mentioned,
I haven't even seen you yet in the chat.
I saw that.
Coincidence?
Oh, he was talking about Tony Mottola, I think, the head of Sony.
Yeah, this one right here.
Music.
Yes.
What?
Oh, yeah.
He was talking about the woman on screen, Maria Bernardis.
And a
Is that the
third
lady in the top?
individual.
Yeah, top center.
Right. So it's Tommy Mottola. Thing is that when you look him up,
Tommy
like,
Mottola.
okay, well, his
Why are they
birthday
talking
was
about
born
him?
July 14th, 1949. That is on Wikipedia, right? Now, let's face it, Wikipedia, they can publish whatever you want. You can change whatever you want. But in his biography,
I think they've banned you. I don't even see you in their chat.
1948. That's a mighty big change there, But also, what this does is this is actually brilliant on El Presidente side, is because July 14th is exactly 30 days from President Trump's birthday.
Wow.
And he was born in 46. And then you got 49 right here. So you got the 369, you got the 30, the 3, and then the 3 years. It's like,
I don't really think
he was
doing
CEO
that.
of Sony Music Entertainment.
I
for
think
nearly
he's
15
doing
years.
something that sounds very
Yeah,
similar.
15. A lot of
But
it's
I don't think
Yeah, that didn't make much sense, did it?
it really did. It sounded like he may as well say hike right after that.
I had a calculator out and everything.
Funny thing
It
about
didn't make any sense.
Oh boy,
Blue
our
32,
our good buddy, Tommy
27,
Mottola,
99.
is that he switched over to Judaism before he got married, his first marriage, and he had to just so he could marry the chick, and he was practicing pretty heavily.
Tommy Mottola is an evil
mother
mother
and everything. But
This
him and
I
Michael
know.
Jackson had a big falling out in 2001, and he said that he called him that he was a racist who exploited black talent, and he later stated that the recording companies really, really do conspire against the artists, which I mean that's common sense right there. He's speaking 100% truth there. But they said that Michael Jackson had an enemy list, right? You had Geller on it. You had this rabbi Uri Geller, Floyd Allred, Tom Sneddon, and
Rabbi
Janet
Uri
Arvizo, which was the
Geller?
mother of the Jackson the accuser. But there's
Mhm.
somebody that ran up
It's on his hit
Tommy
list.
Mottola's side, just to make sure that Michael must be crazy. No, Tommy, I've known him for years. It's our good token, Al Sharpton. Like right when he busts on the scene, it's like, all right, we see it now. But also, Tommy Mottola, he signed a lot of people. Like, you have Madonna, you've got Celine Dion, and you start seeing these people. It's like, well, that's funny because they're all drum heads. They're all bigger than adrenochrome, right? So then just dig into that. But then, I said, watch the wives, right? Well, then with this Alia, she's Ariana, Talia, Sodi,
Rabbi
Miranda.
Uri Geller.
So
Is that what he's
that's her name.
Rabbi
August
Uri
26,
Geller?
1971. Mexico City, Mexico.
I don't know what he said, to be honest with you.
Yuri Geller is the guy who
This
bent
chick
the
does everything,
spoons,
it seems, right?
Yuri
So
Geller is not
they call
Michael
her the queen of
Jackson's
like
rabbi.
everything.
Just
They call
saying.
her Queen Midas, the queen of Latin pop. The drag queens look up to her.
He really doesn't have his facts.
I mean, it's everything. Every kind of
Joel said, finally, some people with real educated and knowledgeable intel.
queen you be called. She's an icon for the sexual minority. She's one of the most emulated pop singers by transvestite shows and gay nightclubs.
Aaliyah died in a plane crash.
Yuri Geller, the spoon bending illusionist, was Michael Jackson's rabbi. Nope. Don't think so.
Sometimes.
But the big one, she was known as the queen of the telenovelas, the queen of the soap operas. Now, remember, As the World Turns, it was in the drops, right? Well, Thalia's rise to international prominence coincided with the worldwide broadcast of the soap operas she starred in. Her soap operas alone were viewed in more than 180 countries by almost 2 billion 2 billion viewers, according to UNICEF. And
there it is.
Lady Marcella became one of the most watched television broadcasts around the world. That's
Is
pretty cool.
Mariah transgender?
But remember the dates. Remember April, the end of April. There's a big span of like 13 days at the end of April. Well, on April 25th, 1997,
It's called the
it
end
was
of
declared by
April.
the government of Los Angeles that they had a Dalia National Day because of her growing popularity among the Latino community in the United States. Now, that's right in the wheelhouse of Moloch worship, of the the child sacrifice stuff.
New subs.
So you also have to look at it from that end, because if all these people were looking up to her and everything, you know that she was luring all these little kids in, and they were just just take what they want. Because what do illegals don't have? Birth certificates. They just don't. So there's something odd that that happened, or that what happened to her sisters. September 2002, her sisters Lola Zapata and Ernesta Sodi were kidnapped in Mexico City. Now, Zapata was released 18 days after kidnapping, and her sister was released on the 36th day. Now, her and her sister Laura Zapata always got into it. I mean, they butted heads a lot. And she said that she has opted to keep her point of view regarding to her familial issues private, despite the attacks she has received from her older sister. And she stated that her familial problems with her sister.
Do you mean it's one of the last? Oh, it's coming. Okay, I was gonna ask. Do you mean it's one of the last ones, like the last of the video, or what?
This chick,
but it's coming.
she was really deep in Judaism.
Up is down, down is up. Most of them are inverted, in my opinion.
Back in 2002, she opened up this eyewear collection under Thalia Eyewear Collection. Sorry about that. In association with
timestamps.
2005, the line also became available in Mexico's market as Thalia signed a deal with Devlin Company. Now, Devlin is in quotations, right? So when you read it, it's like, when your mind plays tricks on you, like it reads as if she signed a deal with the devil, right there. So, Devlin Company, huh? Yeah, I love stuff. So
saving the kids and all.
Devlin,
Joel.
Right? He owned Opticus Devlin.
Killing them with kindness, huh?
Eyeglass, glasses, all that stuff in Mexico. And it was out of Juarez, Mexico. And he also, like when he was a kid.
There's some new intel. Anyone else heard that 107 was a private detective and his partner is now in prison?
He would go to school in El Paso, Texas. So it's like, we know now that that's like a hotbed right there.
Makes
like
sense.
All gangs, drugs, child trafficking, everything's right in there. So what they did is that, there's a site called deaddeath.com. But usually when people die, okay, well, person passed away, but they made a big deal about it. They said that, they learned about his death on May 28, 2020. And it says, we have learned about the passing of former global president of the International Rotary Club.
Block of time. And they're just like, hey man, whatever it is you do, you're the Coltrane of this whole thing. You're the Miles Davis. You just play whatever you got to do.
I think they know that he brings most of the people, so they just let him run wild, because a lot of times they're confused and need more explanation and stuff. Like when I first started talking about them, and the bald guy replied, I was like, they don't know anything about this. They're like, what drop number was that? What was this? Can you explain that? Can you tell us this? And he responded like, oh yeah, we might not know a lot, but we know about people. I can tell you more about a man and where he's lived and what planet he's from just by hearing him speak. I think it was like a veiled threat. It was very weird. And then he's like, we might not know much about that, but we let Jason talk, and that's how we get the word out. So I think they just let him talk.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, just do it.
Whose cause of death is not yet clear to us. He was also the founder of Opticus Devlin. He died at the age of 81. Concerned individuals are gripped with sadness as they mourn the passing of their beloved one who has died. Now,
so I can meet his plug.
Right? I mean, wouldn't people be sad, somebody died? But it's like they're kind of taking it to like 11, It says, what actually happened that led to this shocking death that has traumatized.
Oh, what's that one say? McAllister TV on YouTube does videos on the subject. Everyone is in on the scam.
A lot of people haven't not fully known, and we will update this page with the latest information on the death. Number one, don't use double negatives when you're writing. Don't go have it not. You just proven your point that you did know. You're fully aware of what he did. You're fully aware of who he was, because we know now who he is. So, I mean, it's just flat out evil. So this Frank Devlin, he had more than 700 stores. The Devlin Optical Group. Funny, Devlin Optical Group. Dog. See how that works? Backwards God.
Oh, backwards God. Everything's backwards with him.
He was he was a pretty busy guy. I'm not gonna lie. For being as evil as he is. He was past member
3223 23 Skull and Bones.
Wheelchair Foundation, the Heartbeat International, for the Order of Malta in Mexico, Goodwill Industries International, Toastmasters Club. But yet there's this one that just it made me really laugh. It really did. Because now we see
mind blown.
Where, My Pillow, oh boy, comes into play, and where the trolling begins. So he was also a co-author with David Forward for a series of.
I think it's funny that they're this fucking crazy and they think they're the ones trolling anybody.
So, what was the name of the website of the social media site that they opened up? My Pillow. What's it?
Frank Speaks.
Yes.
Mike Lindell.
Yeah, Mike Lindell.
It's called Frank.
Frank Speaks.
Yes. Think about it. Frank talk. Frank speaks. But if you notice, if you look at their symbol that they have a Q, and it's
that's literally the reason he named that. You dumb piece of shit. He literally, I mean, it's a stupid name,
Frank.
but he literally named it as in being Frank. Yeah, you can say whatever you want as long as you don't cuss.
Which is not
Like
what you want.
you idiot. Oh, I listened to this intel. Frank Speaks. You ever heard about Frank Speech? Yeah, that's he made that with his announcement.
So it's almost like Q just beat him into submission. Right? And this was like now they're running this. And this guy died back then.
By the way, you remember when Jason bought himself secretary flowers for Secretary's Day? I finally figured out that he considers himself the secretary of the world because he downloads and prints everything off. Like I saw that like a couple days after we did that video and we couldn't figure it out, and I always forgot to tell you. But yeah, he's secretary of the world.
He's got a Jimi Hendrix chord charts back there.
Everything.
But this guy
maybe a recipe for a nice Vichy
this
swap.
We're just gonna be digging down.
Everything.
Frank Devlin, right? Now, this is another Frank Devlin, but when you see why they had us, remember certain things, it all comes.
Jesus, Joel, you're laying it on thick. How did you get so smart, Jason Q?
He was born on January 19th, 1900, and he died on.
You're looking for more than a friendship, aren't you?
Now, this is not the same one that I had the Devlin Opticals, but Frank Devlin Optical one. His father came over from Ireland to Mexico during the First World War.
Opticals. Lucky Charm.
He had an Irish background. Then we look at the dates. January 19th, 1900. What day were we supposed to remember?
Irish Jews.
It says, remember this day in bold. January 19th.
Dirty Irish Jews.
Right?
Lucky
1900. Or the last president, right? October 27th, 1988. Had one. What was the first Q drop? October 28th. It wasn't 88, but 88 is an HH. It's also a Heil Hitler. But there's also a lot of 88.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
That's his favorite action movie star.
Painting all those old trains that had Trump's name on it. Way back in the 20s, I believe.
I would love to have some trains down here. Just a big
So-
thing of trains going all the way around me.
Also with this guy was just, he was pretty much, ruthless. But they made a big deal about him being this world president of the Rotary International, right?
Dustin Hoffman is going to play
this Rotary
Jason
Club,
Q in the movie.
You remember what it is now?
Oh, no.
So the Rotary is a Masonic Jewish organization of business and professional leaders that claims to provide humanitarian service to improve human relations, encouraging high ethical standards in all vocations and building goodwill and peace in the world. Claims. Now, Rotary is an English word derived from rotation.
Jesus Christ. No shit.
They're
What are we
everywhere
even
in
doing
Australia,
now?
These Rotary clubs.
Rotary is a word that comes from rotation.
Oh God, I
The thing is, like, remember they said like NWO. The N does not mean
As
new
in
or Nazi, right?
moving from one area
Remember,
to another.
left is right, right is left, left is left. Rotation. If you take the letter N and you rotate it left 90 degrees, what letter do you get? A Z.
Q. Oh, I'm sorry.
See how they just fell right over, right? So
That'd be a fucked up N or a Z.
No.
Well, nobody paid attention to that one.
So
that
they have
slipped right by me.
Their distinctive emblem, right? It's a gear wheel.
Someone said, "Hey, my dad was the president of his Rotary Club."
It's in two colors, golden and blue. Now
That
it has
totally
24
counts.
cogs. Okay, remember 24, and 6 golden spokes within the circle. Each two opposite sides constitute a diameter
He's the
within the
20th
circle of the
president
gear.
of the Republic.
They all constitute 3 diameters that cross in the center. Now, think about it. 24 cogs. 2 plus 4 is 6.
Robert David Still said they would need money, possibly $100,000 a week, but 50 would work.
You got 6 spokes. That's
Good
6.
deal.
Now you have 2 opposite sides constitute a diameter within the circle of the gear, but they have 3 diameters. What's 2 times 3? Another 6. 6, 6, 6. They did it all with a wheel, right?
That's right.
All of it's in the wheel.
Constitutes a
666.
Rotary and international. Now the golden and blue colors are the
That's
Jewish
almost a
sacred
full
colors
house.
in which they decorate the roofs of their monasteries, temples, and Masonic lodges. These 2 colors are now the colors of the flag for the member states of the European Common Market. What else are they the color of? The color of the EU. Got the blue background with the gold stars.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why are they agreed like
Where
they
are
know
from?
what
It
he's
doesn't-
talking
they could be
about?
from wherever.
Why are
Because
they
it-
doing that?
Have you not heard how horrible the Jews are?
Okay.
It's all about their religion, their secret Satanism. They're
Yes,
evil.
I feel like you're way behind.
So when people say,
No,
"Oh,
I've
you have to," it's like,
heard,
no,
but
no, we
they're
don't.
not.
Honestly,
They're just
you need
agreeing
to-
with
you
everything.
need to
They're
clean up your shit.
oh, yeah.
Because
You know,
we
that
can't
makes
can't
sense.
tell.
They're
if
not
you're,
following the bouncing ball, bro.
If you're good or not.
Nobody watches
But
these
Island.
motherfuckers more than us.
Just
Come
like
on.
they said, the ones we're supposed to trust the most. You see all these clips.
This is
and
analysis.
these, Jewish synagogues are out there. They're doing a whole whatever the guy's doing. The rabbi's guys, he's trying to chew the little boy's foreskin off. It's like, what is this? And the dad's just standing there. I'm like,
Whoa.
Wow,
what are we missing?
what's going on there?
Something, right?
What are you watching?
So,
what did you just admit to watching? I swear they need to stop admitting that they're watching horrible videos with children involved and nudity. Like you all are going to be rounded up.
Not a good idea. I don't ever watch any of that stuff. Never wanted to. I mean, why would you? Like, there's no research point where you need to do that. You're not in like some business where you need to be some kind of monitor of it online or law enforcement or you know what I mean? Like, come on, investigator.
Yeah. Evil Oompa Loompas. And I quit drinking. I don't understand him like I once could have.
now, with this whole Rotary, it was founded on February 23rd, 1905. Okay. Attorney Paul Harris founded it in Chicago, Illinois. And 3 years later, Shirley Berry joined the organization and they expanded the movement, right? Now, in 47, Paul Harris died, but it just kept on expanding.
Travis, I don't think there is a comment. I think you bamboozled me into watching their whole video.
Remember, the whole other Devlin, where's he from? Ireland. Dublin, in fact. And then it spread to Britain. Right? But then it's also spread to the Arab world.
I just love watching him work
Right?
his hands.
So,
Like,
it
that's
actually,
the art.
like, there were so many, like, these Rotary clubs. It brought
You can't see it because it's just off screen, but he's constantly drawing cues. He can't help but constantly draw cues in the air.
They didn't
Newsweek.
care about religion. It was just like everybody just came because it's like they thought of themselves as like one brotherhood.
It's like The Shining.
There's just one problem with this. Because with religion being disregarded, this protects the Jews and secures them easy penetration into all walks of life.
Backshed full of meth. Oh, for
Due to the
sure.
necessity that each club must have at least 1 or 2 Jewish members.
Oh my God.
Now, if religion didn't matter, why must your club have 1 or 2 Jews?
Or the Muzzies.
Because when people think that, well, you're talking just like,
Well, their club wrote their bylaws when anti-Semitism was a big thing, and it's still in there. They recommend having at least 1 or 2 Jews within their club to show that they're not part of the anti-Semitic crowd.
Right. You guys have to realize something. They're not real. None of this is real. Remember,
if you want to hear a real fucked up story about Jewish people, I don't believe any of the shit that Jason Q's peddling. But do you guys know? Well, it's not even about Jewish people. It's about an organization that has to do with Jewish people. Have you guys ever looked into the founding of the Anti-Defamation League? Which they're nut jobs anyways, right? Everything's racist. Everything's this. Everything's that. They were actually founded. They were actually founded when this guy who was of Jewish descent was charged with raping and murdering an underage girl. I think she was 13, 12 or 13, that worked in his plant that he owned, which was a plant that made pencils. He was convicted. He was convicted, and he appealed that decision all the way to the Supreme Court. Everywhere he went, the verdict was upheld. They said, "Yep, good verdict. You know, it went through. Whatever." The ADL was formed to try to give him defense and claim that it was anti-Semitism that was the only reason that he was being charged, and they tried to blame it on a local black guy. And tried to say that it was him that had killed it. So the ADL has kind of been shit since its formation, and it's still shit. And right now it's being paraded around by the left and even like the Black Lives Matter group and shit for their rulings on what's racist and what's not. And they literally started out as trying to get a white Jewish guy from going to jail by blaming a black guy with a rape and murder charge. So that's the founding of the ADL. I think it was in Atlanta, actually.
Simulation. Who created
somewhere in the South?
You know, you have to think outside the box a little bit. You know, nobody's attacking anyone. We're getting the truth out. We have to get the truth. And you know what? If it's gonna hurt people, you should have got more feelings at Target. That's all. You're selling 2 for $6. So
the med bed will fix the foreskin. Of course it will.
Rotary Club, I mean, it's just they have these. They have a classification set up, right? And they have of the professions. Now they have 77 professions that they'll let you in. You know, because you can't ask to be a part of the Rotary Club. They have to ask you. It's like one of those. Oh, you feel so gifted. So this is great. It's like, sure about that? No, I don't think so. Now, among each of the Rotary clubs, 421 members of the Rotary clubs, there are 159 members who belong to Freemasonry. Freemasons are loyal more.
That is a good one.
Than they are to the
I'm
Rotary.
glad that I didn't miss it because I was actually looking for the Ma Pops or whatever account. But that is a good one. So Travis put in there that here it is. Here's the comment. I brought a special message for Jason Q Ball from Cold Beer Confessional, and then it's just a bunch of fuck yous. Oh, and then a clapping and a laughing face. That's a good one. That is a good one. I did not see that one in Telegram. Telegram goes by too fast. Plus my phone's fucked up.
So you know that there's gonna be some animosity in there. Because it's like, well,
if you do a bunch of drugs and then get in the med bed, that would actually be that'd fuck you up. You don't want to do that. You don't. It's like getting a real good high going where you're just on the verge of death, and somebody gives you Narcan. It really fucks with you. You want to stay out of the med beds.
You joined our club.
You kill your buzz.
It's like you guys still can't shake loose with just playing when we were kids, like playing the 3/4 and all. It's like you guys are just. It's insane.
So I think what Jason, and I see the foreskins comment coming out. I think what he's referring to is there is a older Jewish tradition that is very strange, where after a circumcision, a rabbi will pull the blood from the incision area with his mouth. I don't think it's practiced hardly anywhere anymore, but there are places that still do it. That's why I say hardly. but it is a old tradition. I don't know why it's a tradition. I don't know why it's still practiced places, but it is. It actually has a name. I can't remember the name of it, but that's what he's referring to while he's attacking the Jews and claiming on chewing on foreskin.
You know, I think the word for it is horrible. It's horrible.
Is that it?
Horrible. Yeah.
I thought it was.
It's
Hold
terrible.
on.
It's disgusting.
See if they have the name for it. Oh, I'm never gonna be able to say it in Hebrew, but it's actually translated to direct oral suction.
Mm-hmm.
When a baby is circumcised, some ritual Jewish circumcisers, Mohilim, do a practice called Matzitza Bepef. It's when Mohel uses his mouth to suck the blood away from the baby's circumcision wound as part of a circumcision ritual. It is still practiced some places, but nowhere, not to a degree that most people would even know what it is, unless you researched it.
But there's a couple clubs that actually resemble the Rotary out there. You've got the Lions. Remember, they talk about the Lions. Kiwanis, there's your 11.
Tigers and Bears.
Exchange.
Kiwanis.
Define exchange, right?
Basically, every club to Jason Q is some type of crazy conspiracy, and the Jews are running it, and they took it over years ago. It's pretty pretty clear to most people.
The red bracelet cabal.
It was the Leo Frank case in Atlanta. You were right. Yeah, I looked it up. Someone told me one time that it's funny that Black Lives Matter is championing the fact that they're, making the OK symbol racist or whatever. And it's funny because they were founded trying to blame a black guy for a murder and a rape and murder instead of a Jewish guy. And I looked it up and did the research on it. I actually checked multiple sources because I figured I might have been on like a Nazi website or some shit. But there are still some websites that claim he was innocent and he was only convicted for anti-Semitism. But if it went all the way to the Supreme Court, I think justice had its way. When you go all the way to the Supreme Court, somebody's going to step in and say, "Hey, this is just because these people didn't like Jewish people or some shit." Like I would think that's the way our court system's made to work.
Round table. What shape does President Trump always set it when they're in the room? It's an oval table. Never sit at a round table. Sit at an oval. Pen. Follow the pen, right? And B'nai B'rith, Sons of the Covenant. Now, that's a BB, which is also a B is the second letter in the alphabet. But it would be a 2. But under the Roman alphabet, it'd be a 1-1 and a 1-1. There's 11-11. Now.
Oh.
Hey, you know what?
A B would be a 2 unless you're using the Roman alphabet, which he means Roman numbers. And then it would be a 1-1-1-1, 11-11. And that means something.
All right, you know what, Will? I'm starting to glitch a little bit in StreamYard, so I'm going to dip, and I'm gonna take off so it doesn't crash your whole thing. And
you go, man.
Just one more thing, everybody. I'm just putting this in the chat right now. I have a new thing where I just show you some crypto stuff. Crypto, some free things over there. You learn how to mine with your computer for some of the crypto coins. So if you like that kind of stuff, then just go over there and sub to it, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And my other channel is going to be making a big comeback next week. I've been taking care of some artwork and some things and some edits, and we'll be back on that. So you all have a good night, and thank you so much, Will. I appreciate it once again.
Yeah, man. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you on the next one, buddy.
Yes, sir. Have a good night, guys.
See you, man. Wow. Check out Tony. I think he dropped a link to his channel earlier. He's got a new channel that he's trying to get going. But yeah, I think you dropped the link to it already. We're gonna watch some more of this, guys, and I'll probably wrap up. It's already after 1 o'clock here. Hold on just a second. Let me figure out where this is. Okay, kill that. There we go. Need my foreskin back, or someone got to pay by the pound.
Members of Freemasonry or Rotary.
Actually, that brings up an interesting story about my childhood. I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but I was kind of already famous as a child. When I was born, I was one of the biggest babies to ever be born in Tennessee. I was born. I was 16 pounds and 4 ounces. That was the initial birth weight. They call it like a wet weight, like as soon as you come out of the womb. But after I was circumcised, I was only 11 pounds and 3 ounces. So it's a weird story. I'm glad you made me think of it.
Brotherhood, human spirit, and global cooperation. I hate the G word. Problem is that this is a dangerous spirit since it aims at eliminating differences among nations and breaking all kinds of loyalties so that people are turned into lost and scattered individuals. And the Jews become the only strong power which controlled the world. Wow.
The star's really gone. I gotcha.
Not going to lie. It's kind of impressive, but it's like, you guys still suck. Now, Rotary and similar clubs operate within the framework of the Jewish schemes as they are dominated by the Masons, who are theoretically and
practically
international Judaism. So the Jews, first and foremost, are the only beneficiaries from these organizations' activities and achievements. Now, these institutions pretend to do humanitarian work to improve their relations amongst the varying community.
Yeah, I mean, there's an old saying that said, it looks like a baby's arm holding an apple. Mine looked like a grown man's arm holding a pomegranate.
And pretend that they confine their activities to social and cultural issues. They achieve their goals through periodic parties, lectures, and seminars, which call for a rapprochement between religions and the abolition of religious differences. So they don't want you to have any differences whatsoever. They want you to just be one, which sounds good on paper. It really does. But the thing is, the real purpose, however, is that the Jews mix with other peoples under the cloak of friendship and brotherhood. This helps them to gather information, which helps them to achieve their economic and political purposes. This also helps them to spread certain habits, which contribute to social disintegration. This is asserted when we know that membership is awarded only to the eminent and leading figures in society. It's almost like Hollywood, when you think like the Oscars.
A C-section, baby. Actually, that is true.
Why would a movie about pedophilia win an Oscar? It's like, just where do they get these movies from? It's like they push this agenda. They want this agenda. They want this to be a complete. They don't want us to succeed because they're still butthurt because they got thrown out of a quote unquote Israel way back then. Because they were just in Egypt. That's it. That's why when they were kind of escorted out of Egypt and they were wandering around for 40 years. Like there was a reason why
his nose is packed full of something good. He's trying to get the drip going.
So I mean, think about it. I mean, 40 years is like, hey man, for the week it's like, hey man, you guys need a place to crash?
This guy is the only reason this channel has followers. So he doesn't have his own show. Instead, he says that it's too complicated. He doesn't do the computer stuff, blah, blah, blah. He has to appear on other people's shows. But he appears on at least 4 shows we know of. And he's always stuffed up right at the beginning of the show and then miraculously sniffles and keeps going until he clears by the end of the show. He's got him a snout full.
Come on, it's like, nope. Keep walking, bitches. Keep walking. Let's go. But then, who was the god that they worshipped over in Egypt? It was Baal.
Oh.
Yep.
Who cares?
Damn right, Earl. Bravo. But now, the head branches of the Rotary clubs are in London, Zurich, and Paris. But it's connected to the General Center in Evanston, Illinois. Like, what else is in Evanston, Illinois? Northwestern University. Now, when you go down that rabbit hole, that's a deep one too. Because that's when you have the whole Weather Underground. You have what was the guy's name? That brought Obama in.
Look at him, watch him pinches and go after it. Try to shove it on up in there. Some of a bitch would sneeze and lose $40 worth of an 8-ball.
She's the one she's actually a professor at Northwestern currently. And she is the one that they're making the anti-serum for Novichok 3 gas. Problem is, we've had 2 poisonings from Novichok 3. We've had Sergei and Yulia Skripal, and that was in England. Remember the guy and his daughter? But then you also had the Russian that was running against Putin, and he ended up getting poisoned by that Novichok 3. Well, it's a nerve agent. It's a nasty nerve agent. If you're making a serum for Novichok 3, what do you need to have in order to make sure that it's correct? You need a shit ton of Novichok 3 is what you need. Where's the only place that has Novichok 3?
See you, Patsy.
University in Chicago, downtown. It's actually at the Biomed building right now.
Mm.
Right on Chicago Avenue. Right there. 1 block off. Oh. And the big thing about this is that these clubs constitute a serious threat to Islam and Muslims as they pretend they lead humanitarian work while they are in fact destroying the Islamic spirit, and they're working within the framework of international Jewish schemes. So, Earl.
Yeah.
That letter that was written August 15th, 1871. What did World War III start with? Who are the 2 culprits?
Christians and the Islam.
Yeah, one right. The political Zionism.
Right.
So it'd be the Jews. Right. So in the Rotary Club, if the whole Arab world's in this, and they think that, oh, this is great, and they're getting screwed over left and right, and you find out that it's these Jews, this political Zionism doing it, how do you think they're going to feel?
Not happy.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty pissed.
I'm getting ready to wrap up,
Away
Kathy.
from a couple of their goats and start to fight or something. But who knows? You never know with these people.
Man, he's going after the Jews hard tonight, and he's just saying Jews. Typically, I've heard him say Jews probably 2 or 3 times. Typically, he says Khazarian. And then even when he said Jews before, he would say not all of them. There's a deep state, not the real Jews. These are different Jews. Now he's just like, fuck it. You guys heard about Hitler? He had some pretty cool ideas. Jason Q, dude.
And the Rotary Club, and then you have Circle Back, because what is it? Rotation. It's coming back, right? Now, also, this is where we get to go to all over the place. I told you we're going to be all over the place. So.
Yeah, because, the Rotaries in Australia are quite big. And not only that, they get involved in things such as vaccination and so on. So it's all starting to make sense now, what you're saying, Jason.
I'm kind of in the middle. I don't have nothing against Jewish people whatsoever. But I'm also not like Zionists, like, oh, well, we're the Christians and they're God's chosen people. We should do anything they ask. And I don't think that it should be a topic that you're never allowed to discuss. They're just people like the rest of us. We're all the same. So if we want to discuss the budget to Israel, or we want to discuss why it seems like this is happening or that's happening and it involves Jewish people, you ought to be able to be allowed to discuss that easily. I don't like any, like you guys will notice, I don't think any topic should be off the table. We should be able to talk about anything. So when I say, why does it seem like these people are getting special treatment, or why are we sending, $3.4 million a day to Israel? No one should jump out and be like, oh, I see what it is. I see. Oh, you're anti-Semitic? Oh, yeah, you hate the Jewish people, don't you? Nazi. No, I just asked why we were sending so much money.
Yep. I guess he was really big in the Rotary International. You would have, they call them the Rotarians.
I've heard of
that. So, where's it? Oh, by the way, they have this Jennifer Jones of Windsor Roseland Rotary Club in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Right in your backyard, Bob.
Really?
I made sure I wanted to tell you that.
Oh yeah.
Just to bring you into this too. Now you have somebody to hate. Yay!
I was going to visit them.
So the Rotary in 2008, they received a $100 million challenge grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Would you like to know what there was one certain ailment that they were trying to stop? That Rotary was like, oh yeah, this is what we have to do.
Polio.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're right. Man,
It's the same. It's the same way when someone brings up like policies to get into school. and you're like, well, who had the highest grades? And they're like, oh, those are black students. You can't ask them about their grades because they've been through so much trauma with the police. Well, no, the most qualified candidate should get the spots. You know what I mean? Like it's the same thing. Nothing should be off topic, out of bounds, I guess, to speak about. Like, we should be able to talk about anything without having to throw an accusation because you don't want to give the answer.
But
The only reason why I know that, Jason, is because I know the Rotary clubs were very big on the vaccine and the polio, and I couldn't understand why, but now it's all making sense with what you're saying.
Yeah,
I don't
taboo.
know how much they raised.
Oh God, no.
They received $100 million.
I literally got fucking a bunch of people left and said they never watched me again and called me a anti-Semitic and a Nazi and shit because I brought up the budget issue with Israel. Like, what? I said it backwards. We're giving them $1.3 million a day. Like, that seems like a lot of money. I don't know. Can we figure out where that's going? Like, we need to figure out something. And people freaked out and left.
Grant, right? And then that was in 2008. Now in 2009, January, Bill Gates announced a second challenge grant of $255 million.
Wow.
Rotary again committed to raising another $100 million. In total, Rotary will have raised $200 million by June 30th, 2012. Together, the Gates Foundation and Rotary have committed $555 million toward the eradication of polio.
Oh.
That's the whale number too. 555.
Yeah.
It's a well number.
You know, it's just all too fun because now we see that Bill Gates is in these Rotary clubs and they're pretty much falling out these vaccines and nobody even knows. You know. So they also have these Rotary Youth Leadership Awards for young people aged 14 to 30. But wait a second. I mean, what
14 to 30 seems like a wide range for a leadership award.
Where's some places they say it's fun to stay, Earl?
YMCA.
Thank you very much. Now we see why President Trump plays YMCA at his rallies. Digging straight back at these pricks. It's like, ooh, I like it.
Wait. Why does the YMCA hate Jews?
Earl.
YMCA.
Thank you very much. Now we see why President Trump. But wait a second. I mean, what groups would they have? Where's some places they say it's fun to stay, Earl? Rotary Youth vaccines and nobody even knows. You know. So they also have these Rotary Youth Leadership Awards for young people aged 14 to 30. But wait a second. I mean, what groups would they have? Where's some places they say it's fun to stay, Earl?
YMCA.
Thank you very much. Now we see why President Trump plays YMCA at his rallies.
What? But why? What types of groups would they have for the leadership award? Where is this someplace fun to stay, Earl? YMCA. Exactly. Now you see why Trump plays the YMCA at all of his rallies, taking it right back at these people. Is the YMCA the Jews, or they don't like the Jews? Or the YMCA got a leadership award? I don't know. Yeah, the stuff in Israel is pretty complicated. Like both sides are a lot of times at fault. Both sides are a lot of times innocent in what happened, but it's never played that way. And we literally fund both sides. Like we're literally paying them to attack each other, then acting like it shouldn't happen.
You get straight back at these pricks. It's like, ooh, I like it. So we're not done yet. We got more, but I think let's see. I think that's that one point. Yeah.
We're like little kids.
I mean, you almost feel like you're making it up, but you're not making it up. It's all weird and crazy, man.
I'm reading it right off the documents, bro. That's all I'm doing. So like, it's not like you check a box and says, you know, do you want to ban shoes today? It's like no, we're looking for the truth. That's it.
Okay, I think we're going to wrap it up on that. Jason Q checked the box that says he does want to bash Jews today. So now we know where he really stands. Guys, I'm out of here for the night. It is, it's fucking 1:30 at my house. So I'm going to go to bed and get some sleep. It's been a while since I had a good night's sleep. Anyways, we'll hop off here. Thank you for the tips tonight and the new subs. I appreciate that. The Russian started off by tipping $5. And then we had another tip that came through, but I think it came through the, hold on, I'll look. I think it came through the Twitch channel, which I thought I had gotten rid of that link everywhere, but hold on, let me make sure. Yeah. $25 from Brooke Leslie. Thank you very much for that. And over on the coffee side, I know we had some coffees come in. Let me refresh those. I like to read them off, so I don't feel like I left anybody out. If you're willing to give me some money, at least I can do is read your name, huh? But yeah, thank you for joining us tonight. Jason Q has gone full anti-Semitic. I don't know what else to say about it other than wow. He's gone pretty far. So we had Tara Roast with 3 6-packs. Patsy says watching this makes me even happier that I'm here with y'all. That might have been an old one. Either way, thank you for. It hasn't updated yet. We'll wait on that to update. The coffee site takes forever when I click refresh. Make sure you check out some merch. Join us in the Telegram. That's where everybody's at. Hanging out during the day. We have a Discord too. If you'd rather do that, you're more than welcome to join either one. Come on. Hold on just a second. Let me refresh this page. Okay, that time it went faster. Someone bought me 5 6-packs. I really enjoy your show. Quite the talented family. General Craven with 2 6-packs. Yeah, I think that was it from today. Thank you very much for the tips. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll see you on the next one. Have a good night. Check out the merch. Check out the Telegram. If you want to leave a tip while we're off air. And don't forget, if you want to support through the Amazon wish list, here is the link. That's just stuff for the show. There's everything from gift cards to I don't know, lots. But yeah, check it out. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Have a good night.
Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts, cause you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle, because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well listen bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Well my true believer, y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your Huckleberry
Mary.
All right, everybody. Have a good night. We'll see you on the next one. Yeah, see you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me for so long. That was a longer show than normal. Appreciate it.
5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Oh, you're good, Lou. No problem.
Get lit, get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped them to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is my mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th and 2nd string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit shit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reasons with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing.
Hey, thank you, Nick. Have a good night.
I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set.